Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I'm Raul from UASX. I'm joined by Ethan.
Hi, I'm Ethan.
How's it going? uh, good morning here in Colorado. Kind of nice and weather. We've been getting kind of negative temperatures here. We are here at the Snowy Summit in Denver, Colorado. The second 5K that we've had around. So it's a pretty cool opportunity.
Yeah, Fabled Events has done a really good job this time around. A couple hoops to jump through, but we made it here and we're having a good time.
Yeah, rounds started technically, so we'll stop talking here in a bit. But yeah, we're excited for a full day. 5 rounds, 80-minute rounds. Then we'll go to top 16 and top 4 shortly after.
As well as the 45-minute lunch break after round 3.
Yeah, and we'll keep you guys updated as much as we can. So yeah, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and jump into the game. They should be done mulligan, or maybe they're starting to mulligan. And we will begin here shortly. Let's see. Boom. Right. Looks like we're still doing mulligans. All right.
This should be interesting.
All right, Ethan, what do we got?
Well, so Jason is someone that we see a fair amount, local player and very, very skilled politicker. But to his left is yet another very, very skilled player in Evan. So we'll see how that goes. But then with Elevere in the mix, that should just definitely shake things up a little bit.
Yeah,
let's see if they get the right stacks effects down to make things complicated. And then his Vial Smasher as well.
We got him a little switch up. That's okay. So it looks like Vial Smasher's actually turn 3, third player, and then the stacks deck is turn 4. Awkward. So yeah, we'll change that in the future here. Little messed up on our part. That's okay. Still pretty early. So they're still mulling. Mulling takes generally 10 minutes or so. So this is when we start just kind of talking about the strategy. So I think everybody knows Blue Farms. So can you give us a little recap on what Blue Farms game plan typically is?
Sorry. Oh, I mean, Blue Farm is like the quintessential mid-range pile. It's a little bit out of favor since the changes in the meta with the bannings. But you still have super powerful engines in the command zone with Timna and Crom. You still have access to Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora and all of these cards, Underworld Breach, Thassa's Oracle, the stuff that you kind of come to expect out of the CEDH mid-range piles. And yeah, it'll do its best to draw as many cards as possible, and we'll continue to draw cards as long as the game goes.
Draw cards, draw more some cards, keep drawing cards. After you draw them a couple more cards, that's when you start playing.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it came down to someone else attempts to win, and then Jason has like a Born Upon to Wind or a Flood Caller or something to kind of flash in on top. Like probably gonna try and leverage the situation to get over on underneath everybody. So we'll see if that ends up happening, but that's at least what I would expect.
Yeah, and Blue Farm's going first is pretty good. So if you're a Blue Farm player going first, do you go for a really risky play where you can start presenting an engine right away, or do you go for more of a win hand? What do you typically do? I guess in this pod, what would you do if you're playing Blue Farm?
Ooh, I think it really depends. I think the presence of Elevere is the one that's going to make things interesting, because even if they're going last, we don't know what they're going to play as far as like if they're going to drop some absolutely game-changing stacks effect. Let's say that Jason plays at a Rhystic Study, but all of a sudden like a Spirit of the Labyrinth comes down and they can't draw cards. That is going to shake things up a lot, and that's probably something he has to keep into consideration. I assume he's probably going to just try and like go a little faster because of that, but we'll see. Yeah, just because the longer that the stack gets to stick around, the more stacks effect gets to come down, and all of a sudden the board is totally clogged and nobody can do anything.
That is true. I guess, so we're in the flash speed meta, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think stacks is a viable answer to this flash speed era that we're currently in?
Yeah, you talked about that in your podcast.
I did.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Everybody check out the MTG Basics podcast. I think it's definitely interesting. Again, as you mentioned, I think stacks has the downside of like, yes, you might be able to stop flash effects from working. At the same time, you might just give someone else a free win. So like, unlike other strategies, stacks comes with such a huge skill requirement to actually make it work correctly that I don't know. It's definitely a possibility, but I think it's so easy for it to go poorly. Like you just draw the wrong piece and all of a sudden you're stuck and they just win.
Okay. Looks like the players are finally playing the game. We did it. We finished solo mulligan. So from Jason's side, it seems like we got a land. From Evan's side, it looks like we got a Mystic Remora. That's okay, a card.
Mana Confluence and a Chromox and a Mystic Remora. That's a solid start for sure.
That's for Kinnan, right?
Yeah.
Turn 2 Kinnan, and you still have mana to...
Mana up for interaction on turn 1, yeah. And an engine that's just going to stick around.
Absolutely. Thank you
I don't
for
know,
fixing the lighting, whoever did it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen games where he'll just keep the fish around forever. So I would be surprised if he even like was so kin independent with his hand. It might just be Mystic or Mora go and then figure out from there.
And Kenan is so good at keeping Mystic more around too, right?
Oh yeah,
Because
if you're like
doubles
multiplying
mana.
your mana, yeah.
That's like what the deck does.
Uh-huh.
So it's like really strong play from Evan turn one. Banger play. We'll see how long he keeps it. Maybe he's going for a quick win, but I wouldn't do that with a blue farm on the pod and some sort of control on Trasus Battle Smasher. Again, sorry for the
Yeah.
little name mess up there. So we're
Okay, so Thrasios Vial cracked their polluted delta is that Underground Sea? Okay. Let's see. Do they have a fish of their own?
Yep.
Or are they just passing?
Main phase pass fetch.
I
And
guess. That would be it looks like Jason is trying to get Evan identified as the threat because of the Mystic Remora. He's doing his thing and being like pointing it out as hard as possible. Like, hey, I'm not the threat here. I'm playing a grindy deck as well, but that fish is the scary thing. Okay, Soul Ring.
Yeah, it's an arguable. No, do you want to fit the fish, right? And
Gotcha.
if you're the DMV player, you want to play your Soul Ring, right? Just fit it once, and then obviously the stack player is just going to play a dork, right? So just pass the turn after that.
So we got a Soul Ring from Thras Vial, and then a Savannah into Findhorn Elves from the Elevator player. Looks like Jason just played a Scrubland and passed. I wonder what he kept his hand on.
1, 2.
Turn 3 Ristic Study?
He looks like he mulled a lot. He only has 2 cards in hand.
Oh. Okay, so we see Cannon from Evan.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So we're seeing that I'm going to play Kin and I'm going to keep this fish
Then
around
he has
for a very long
four
time.
mana next turn. Just tap the Chromox to pay for the fish. Oh boy.
Continue ramping
gonna be a
with the
long one.
dork or some mana rocks as well.
Yeah. Okay. Another fetch land.
Are we shortcutting? Yeah,
Shortcutting something?
shortcuts. Let's do it. Oh, wrist exciting. Okay.
Oh.
Well, everybody, let's settle in. We
I think we're here for a long one.
yeah. Get comfy. Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
So,
Thras Vial isn't trying to fetch for all their colors. It sounds like they're getting a Bayou to go with their Underground Sea. So they have 2 black sources, but no red.
I think maybe a tropical island maybe makes sense just to keep blue up potentially, but we don't know what's in the player's hand. Maybe he has like a Nature's Claim or some Sage or something that can deal with
guess,
more of assault, right? Some sort of like artifact hate that might be coming down from cannons. So moving on to our stacks player, Marshall. What are we doing? Are we just land drop pass? Yep. You don't want to fit this fish, man. You're not doing it.
No. Jason didn't even play a single thing. Oh no. I mean, on the bright side, the fact that 2 players are just not playing the game is kind of putting some pressure on the Mystic Remora, and like it's the longer it just sits around, the worse it gets. So
yeah, fair. Kinnet is a ramp deck, so the longer
yeah, that is the other thing. Is like yes, it does make the Mystic Remora worse, but that you are dealing with a Kinnan just sitting there and getting to play their cards, which is it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. What
Metamorph
for what are we metamorphing? Dork?
Is this Soul Ring probably?
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Oh, it's so much mana.
Oh, this fish is going to be here forever. It is Soul Ring. And so Evan, known Kinnan player, I think he won the Rumble a couple weeks ago.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
a huge tournament in Boston, I believe. So coming fresh off that win, see if he can take it down here in Colorado.
He's still a doggo player in my mind, as much as he tried to dodge that. I don't know. Yeah, so we got Metamorph for Soul Ring, and then that's just gonna be 2 colors up.
Oh, Mirage Mirror.
Okay. Mirage Mirror.
That's pretty good. That is a card.
I got a Basalt Monolith jammed to me turn 2 last night. That was just like out of nowhere.
Oh man, that's this is a crazy board for anybody not named Evan.
Yeah. If Kenning feels like going fast, it goes so fast.
Yeah. So how much mana does he have? So he has 3 from the Soul Ring, 2 from the Chrome Mox. That's 5, 8 total. Turn.
Yeah. So Kenning activation, and then also the mana filter in case he ever hits anything that can cause create infinite mana. Even if it's Hullbreaker Horror and having to use Soul Ring, cool. There's a Mirage Mirror right there.
You're done. Yeah.
Do the whole layering of the Mirage Mirror to get infinite mana and infinite colors.
Exactly. So we got a fetch action, shuffling a little bit.
Okay, so we got a Taiga. Birds. Yeah, okay.
Birds. Okay, I'm just some wholesome ramping.
Are we gonna see Thrasios, or is it okay? The player's holding a mana. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, maybe some sort of like mind break trap
If
interaction.
five hardcast mind break trap.
You got to do what you got to do, man.
Yeah. I
Sometimes
mean, they have it up. They have a trop, I think, right? Is that the second one down?
maybe this is like a value flock color instant flash speed too. Right, we are in that meta, so
True.
that could be
so
coming.
3 mana.
We'll see.
Verdane.
Verdane.
That's the one that says that your things have hexproof, right? Or they have like a ward effect.
Let's see.
It's a god from Call Time. It's mono white. Oh,
Let's see if we can find the card.
oh, he just read it out.
See if we can find it for folks. So we won't be able to pull it on the screen.
Verdane, God of the Worthy, is okay. So it's a 2 and a white for a 2/3 flying vigilance god. Snowlands your opponent's control enter tapped. Non-creature spells your opponent's cast with converted mana cost 4, greater cost 2 more.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
I thought
so that'll hit Mind Break Trap. That'll hit Force of Will. That'll hit
non-creature spells or
non-creature.
Non-creature.
So it's Adnaz. That's a little awkward in this current board because it doesn't seem like that hits. Like,
the DNV player had Adnaz mana up actually.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's true. That's true.
I don't actually know if the other
of the players at the table, like that impacts Jason because Jason doesn't have much mana. That doesn't impact Kinnan because Kinnan has too much mana. Like I'm sure Kinnan would feel fine paying 2 mana for their Force of Will. Like that's
plenty of mana. Looks like Jason played Tymna and pass, so we're in the Tymna plan as Blue Far.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Evan playing for this fish? It looks like Metamorph is tapped, so he paid for the fish.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the Soul Ring, yeah.
Have you played Kinnan before?
I have. Oh no, I have. I played it twice because Luca Zephyr EX let me borrow it, and I won both games. I was too good with Kinnan, so I stopped playing Kinnan.
Okay. Humble brag over there.
Oh yeah.
So it looks like Evan only has 2 cards in hand. So, but he's doing the thing, right?
Well, he hasn't gotten that many
creature.
fish draws, but it's just gonna start being Kinnan activations every turn. Like
get a Seaward Muse.
We're gonna see like an Explanation or some like Consecrated Sphinx. Even Nezahal would be pretty crazy. I don't know.
Just any value creature just gets you there. So the game is kind of, I guess there's
an Oppo held up. Okay.
Usually you want to do that for a tutor, but I get it. If you're not using your mana,
you're
holding it up,
you want to put it on the board as like a semi-stacks piece. That makes sense.
Yeah, and so the board is getting a little stacks up.
Opposition Agent is one of those cards that's so easy to forget about. Like it can just be down, and like if it's not like in the front of your mind, like you're not playing like Sisei or something where you care a lot about Opposition Agent. It's so easy to just fetch and then forget there's an Opposition Agent. All of a sudden you strip mine yourself. Like
Oh, have you gotten got by an opposition recently?
Sorry?
Have you gotten got by an opposition agent recently?
Yeah, last night. Or no, not last night. It was a couple days ago. Yeah, I was just, I don't know, playing sloppy and I forgot about it.
Ooh, we got a Seaward Muse in play.
Oh, ha. Oh, fun. I mean,
that's pretty good.
At least it's not Kinnan.
Yeah, but Mirror Mirage can copy Seaward Muse, right?
Yeah,
and then put an active. I guess that's not how that works, right?
Yeah. Okay. So Thrasfile doesn't have mana to put Thrasios out, unfortunately, unless like Jason said they have an All Spirit guide. But that's still good value just to have a Ristic Study and a Seaward Muse just to have that mana available.
Mana up. No, I actually like how TMV is developing their board, right? You got a Ristic Study, you got Seaward Muse, you got Oppo, so you got stacks, card draw, and value. So it's looking pretty good. Obviously, I think Kinnan still looks ahead because Kinnan can always just pop an activation and win the game. But
so what's the build on this Thrasios file deck? Can you pull up the list? Is it mostly like creature combos? Is it just like a pure like color value kind of thing?
Let's see what we can do.
Because I know I've played against some that are just like, I think if you know Nolan, I think one of the people that plays around here a lot actually cut Breach from his Thrasios Vial deck for like when Dockside was still legal because it wasn't worth playing Brain Freeze and like LED. Just wanted to play only good creature cards.
And that's not
a little wild.
All right, let's see if there's any spies. Obviously, we're not going to go through the whole thing because we don't want to spill all the secrets, but what do you think so far? Let's see if there's any
hold up.
good creatures.
Let's go. Okay. What was? Oh, it's a deafening silence.
Oh my god.
Like I said, Elevir is just going to start putting cards down, and everybody's going to have to figure out how to deal with it. Like, I mean, they're going to make a big target on their back. At the same time, they're just going to be so annoying. Um,
Yeah, this game
okay, we have
is
a mental misstep on the deafening silence.
okay.
People are drawing cards, obviously.
So, do you mental misstep if you're the TMV? I think you do, right? If you're Travis's Battle Smasher, you would, because you are more likely going to cast more spells than Kinnan, right? Kinnan's just doing activations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it makes sense for
Yeah, no,
Travis's Battle
I think
Smasher.
Brazos Wild is the one that cares the most about the deafening silence at this point because they actually have cards in hand that they're going to be casting, like you said.
Yeah, so let's see.
So we say Witherbloom, Chain of Smog, looks like. Walking Ballista, presumably to go with like a Cannon Basalt
Yep,
pile.
your typical Thoracle pile as well.
Yeah, Thoracle makes sense. I saw, yeah, Basalts, Grim Monolith. Okay, so we're just like doing all the infinite mana combos. Was there Devoted Druid in there? But I would assume.
Yep.
Okay, Hazel's Brewmaster, Devoted Druid. Yeah, whoa, just like infinite mana combos the deck.
Yep, it's
What's the red splash for?
On the Will Breach.
Okay.
On the Will Breach lines.
And then
Some deflecting swat.
deflecting swat, yeah. And then
Wheel,
third one, J Will. Interesting. I mean, J Will's a very good card with Thrasius. I mean, it's easy to get out, but splashing red for a total of 3 cards is a choice for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the World Breach, is a very strong strategy still, right?
Yeah.
LED on the World Breach are pretty, the bread and
for
butter
sure.
of CDH. It kind of makes sense that Tries is a good call. Mars Smasher.
It's a little awkward without white.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
you can't tutor for breach easily, and you can't do like an intuition pile with breach. But
yeah, so definitely Dockside hurt this deck a lot back in whenever Dockside got banned in September. So we'll see how this deck is able to pull it off. I mean, they're in a pretty comfortable seat right now.
Southern Tithe.
Oh dear God! Yikes!
Okay, Jason found the card that he needed. Yep. What's the creature on the front of his board?
Which one? Timna.
Oh yeah. I forgot he has the Alter Timna.
Yeah. So we have, just for folks that are watching at home, we have 1 Smothering Tide, we have 1 Mystic Remora, 1 Seaworm Muse, 1 Rhystic Study on Oppo, and some sort of stacks piece on Marshall's side.
This is like we said, it's just gonna be a grind fest. I would be afraid this might go to time. Unless something absurd happens, this could be the kind of game that just like there's a little push and pull, but eventually we're gonna hit time because it's
going to be
everybody has so many resources and so many things to do with them.
Yeah, and this is the slug of a meta that we are currently in, where people will sit behind a fish, people will sit behind a
TNT, and they have a lot of the TNT. Like I guess I don't know. I think of TNT, it's kind of like the deck that encompasses what's going on right now because Blue Farm has the ability to go super fast, but like I don't know. You play TNT, it's not the quickest deck. I mean, you can just drop a combo, but you're not like turboing out.
No,
ever.
For TNT. So for those that aren't familiar, it's Timna Trasus, which is currently one of the strongest decks in the format. Generally, it is like a slower deck, like Ethan said. You're generally just making a value engine and going from there.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. None of them precisely Timna Thrasius, but we see a Timna, we see a Thrasius, we see Rhystic, we see Mystic, we see Smothering Tithe. Like it's. Oh.
I gotta go shower after this. Like, it's so gross.
It's only the first game of the day. We're here for a while.
First game, and we've already seen 1 Rhystic Study, 1 Smothering Tithe, and 1 Mystic Remora. We'll keep track of them as the day goes on.
We've seen a Gaia's Cradle.
Oh dear. That's 2 creatures on Evan's side.
Yeah, 2 creatures. It's just the Elf and Kinnan, and maybe the Mirror if you really want to copy something. Tapping mana.
So let's see what comes after the Gaia's Cradle.
Okay. What is that?
Springleaf Drum.
Okay.
Taps a creature, makes a mana.
Yeah,
not many creatures,
so Kinnan taps for mana now, essentially. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, this is. We're seeing that the 2 personalities clash. Like we have at least 2 very strong politics players, like that. Where Jason and Evan are both like clashing on who should be the threat. Like Evan's each pay for Smothering Tithe, and Jason's like, no, I'm out of the game. Let me like get some treasure so I can do things.
It's also funny. Evan has like such lips, right? He's clearly in such a great position. He's like, no, don't pay for the Smothering Tithe.
Yeah,
which is it is part of the game, right? It is what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm definitely passing the turn. I'm not holding up mana for my instant speed cannon activation at any point.
So yeah, it's some politicking going on, not too much. We actually have the ability to turn in the tables max. So we'll be monitoring the chat and see if this is something, if people are very interested. If it gets to a point where there's a lot of politicking and Ethan and I can't keep up with all of it, we'll turn their mics on so you guys can listen to what we're listening. And they're pretty cool. It's they are going back and forth a little bit, nothing too crazy yet. It's just essentially like, you want to play for the Ristic and the Smothering Tide? No, okay.
Okay, so we're seeing Thrasios come out.
Okay, now we
to go with the
another
Seaworms.
Valkyrie.
Now Thrasvile is in position to do a lot.
Yep. You will be feeding cards to the Smothering Tide every time you draw a card.
True.
But I think you're fine because this is a game of nutrition, right? TNK lacks mana a lot, right? That's something the deck struggles with.
I think what we just heard Evan say, I fed you a bunch, is like, I think the peak of like what's gonna happen here, because it's like I fed you, now you feed me, and now we're going to like build off of each other.
Now we're going to do the arms race and see.
Just like, I don't know. I when I play Obnixilis, I've heard the deck be called parasitic, but like, how is that not parasitic as well? You're just like, I'm going to take resources so you get resources. We're here.
Yeah. We'll see what comes out of this. Maybe like, if you're Marshall, right? How do you get yourself back in this game? Do you try to continue adding like a collector roof effect, null rod effect? If you're Marshall, what are you sitting? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I think they're So you've got 5 mana going into the next turn. A collector roof doesn't even hit that much. I mean, there's a bunch of dorks. It would just hit Jason with the treasures.
Yeah.
I think it's probably something like even just like, I mean, I don't know. If I were him, I would try and get like an S% or something. Like something to get like some of your own cards going. I could see some of the like, I guess a rule of law effect could be good, but rule of law effects are can be good, but they're also so sketchy when they like, if you're actively impacting someone else from interacting with the game. See a Mockingbird,
is that a Mockingbird for Kinnan?
That's gonna be gross.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Okay. I do wish we got like a representation of what the clones are. I think that's something
that would be
that'd be a nice
Future
to implement.
future
Like
learn
a
for-
little name tag on what things are. Got a Pongify on presumably the copy of Kinnan.
Or the Seaworm Muse. Do you do the Kinnan or the Seaworm Muse?
One of the two. It's kind of in between. Jason is telling them not to fight over this, which I think is a valid concern. I think if they're trying to fight over the Pongify, I mean, yes, Thrasvile is in a very good position. If you're in that position, maybe you say, I can draw myself out of this and gain the interaction back by just activating Thrasios a couple times a turn with Seedborn Muse.
Yep. We got a deflecting SWAT.
Oh, so it's a SWAT targeting Pongify.
Okay. Now I send that over at the other Kinnan. Right. So the Pongify was initially targeting Kinnan, and now we're a deflecting SWAT going back to the other Kinnan. Probably, I would assume there's nothing else to hit in this board that's super scary.
And then now we're seeing all the Ristic studies and Mystic Remora triggers and Tide triggers, and this is going to build up, even if there's not that much going on. The number of triggered abilities we see in CEDH just causes the stack to become huge at all times.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've been playing a lot of Standard recently. It's very nice just to have like a couple things like, oh, I'm gonna cast a spell. Oh, you have a counter spell. Okay, cool. I will maybe cantrip in response, and then that's about it.
It's more clean. It's more clean. So let's.
Okay, so now we're seeing Jason and Evan trying to explain to Elevere.
Yeah, let's turn the table's mic on.
Yeah, let's switch it
and see, just so folks can hear them. Let's see if you guys can hear them okay.
Saying, I will counter this, or
let us know in the chat if you can hear them okay.
I think you need to force
turn them up.
You see what I'm saying?
I think it's the critical point too, right?
Okay, so I'm not necessarily going to argue
because
or whatever, but I just want you to
Seaworm Muse is a strong card, Kinnan is a strong card, and so is Thrasios, so we'll see what the table ends up deciding. We'll just kind of listen in to the politicers.
Well, I mean, he's clawing back in this game very well. He's got a ton of mana and now cards, so he's in the game. Yeah. I'm not arguing. You're in the game. Yeah, you're absolutely in the game. I'm not arguing targets. I'm getting that out. Yeah. No. I'm not arguing anything. Okay. Well, he's thinking. My only argument is that I guess we counted him out of the game. Now he's not. He's not. That's all I'm saying. Is that who you're running to? I don't care what you target. It's just not my stuff. It's just. I mean, I think he's only got 2 cards, so I think it's.
I think you might least hit the Elvish Mystic because it reduces a soul.
See, he just doesn't.
So I assume this is interaction hand.
Yeah. it doesn't look like Evan has anything to protect the cannon, and though he's kind of politicking his way into like, hey, let me keep my cannon because blue farm's getting scary. They have 5 cards in hand, 4 cards in hand, and it's a Smothering Tide, right?
So
And
while he's him
that can be a lot, right? That can,
I mean, Tide is a very strong card. But
probably did, yeah.
So we'll see how this resolutes, and we'll move their
Sounds good. I think it's
just to keep them moving.
I'm gonna pass on the Smothering Tide trigger. I'm gonna let you make your mana when you come in.
So that trigger goes away.
And then I'm good on this. I'm good on your.
Okay, looks like we resolved the stack. We'll see where the deflecting squad is going.
No.
Targeting.
I got a trigger on this. Yeah, so that are you? So you're targeting him? Yeah.
So
I mean, that kind of follows like that follows the logic that Evan was giving us.
Yeah. So yeah, let's walk through the logic as they're kind of just developing the stack. So blue farm has 5 cards in hand. Kinnan has 2 cards in hand. Kinnan can activate at instant speed, right, with the mana that they have, and they're sitting behind a fish the whole game, right?
And they're holding up. They're holding up 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think they're holding up an activation though. So that's.
What's up?
I don't think that they're holding up activation though, are they?
No, not anymore.
Right?
Now.
No. Oh. Okay, so Evan's threatening to copy Tithe of the Mirror.
Oh, I see.
Or he is. Okay. That's
pretty good.
That's really scary.
Yeah. Some cool tech right there. So now I guess at this point, who are you favoring? So far, who's ahead?
I think just in terms of I don't know, because in terms of current board state, so like Thrasis Vile is in a good position.
Yep, agreed.
But with Kinnan having, even if it's a temporary copy, a copy of a Smothering Tithe to go with their Mystic Remora and Kinnan and Gaia's Cradle, that is just a lethal combination. Like that is, I actually lost to a Kinnan. I actually lost to Sam playing Kinnan last weekend because it was Jonah. Because he commandeered Jason's Smothering Tithe then killed us with Fairy Masterminding Kinnan because the treasures tap for 2, so he would have 6 mana per Fairy Mastermind activation and drew us out.
Oh my goodness. Gross. All right, let's see what Marshall can do here. Trying to get back in the game.
Okay, Elevator's out. Okay, so it's probably going to be to...
Okay, that triggers Ristic Study. That's going to make...
Elevator's getting their card in mid and Gen online makes sense.
This Spore is getting a little clogged up. So it's going to make a roll token, make it into... what do you attach? Do you attach?
And the roll token is a token aura that you can only have one of on each creature. So this aura in particular is going to give it +1/+1 for each enchantment they control, if I remember right.
Which currently there is only one, right? Because I don't think the commander's an enchantment, right? That one's just a human.
I think commander's just a creature.
Yeah, let's find out. We have...
I think you still have the list open.
Yep. Let's find out. Deck list. They're only a human knight, so only one enchantment right now, currently.
Yeah, but then they also draw cards whenever those creatures do combat damage.
Yep.
So that's a pretty good it's a pretty good card advantage engine. It's just
and they start getting bigger, right? Because you'll have a bunch of enchantments at some point. And generally stacks, you're playing enchantments like Deafening Silence, Rule of Law, etc., right?
Yeah. No, like if the Deafening Silence resolved, you'd have like a Redone is a 2/3. It would have been a 4/5 flyer, vigilance. That's a pretty good attacker.
Yeah. Right on. Let's see what currently the time is looking at the round, just so we're kind of keeping track. So we are almost halfway through the round, 46 minutes left. It's not looking like it's going to finish anytime soon, but I've been proven wrong many times before.
This is the kind of game that the board game will get so congested that someone's going to attempt something, and then someone else attempts something, and all of a sudden, like you said, like we were talking about flash effects, this is the prime game where a flash effect would come into play. Unless there's some stacks piece that stops that from happening, a Born Upon a Wind, I'm putting my bets on that's how the game's going to end.
I generally think that's going to agree, and I honestly
whether that's like Kinnan flashes in or activates and flips a Valley Flood Caller, or some kind of flash effect is what would break this open. Okay, is that a Ristic Study?
That's another Ristic Study. Yep.
Oh boy. So we've got Ristic Study, Smelling Tithe, Fish, copy of Smelling Tithe sometimes, Seedborn Muse, Ristic Study, and then Elevere and his stacks piece.
Oh no, not like this.
Welcome to the mid-range meta, people.
Welcome to 10 hours of this. I actually like the tech by Evan of Curse Mirror copying Smothering Tide.
Yeah.
Because that's really strong, like you were pointing out.
Because the treasure's making 2 for Kinnan is just so strong.
And you're gonna get a treasure every upkeep because no one's paying for it. And with 2 heuristic studies on the battlefield.
You just spend the mana to activate the mirror, but it doesn't even matter. You can make you make it back so fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here we see Evan pointing like urgently at the rest of the like he's like, yes, this is going to win the game.
I actually kind of think it might get Jason back into the game quite a bit. Or
no, he's already back in the game. Yeah. I think with Timna being out for a second and like having enough draws to get the Smothering Tithe online and get a Ristic Setting to play, I think Jason is fully in the game right now.
Yeah.
We've returned kind of to parity. It looks like. I mean, I can't tell. I would still probably favor Kinnan in this whole situation just because he has so many resources. I don't know. What do you think? Gracious Vial is being quiet, but at the same time, they have a lot of mana open and the Seedborn Muse and Heuristic Study.
Yeah, which I guess I've been missing it. I don't know if any activations happen at any time. Now that I think about it.
Oh yeah, so Jason just said I think that we were thinking he's like he was asking Thrasios why he didn't want to activate Thrasios, and Jason's like, yeah, are you afraid of him boarding on top? Which is a very real fear.
Okay, no, thank you for catching that because
we can see
now that I noticed, yeah,
4 mana activate Thrasios, response, born upon a wind,
lose the game. So we're back to another full turn rotation. The board's just getting a little more clamper and clamper up. We'll see if Evan keeps the fish. I guess, do you keep the fish if you're Evan? I think that's the only way to keep, not in the game, but like,
I mean,
keep drawing cards.
Again, like I said, I know from what I've seen and heard about Evan, and like his play with Kinnan, I would not be surprised if it was there until like 6 or 7. Because fish is just such a powerful effect, and Kinnan doesn't care about the amount of mana it has spent. Like he tapped a couple. Oh
my god.
Consecrated Sphinx.
Not like this. Not like this.
This is going to be a fun one.
Because now he's going to come.
So we've got.
All right.
Remora.
What do we got? Yeah.
Ristic. Consphinx. Smothering Tithe. Potential second Smothering Tithe.
See, we're muted
now. What are the odds someone copies the Consphinx?
Pretty high.
Because that was my experience playing Consphinx. Every single time it comes down, someone copies it, and then all of a sudden you end up with 2 people draw their necks, and then whoever wins. Like, yes, you can approach it as a stacks piece, but it's never nobody ever abides by that. It's always gonna be someone who wants to draw their cards.
Oh man, no, this game is getting out of control. This is getting ready to
because right now is politicking Consphinx as, oh yeah, this is gonna stop him from drawing cards with a 6 study. It's not. You just get to draw more cards. Like he's gonna draw cards to try and deal with the Consphinx. You're drawing twice as many cards. This is not gonna end well.
No, this game is.
Okay, we see a response from Thrasios Vial.
Okay, so in response to
the Consphinx,
we're gonna activating at this point. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you probably want to draw the cards before the Sphinx comes down and.
Oh boy, oh boy, and I think
I don't envy the judge in this situation. If something goes wrong, a lot of stuff is going to go wrong.
You're going to miss a lot of things because the stacks will get complicated, right? With everything that's going on.
This is the kind of game where it really, really, really pushes the good players to be really, really good. Because if you're not leveraging other people's interaction to win you these stack wars, you're not winning.
No, at all. And another thing with the Curse Mirror, you can also copy another Consecrated Sphinx, right?
Oh yeah.
Do you need mana or do you need cards?
Yeah. Literally, it's whatever, at all times.
So this is just kind of, I mean, this is exciting to see. It is a slug of a game. We'll see if Thrasios. Oh, so we're paying for Smothering Tide after the activation. We'll see what's happening. Okay, so I think we've been talking a lot about Thrasios, Vial, Kinnan, Blue Farm. You're Marshall. What's going through your mind? How do you possibly get back into this game?
For Elevir?
Yeah.
I would be worried it's already too late. I mean,
you think so?
I could see them playing some things, but I really would be Pact of Negation. That's a card.
Targeting Consecrated Sphinx.
I would just be concerned that they're so far behind on like cards and resources. Like with stacks, you want to be down. You want to have the stack down so fast that you can grind out the table without them out grinding you. But currently, they are being like, to use the phrase from Kinnan, they're being grounded to dust because with this many like cards flying around and that's much mana on the table, there's not much stacks can actually do to impact it. Like maybe they can play like a suppression field would be really frustrating for some things, but
For
at the
everybody?
same time,
Sure.
like that only stops a couple pieces of on the table. There's no, you would need like a farewell to really.
Farewell. I don't think that's going to resolve.
It's not a CEH card, but
No.
like farewell would clean all this up. It's just that it's probably not going to happen.
It's not. Yeah, it's unlikely to happen and unlikely to resolve.
I don't think it resolves in the first place, but
yeah, but it is a card, right? Like there's winning through this stack is yuck.
Yeah,
let's.
I mean, maybe they could just win the game. Like if they have some kind of win that plays through all these pieces on board, like I think they just have to prioritize their own win rather than trying to stop the rest of the table. Is like they're out.
Yeah.
So whether that's like Heliod Ballista or I think they're on Heliod, right?
On Heliod.
I presume because they're on Walking Ballista. I mean, Heliod's an enchantment too. I don't see Heliod. Okay. Yasharn could be impactful because Yasharn kind of just destroys everything. Archon of Amiria's, I don't know, there's a bunch of effects here that are good, but like nothing that is going to
break the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did see Walking Ballista, right? Was that Kinnan? Or no, that was the Thresh Vial.
Yeah, that was Thresh Vial.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay, no
I think you gotta use your lips a little
on the table. Like, they're just fighting over whose resources are the best.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead. So they're currently fighting about this Consecrated Sphinx, and there's a pack of negation, and we'll just kind of turn in to see what they're putting at the table.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I'm just going to let it go. Just pay for his stuff. And I'm going to pass.
It looks like it's getting resolved.
Well, I'm going to draw one card.
Well, I'm going to draw one card.
Oh, Evan. We heart you, Evan.
Yeah, but you want this. You're fighting over it anyway. You're paying it no matter what. I'm not winning this fight. I want less cards in your hand now.
So pack of negation is going to tap you out in your turn, though, if you're
I'm letting you counter my
Remington.
I'm just wanting you to
Thresh Vial has a Kinnan, so that would help a little bit. But
yes.
That's fair.
Yes.
I will. Yeah, okay. I have a trigger here. I'm not fighting regardless of what I go. Good to resolve my mistake. Okay. Draw card.
See, I don't know why you would make the deal to say, like, okay, if I'm paying for the Ristic study, you do not draw off the Mystic War. Letting him still draw off the Mystic War is...
That is not effective.
I'm gonna play water. I don't know if you have the leverage there, but that's probably gonna shift the situation back into his favor.
Yeah, of course. At
least I
Looks like we'll pass the turn and we'll mute their mics.
Yeah. Not a...
Oh, never mind. They're still politicking.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep going. Yeah. Like I said, if I've played with Jason enough, I know that he's gonna keep on arguing.
Yeah. Sometimes that's kind of your only way out.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's what, top? Top 30 in the country for a reason. Like
we are going into his turn with a billion mana, and he's still got Seaboard.
Okay.
We'll see what.
They're sizing each other's boards up because it's just a continuous fight to see who has the most resources and who is going to get to sit there for the longest period of time.
I'm good on it.
So look at Jason's board though.
Sorry, what are you sacking first?
Yeah, additional cast treasures, a Smothering Tide, and a Ristic Study in blue form in a potential kind of war that may be happening here soon.
I mean,
right?
Flash it in.
Right?
Again, like I said, this is the kind of situation where
you had one floating and you didn't pay?
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some kind of fight and then all of a sudden we go Born Grand Abolisher, or not Grand Abolisher, but like Born Ranger Captain, Crack Ranger Captain, like present, like win. That's the kind of resources where that can just happen.
And I know I'm like,
you have to give kudos to Jason, right? He was mostly out of the game. I think he moved.
Oh yeah, that's right. Blue farms, you can just draw the right pieces at the right time.
A pile of good cards. That is the deck. Really good cards.
Good cards all the time.
You're good. This wasn't in response to anything. It's just
so we'll see what this develops. We're still sort of at end step. We're trying to figure out how they deal with Remington's War. Again, apologize for folks that we have their names switch up. And if you're just tuning in, hello, my name is Raul. I'm joined by Ethan.
I'm missing the table icon.
Yeah.
And we're watching round one right now. This has been super hectic. Just like, if you want to learn what CDH is actually like at this point in time, this is what you kind of get.
This is it.
I know some I know Card Market did a YouTube video where they were like trying out CDH and it ended up with a person Thorgal consulting on turn 2 with no interaction needed. That's unfortunately not what it usually ends up like. This is more what you deal with. Like, I want to say 75% of the tables, you're gonna end up with something like in this direction.
Yeah.
Brain freeze.
Main phase brain freeze. Are we still at end step? I think
No, this, I probably.
maybe we're setting up for a battle. We're setting up for some sort of like on the board breach in this turn.
That is
brain freezing.
I mean, you better be pretty confident about having enough interaction because at this current point in time, this is a wide table. Like, this is like the table has not used many resources. Like, we've seen a pact and a mental misstep, I think, both out of Thrasios Vial. Like, have we seen interaction from either of the other two players?
No, we have not. No, they've let everything resolve, right? Apongify, we saw Apongify, but that's not going to interact on the stack in a counter way.
Yeah.
Okay, we're finally in Remington's turn. I think that took like 10 minutes.
Okay.
They got a pack for pack,
So,
pay for pack, I think.
yeah.
Oh.
So we saw the brain freeze in hand. I don't think that went through. They probably threatened it, but then didn't end up casting it.
Maybe it's like a tutor effect or
I
something.
don't see it in the graveyard. We do see the crop rotation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see the crop
cradle
rotation.
with 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures.
5 or 4. Where happened to the pack trigger? Because that did not get
Southern
countered.
Tithe, yeah. Yeah, and there's Evan explaining why it's so worth it for him to copy the Smothered Head, because it does just pay for itself when you're playing Kinnan, because
Yep, 2 treasures. You're making, yeah, it costs
you pay 2 mana per turn to activate the mirror to make a Smothering Tithe, and you make at least 2 mana per turn because the treasure itself pays back 1, and everybody's throwing at least 1. Like, you're mana positive on that interaction. Tapping 2 mana.
Okay.
What do we see here?
Bothy.
Healthy Voidwalker.
Bothy.
I saw that in their
Voidwalker.
list. I don't think that only hits Jason, I think, right?
Yep, on the war breach lines.
I mean, that's fair. And I guess it's a good it doesn't serve as interaction until next turn. So I think we're reaching the point where these turns are going to start counting down. Like, there are enough resources on board where people are going to have to do something.
Sorry, folks. I clicked spacebar.
Oh,
We changed the screen. We're back to the folks.
okay. Oops.
You see our little faces? Oh no, I did it again. Sorry. Anytime I hit spacebar, it changes the
Just don't write sentences. Just write like a single, like a long
like
word.
a single word. Sorry, folks. So
Okay, they're getting an extension. Or no, they had an extension.
okay, so we're still paying. So they play Dotty Boywalker.
Yeah. Okay, so Thras File tap their Cradle for 6.
Yikes.
That's a lot of mana.
That's a lot of green mana.
Yeah. Not the Containment Priest. I think that's still in Jason's list, isn't it? I remember it was at one point.
Containment Priest?
Yeah.
Kinnan?
No, in Jason's. In Blue
Jason's
Farm.
list? Let's find out if he's playing. Let's see what our boy Jason's playing.
His Containment Priest is certainly a meta choice. I mean, it's good against Kinnan for sure.
Deck list. Let's see. See what spice Jason's up to. No Containment Priest.
Okay. Unfortunate. That's one of those cards that, like, it's very good when it's very good, but otherwise it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still kind of intrigued about this pack of negation, if he got paid or not.
Okay, yeah.
Or if it got resolved.
What else? Devoted Druid.
Ooh, that's a card.
Devoted Druid's a weird one because it could just be like, I mean, yes, you're threatening a win at the same time. Like, what is the table supposed to do that? Because maybe it's counterbait. I don't know. Like, it could just be like
you could just be Mad Lord, right?
You can't profitably counter this if they're gonna play Hazel's Brewmaster afterward and they just have their infinite mana. Exactly,
and that's how generally the deck will win, right? Do you have creature counter spells this instant or removal for Hazel that's coming after?
I had a game the other day where Ragavan hit Hazel's Brewmaster after a player had put a Razaketh in the graveyard.
Oh no!
And I mean,
oh no!
Resolve. They countered the Hazel Brewmaster, but it almost got to be. This was playing Obnixilus.
Oh really?
Yeah. Okay. This wasn't like this wasn't intentional at all. Like, oh, that's nice.
Alrighty, so it is Marshall's turn. We'll see how he can try and get into the game.
Okay, so we're seeing they're arguing over triggers. Okay, so we passed straight to Elevere.
Yep. Looks like small and tight triggers.
We got a lot of mana.
How many creatures does our friend Remington has? He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It
6,
should be
7,
7 or 8.
8. Wow, that's 2 Drowsy activations with 1
Because
land.
the Cradle tap for 6 last turn.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So the Cradle itself is 2 Thrasis activations.
And you can still keep mana up too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Like,
actually
you don't have to tap any colors. You only tap green.
there's still a Kinnan out there, right?
Yeah.
So the birds also taps for 2 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
The birds, the Devoted Druid, the Delighted Halfling. Well, the Devoted Druid doesn't tap yet, but it will eventually.
Already. I believe, Marshall.
This is gross.
What do you have in stacks for us?
Oh. So this is the part where not being the player with the Ristic Study and the Mystic War and everything becomes really awkward. Like, I've been in this situation that Elevator's in where you're kind of just like back against the wall. Everybody else has so many resources and they're arguing about what you should do. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just gonna play some cards.
Too much. Sigarda.
Oh,
That gives you a creature.
Sigarda, is that the...
Let's find out.
Okay, so it's, yeah, flying 4/4, permanency control of hexproof, and then you can play humans and angels from the top. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh, nice knowledge of cards.
Oh.
Very nice. It's CDH All-Starred.
Oh, yeah.
Sigarda.
I've run into it playing Historic Brawl in a couple times.
Okay. Fair enough. I guess have the honest conversation. If you're Marshall, are you thinking about a draw in this game? Honestly, that's kind of...
It might be the most profitable out because I think it's going to start becoming that like everybody has a win and we're going to be in that kind of just like jostling to like nobody wants to present a win because otherwise they just lose in response.
Yeah. I generally hate forcing draws and I hate when it comes to draws, but like you are at a tournament, right? There's things that you have to kind of think through, like, where it's round 1, right? Like a draw, it's, what are you playing towards, right? Because there is no way, you can navigate a Ristic Study, a fish, another Ristic Study, a Smaller and Tide, blue farm with a gazillion and a half mana.
Yeah. Okay, so Olivia's going to attacks. They only have 1 mana available.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens as far as like what they can actually draw that's productive, but I think they're just trying to do something.
Okay. So we're going to combat. That's
I mean, yeah, that's how they draw their cards. Is there going to be
that is how you get your interaction
playing with the enchanted creatures?
Okay, so move past through combat. There's going to be some draw triggers. Make Smaller and Tide as well. More mana for Kinnan. More mana for Jason. Yikes.
The one card that I'm surprised we haven't seen yet is Orcish Bowmasters.
Oh my gosh.
Orcish Bowmasters would destroy this right now. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. In the games that I've been playing in the past couple of weeks, like I end up relying on that card so hard in every single deck I play because it just does so much when everybody wants to just draw cards. Like, it means that you get to kill all of Kinnan's mana dorks. You get to kill all of Thrasius' mana dorks. Like,
no, I agree. I mean, think about it. You're also Orcish Bowmaster. There's 3 green decks, right?
Yeah.
Wipe the whole board.
Oh yeah,
easily.
I actually had an interaction last night where I got to put Walking Ballista under the Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and then I could remove the counters from the Orc army to shoot things.
Oh, nice.
So Orcish Bowmasters would shoot things, it put a counter, and then shoot something else with the counter on the Orcish army.
That's nice.
So just like double Bowmasters. People were not happy.
Oh, no, that's like a good way to control it, and especially in Obnelix.
Oh yeah, kill 2 constructs and a Tide Spout Tyrant in 1 turn.
There. So we're doing some back Tricer activations towards the end instead of Marshall.
Okay, so we see a land command tower. Okay.
Push another one on the stack. We'll see what they get with this one.
Is this... Yeah. You gotta get the Thrasius Seedborn Muse value.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do it too much last turn, but I feel like at this point, why not?
You might as well draw the cards at this point because everybody else has all the resources. Like, I don't think it's a matter of getting ahead anymore. I think it's a matter of like staying par by drawing your cards.
Yeah, having the answers to fight whatever's coming down the pipeline, right? Oh, jeez.
What was that revealed?
I actually didn't catch it. Flashing volley flock? Oh no, I can't be it. Bummer, we missed it. There was a lot of but I think it was more so because of the smaller entire triggers.
It's more the fact that they drew a card as opposed to putting a land down. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, we got Lewis Stardust in chat.
Hey yo. Okay. What are we activating? Oh, that is a Valley Flock color that got cast. It looks like. Okay. Oh boy. It's coming together.
That's
slowly coming together.
This is exactly what I was talking about. We're gonna see Thressus is gonna untap and then at any point they're threatening just machine guns. Effigy would do it. Particularly, they're not in white, so they don't have Swix free configuration.
Yep.
But there's just
oh man, and they're on tapping with Valley Flock color. Yikes. Yikes. This is getting, it's so hard to be saying like who do you think is gonna keep winning this game because he keeps shifting on every turn.
I'm so glad they have the active player marker because we've reached the point where everybody has actions on everybody's turns. Okay, yeah. So we're seeing Tide get copied again.
Yep, seems pretty decent.
Yep, I think that's just been his plan the entire time.
Okay.
Okay, so paying for it. Gotcha.
Okay. So it means they're not going for a win this turn, right? Because they don't need the mana. So just saying, I guess they do have a
Spire mana. Is always a good land. Maybe not like an essential land, but it's always pretty solid. I think if you're playing enough artifacts. Crom has entered the battlefield, so yet another draw engine and potentially a late game beater if it comes down to that. I would just think Crom be the method of winning here.
When was the last time you died by Crombat?
It's been a little while. I mean, like I said, if I'm playing Obnixilus, I have my own big flyer a lot of the time. So
fair.
I don't know.
1, 2, 3.
Like usually it's like I have a blocker for Crom, or they don't want to attack me because they get hit back harder.
Oh, if they upset you, you're like, oh, not just True Blood. I'm coming for you.
Then again, Ob is much more a removal target than Crom, so that happens.
Yeah.
Crom being a 4/4 flying haste though it's
pretty good. No,
it's a little bit like the fact that the card was considered too slow for a long time, and now it's just like it was such a pivotal piece of like an engine. Like you just have a late game card advantage engine that has no conditions. Like people can start paying for Ristic Study. They cannot pay for Crom.
Yep. It is a force draw.
Cycrypt. Is this overloaded or targeted?
Who casts a Cycrypt? Oh, I don't like overloaded. Overloaded.
Are they overloading it? I don't see it.
Oh, it was revealed from Trash's activation.
Oh, they revealed it. Gotcha. Okay.
So if you're,
well, they have plenty of mana to overload a Cycrypt, and that
easily
that's something they would fight over.
Yeah. I think if you're Remington, you do that now or you do that in Evan's turn. I'll probably do it in Evan's turn before you're up 3.
Probably. I mean, he's going to untap with a lot of mana.
That is a lot of mana.
Because that's 4 treasures. That's 8 mana from Kinnan. Whether or not he pays for the fish is up, like, still. Oh boy. Okay, so we're going to untap here. Now what? Jason's tapped out, but obviously it doesn't matter with Smothering Tithe.
Does not.
Like he has.
Oh, we're paying for fish.
His 8 treasures either. Okay, yeah. This is what I said. Everyone's just gonna keep the fish around for as long as he needs to.
I think generally this is the first time I've seen a fish get paid more than 5
mana. This is something that he is like specifically like. I've heard it from him doing a lot, and I have tried myself, and it's worked out pretty well. You just Mystic Remora is just you paid a lot of mana into it, but if it works out, it works out.
Yeah, and he's holding the game hostage, if you will, too, because he has a Mystic Remora, and no one's gonna pay for that Mystic Remora for mana. This is quite an insane, folks. We got, I guess, a heck of a treat for everybody round 1. This is what you can expect in a top 16, top 4 match. Actually,
these are some like very high caliber, high skill players. At least from what we've seen, like we have. Unfortunately, like Elevir has been falling behind for sure. I mean, they don't have access to Ristic Study, but they're still, I guess you could say they're trying to keep pace. Meanwhile, we have 3 ridiculous like political mid-range piles that are just butting heads constantly.
Yeah, this is gonna stay forever.
Yeah.
So
Okay, we have a One Ring on the stack.
You know what this game needed, folks? More droid.
Oh no. Okay, can we do the tally of the value engines? Tithe, Crom, Ristic, Tithe, Fish, One Ring, Seedborn Muse with Seedborn Muse Thracius. I guess you count as one.
Yeah.
Ristic, and what else? What am I missing?
Here, I guess. Technically.
Yeah, that's 9. That's 9. I guess like Elevere itself is like
And Chrome. I don't know if we call it.
I said Crom.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's everything you do draws 3 cards and it makes 4 treasures and like.
This game is getting wild, folks. It is.
I mean, I guess Thras Vial can activate Thracius paying for everything. Like they can just pay because their Cradle still taps for 8 or is it 9 now?
We have to be wary as well that now Evan can also win at instant speed by copying the Flock Caller. That's something to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, that's really scary, actually. Retraction Helix revealed? Or is that Born?
It looks like a blue card.
I think it's Born.
Born. Okay, so redundant.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, it's something to do to respond to the activation of the mirror. Like,
yeah, fair.
Evan still has to activate the mirror, and like, it can do that multiple times, but.
So, as this game develops, what do you think has been the best card so far played?
It's hard to say because everything has been so pivotal. I probably Jason's Smothering Tithe because it pulled him out of a Multa, 4 or 5? Like, I mean, he was sitting there with 3 lands for a while.
Yep.
Cast a Timna, drew 1 card, found Smothering Tithe, and now here we are where he's got a Ristic Study as well.
He's in a demanding lead, right?
I think that has been the most impactful, but in terms of like actually like progressing the game to the win, I might give it to the Fish.
Okay.
I mean, we see how many resources Kinnan has. Like
endless, it appears, right?
It's really hard to say because everything is so interwoven. Like everybody has so many cards drawn and so much mana.
No, this is getting.
And now they're super concerned about how much mana that Remington is leaving available to fight over things in case there's an instant speed win attempt.
Yeah. Which makes sense, right?
Yeah,
that's where we're going, folks. We're going to an instant win. Everything's gonna happen the minute
there will be a stack of like so someone's gonna slip, and all of a sudden there's gonna be 50 triggers and spells on the stack.
Yeah,
and what's our time in the round now?
Our time in the round with the 4-minute extension appears to be 17 minutes left.
Oh, so 21 total. That's
so I think
plenty
you
of
get
time.
1 turn rotation, maybe.
That would make sense. Because they're on turn 5 or 6 now?
Hard to say with Lance. I guess we can assume that Marshall has a miss land drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, like I said, CDH is not the turn 2 format that people say it is.
Not anymore.
I mean, yes, this is the same speed as you see some casual decks going. It's only going that slow because everybody is playing with that much intensity and that many resources. Like, if this was a CDH deck against some casual decks, this would not be the case. But it's the fact that we have 3 grindy mid-range decks that are all fighting over every single thing that happens. They all have 3 triggers.
And I think, folks, and this can be maybe an argument kind of thing. Like, people don't fight over engines. Everybody will let a Ristic Study more or less get resolved. Because if you counter, you're going to get behind. And then another Ristic Study is going to come down. And then you took 2 people out of the game.
That's what happened every single time we see, like, it really sucks, but like it's usually correct to mental misstep a fish.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's like you mental misstep a fish, and then the next person also has a fish, and all of a sudden the person who got mental misstepped is all salty.
It's like, no,
why did you hit mine,
bruh? Or an Esper Sentinel, whatever.
I guess I could have hit both if I really wanted to, but I can't. Like,
it's like, it's not you. I would have hit both of you. It's not you personally, sir.
It's just turn order.
Yeah. Turn order simulator.
Turn order like does dictate a lot, I will say.
Yeah.
Like we've seen the statistics that turn like seat 1 and 2 are so much favored over seat 4. Like it's ridiculous.
No, yeah, it is. I think,
and that comes into play on turn 1 too. Like even like when you're establishing your resources, the fact that turn 1 can put down a Ristic Study and then everybody else tries to play out the fast man and feeds them 4 cards, like that's a big deal.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal. Turn 1 Esper Sentinel will draw you maybe 2 cards, right?
Oh yeah, a turn 1 Esper Sentinel can it'll draw you 3 cards for sure. And if they fight over something, maybe it's 4 or 5. Like
to the left of it. So playing like a turn 1 Esper Sentinel versus a turn 4 Esper Sentinel.
That's what's for turn, like
on rotation order. Yeah,
yeah,
it is. crazy wild. Oh, so here's Hazel. Not all about everybody.
Wait, what's
Here
happening now?
comes-
What's happening now?
Here comes the Hazel Bruise Master.
Oh, yeah. See it. Oh.
Should we go into this, folks? Since literally everything's
let's
gonna
knock it out
pop
a
up. We're going to turn on the players' mic so we can hear them. Since I'm pretty certain
Because
everything's gonna happen.
by Thrasius Vial.
Yep.
Yes.
This is on the stat. Oh.
I mean, yeah, interaction. Not really. I mean, nothing else. What do you do? I'm pretty sure if he had removal, he would have hit the flash enabler anyway. Maybe not. In a game like this, it's like Sandbag City. Have to. It's not even like. It's kind of greedy, but it's
These are greedy.
I mean, what, do you have something to do?
I can back you up if you can.
Looks like not as much politicking
All right,
as
so
you
can
guys.
you just
I
so
can't
that
tell if priority has
not
been
pay for
passed.
time
I don't
on
know
your
if did Brewmaster resolve. It looks like it. If there's a
What are
devoted
you
on top.
intending to do with it?
no, I don't know. Nothing. He's intending to draw.
Jason's
No, I'm
sizing
gonna
up the
teach-
situation,
I'm not
trying to
throwing
figure
feeding
out a
him.
way
I
to
just
get
want to. I'm gonna cast it.
He's really trying to get Remington to back out of this. Or like trying to get some interaction out of anyone else before he has to do everything.
Yeah.
It's endurance.
Oh,
Endurance.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
but also
yeah,
like,
that's an answer.
well, because devoted druid's currently in the grave. Yeah.
Oh, devoted druid
I'm
on
not
the
paying
graveyard.
endurance.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's
this
an
must
answer.
be this must
So
be
there'll
with
be
the
priority. So
Brewmaster
first off,
trigger on
endurance
the
on the stack.
stack.
I'm gonna represent both of your triggers like this. Okay?
Yep.
That is a good response.
So this is man.
Also,
I know
a
it's
huge
targeting.
shout out to Evan Freedom Waffle for
Yeah,
representing
it is.
stacks.
Well, we can put it on
Nice and
top
clear
for target,
for us
that
to
way we
follow
know
along
it's
for
Sure.
everybody and
Yeah, I agree.
being very
You have a trigger first.
talkative
Are you
of what's
passing
happening on the
target?
board too. Makes our jobs much easier. Much love, Evan.
Yeah, especially in this kind of board where there's so many things happening
And
all at the
then
same time.
you have a. I just want to tap out. Yeah. And I,
Okay, so
I know
we're
it's
gonna
a lot
start
of
resolving
I might-
Mystic Studies and Smelling
You're good
Eyes
to go.
on this endurance,
Um,
which who knows what kind of interaction.
Who knows? This is literally to be when everything goes crazy, right?
Oh, I presume it. Like I assume it is. I mean, like we've seen Thrasius Vial draw
and then endurance is
a couple cards, and they have the ability to make a lot of mana to back themselves up. Six
Wow.
Okay, that's an answer to endurance.
Yeah,
That is a card.
I guess
That's do you play that card?
I don't run it, but I've seen people use it just because of the impact of like silence creatures like
Friend,
Annabelle,
I-
Showdown, Oracle,
You're good.
Kanan.
I agree. I mean, it's definitely. I definitely see it as more.
do this
Okay,
right.
okay. So we're
I don't
seeing
wanna
Jason
lose that
presenting the
event.
hand.
You're not gonna beat this.
Jason's saying, "Hey, I only have like
So I've got a
one, maybe
card.
2 pieces of interaction. Like, please don't."
Like,
I think
because, yeah, you're not going to beat this
is good
hand.
because he
Stop
doesn't have to
fighting.
fight more.
I mean, he can. Like, you know, it looks like Remington has a book on his hand.
Yeah, I guess you can.
Oh, I thought. Go ahead. No.
What? Is that
Yeah, so,
I thought you'd.
we're seeing the typical thing that happens in these games where they're going to start like saying, "Hey, I don't want to interact here because someone else is going to win," and then it'll end up in. I think like whether or not they let the turns continue, like this is where I think the first drop of cards is going to happen because that's usually what happens. I mean, as much as I hate draws in tournament CDH, it's probably going to happen because nobody wants to overcommit.
Yeah.
He knows not that.
So it's slightly different, like, I guess, in the top 16 or top 4 because you can
No,
get a draw
For
in
clarity's
the
sake,
and you
let me
still
just
be
do
the
this.
tape.
Oh yes,
So
you draw here and
the
then you win 2
trigger
games
ability.
afterward. You're probably
Activating
winning
for
pretty
trigger
good.
ability. No, it's trigger. Yes,
This
trigger.
is
This
And
will
then
be
this-
my activate. My trigger.
considering Evan's the one that passed
But can we
priority
do
on the
this again?
MBT or like was trying to like get the other player to
It
do
is
that
very
time. I wouldn't be surprised if
Yeah.
Jason wanted him to do stuff as well because he has cards on resource.
I pass on.
You pass it. Okay.
Like, I
you're
think
gonna have to deal with this.
Jason's probably in a good spot to not interact and just be like, hey, like I'm gonna let
great, that's fine,
Evan
that's
do stuff.
I'm gonna
Okay, yeah.
pass on this.
So it looks like we're passing on
Okay,
6
so-
serenades, so
so
endurance
six-
is gone.
Endurance gets countered to make a third.
Shit, I missed my phone.
Okay, we have a missed crown trigger.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, because that would have been the yeah. So it should have been crown on the stick serenade.
No.
No.
I have priority on passing.
Also, this is like, hey guys, I gotta win. No, no, sir, no.
And
Have
I'll
we seen?
just pay for stuff.
What is this card?
I have to check.
Go for it.
It's a blue card.
Are you
Looks
good on
like
triggers?
I can't
Do you have the list?
I
Yeah,
agree,
so
though. I
we
don't
can-
think you're beating this.
match it to the
Yeah.
You know I have
Like 1 or 2 minute instant is that?
All those are
Chain of
getting
Vapor
exiled.
problem?
Okay.
Maybe.
Chain rain freeze. No,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
put mine
gonna
here,
be-
counter on it to represent dogs.
Into the flop map?
Yeah, that's good.
Does that look like flood
Am I good
mode?
to draw my card? Or you have a card?
Where'd it go?
Trigger.
Well, no,
I don't think so. It's kind of
So
like a
Strix
yellow.
is.
kind of like a little
How
bit.
did it
No,
Vapor
Strix
Snag,
has already
I don't
resolved.
think
I'm
so.
bouncing the Brewmaster.
I know.
Might be Chain of Vapor.
I understand that.
Probably.
No, it's ETB.
Which Chain of Vapor
That's
is
not
that?
ETB.
He's
I'm
targeting the
aware.
Brewmaster top.
Yeah,
That's where.
Okay, so yeah, so
Your
it is.
devoted druid's
It is
gonna
a
get
bounce spell.
lost.
Gotcha. I mean, that would make sense. You're browsing the Hazel's Brewmaster.
We have 4.
Devoted Druid is
So 14.
already exiled.
Mhm.
Brewmaster gets picked up. The food no longer has the ability. You can go to the Brewmaster back
I
down,
don't
but
It doesn't do anything. Yeah.
the Devoted
That
Druid is already
ability's
gone.
I guess
gone.
he maybe does have to play.
Yeah. Hazel's Brewmaster, good card. I don't know. 4-mana creature that
It is a great card.
it can be interacted with for
I
sure.
agree. That is a good card. Right in the free.
Okay, so what's the storm count quickly? And then there is a.
Heart right there.
So
Brain
Hazel.
freeze. Okay.
Casting Brain Freeze.
Targeting.
Neons?
I guess they're determining storm right now.
Hazel
Storm's
does
like
not count.
6-ish.
Yeah, true. So I pass 1, you pass 1. You pass 1, and then you cast.
Oh no.
This
no.
is your. This is
I
your
think you
second.
said 6
No,
cards.
Endurance,
So-
Serenade,
Yes. Okay. So.
Hazel's
And
Brewmaster,
that's.
Chain of
yeah,
Vapor. That's
So
5.
this.
Okay.
Cast 5,
5
right?
and then plus the 3 from the original brain freeze, so it should be a
There's
total of
triggers.
6.
Who's your original target?
Unless there's other cards that have cast and we're missing something.
Oh, he's targeting himself.
Okay.
So this might be
On the
I have a
breach
trigger
line.
first.
this might be a breach line on top,
I'm gonna draw.
which would be
You're good.
funky.
So your storm count 3 if that's okay.
We're saying
Dude,
go.
the double win
So
attempt
turn
is
storm count is 4.
balls
And then you just
in.
made it 5. There's a draw.
To see how they can pull it off.
No,
They do have a delay
I'm
of
gonna
half
track
swing, which they already tapped.
You want to track short?
It's now
It
5.
can sometimes make you cast something uncounterable.
And then they're also the active players, so they have a
I'm
Donkey
good on
Kong
that.
active as well. You have to remember that. The card should
I
be
might
going
as
to
well do
Donkey.
something. On storm count. Storm's good. Are you targeting
That is
yourself?
true.
So the endurance is over there as exiled under Donkey with a support counter.
We know the target's there.
Right.
We'll resolve.
Oh, okay.
So. Yeah,
We'll see how these.
So devoted Druid's still in the graveyard?
So
yes.
you know 15?
Okay.
Because
So the
Endurance Vector-
Brewmaster can come back down.
Correct. Unless he was targeted already. If he gets targeted by the Hazel's Brewmaster, he'll excelled.
Well, because I think if he borns, he can. If he gets bounced, he can flash it back in and exile it on top. If it hasn't been exiled yet,
Oh, like
So-
the targets on the stack?
so like, yeah. So the target, if it's still in the graveyard, the target is currently targeting the Hazel's
Yeah,
Master.
Yeah, that's an answer.
And Jason bounces
Okay,
his
and
head,
then
he can
there's the snapback.
flash it back in like, with Born, which we know is in hand.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good
Image
answer.
develop.
Do they have all the
Cannons
picks? Because
in there.
they're
I mean, they
He's
have a lot
tagging.
of mana still open. Maybe not a
Clear
ton,
pass.
but yeah, enough. We'll see. I don't know.
Nothing.
This is tense.
Well, for breach, you can win.
definitely want to.
Are we showing hands? Is that what's happening?
No, that's
But
great.
you've got
That's.
a truckloaded
Okay,
card.
yes.
I didn't know it's his hand.
But
I'm not
yeah,
sure
we cast
about
another spell.
Oh, okay. that was the no cards off Rangers. That was no
Okay,
cards.
got it.
I was like, why are you showing
Yes.
someone you have a mind break trap when it's your turn and you're going for it? I know that Evan's a good political player, but like, wow, that's amazing.
The gentleman gymnastics.
Resolve, and then now we're back to
So it
direct
looks
activation.
like-
Just it'll be exiling and making it.
Okay, looks like we're still kind of resolving this deck. Let's see what happens
So,
with.
are we back to Chain of Vapor? Is that what's happening? No, Chain of Vapor resolves.
The Brewmaster's on hand.
It's just that Brewmaster.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha. No.
Because I'm
You'd have to
targeting
exile.
to exile.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think.
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Matters
so
to
they're
them.
just resolving that. They're not trying to
Right, but
do any
the
shenanigans.
crew doesn't have the abilities. We stopped the thing. We stopped.
Do you keep going here? What do you think?
Let's be
I
clear.
think I stopped, and now
Like
because you
passive?
need to underworld breach right now, right? If that is the line you're going for,
Do you think it gets bad?
well, it doesn't matter because you
You
have
have,
received.
yeah, you do have.
I got you.
Maybe that's true. Is you just
Alright, Storm's at 6.
maybe just like let it like pass the turn, untap. Let's see.
Okay.
What are they
How much
odds?
time is left, Freddie?
We have 4 minutes. They announced 10. I want to say it's like 12. I want to say it's
It's
like
like 12-ish minutes in the round.
probably close to
Because they have they're going to hand size of
Okay, so discard the hand size. I wouldn't be surprised if they attempted to double breach in the upkeep, just because they have the seed warrior still around.
Yes,
Yep.
And then they have plenty of
We'll
mana.
be doing no.
to be doing everything.
100%.
So 6 minutes left in the round. We're getting close to the dynamite exploding, or
It's hard to tell. I mean, it really just depends on how much Jason and Evan have to force it back to their turn. Because,
I don't think they're going together. By the way.
oh yeah, no, but I mean, you already said Evan has the option of popping the play color,
Yep.
which
Which is it's very quiet. It's very sneaky. I'm sure
yeah,
Jason might have caught it, but like you have to like the mirror is kind of not hidden, but it's
Well, is
placed.
it still a smothering tide?
Also, the board
I think it still might be a smothering tide, so he wouldn't have the option to turn it into something.
It feels good. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it loses the ability.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, okay, so it's
If he did copy a smothering tide, then he cannot do
I'm
that.
pretty sure he made a treasure, so
He's
he's hoping
hoping
option.
he's hoping Jason gets his turn, and then maybe that's when he does the thing.
If I were Remington, I might just send it right now before elevators to play anything else. Esper Sentinel, a little late.
Little late, party boy.
Oh no, it's not. I was thinking the artifact.
Maybe an extra enchantment. Maybe you pump the boy to give
By the way,
or something. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's one thing Elevator can do, and you can make your Esper Sentinel like a 6.
You are.
Yeah,
So
just-
you're not paying for that.
Yeah, you get to draw at least 3 cards. Maybe this one, maybe one of them is like a source splasher if it's relevant.
But that's
So I have
really late.
one untapped force left.
And we're paying for
So
it.
I'm gonna move to combat.
It looks
For
like
all the good in the world that it's going to do.
Because I think I want you to get
combat.
damage. I have
Who's passing priority on combat?
Yeah, I don't think I have a
Acknowledging
cheat
it,
attack
trigger.
anywhere.
I think you need to force the double flash, right?
Do you attack
He's got block
Jason here?
Yeah.
I'll literally show you my hand.
No, it doesn't matter.
What do you
What I'm
think?
really concerned about is in order to get
Remington.
I don't know. I mean, it really like. So the creatures that can attack right now, you have 2 flyers, and then Elevere that can attack. I guess the Hornells, the
the more I
Hornells doesn't
attack,
get into
the
anywhere.
more he might. It's just risk enough.
Okay,
Well,
that-
Hornells doesn't even drop cards. I don't know
So
why
I'm
you
gonna
like, but.
declare.
It just turns out that value. So.
no, you keep it up for
Okay,
mana,
so you're
right?
swinging with Elevere. Interesting. I mean, I guess Elevere is
I'm
bigger
gonna
than
declare
the
these 3
stuff.
attackers.
I
Actually,
don't think
You have
they're
flyers.
blockers, right?
I have flyers.
Like, you can-
Yeah,
I mean, whatever.
And chump
Maybe
blockers.
Death Right Sam is a jump blocker, right? Because it's again, you're not.
So
not
your
a
the
flyers
Death
are
Shaman
bird.
isn't going to do anything.
No.
There's-
And mocking and
it's just going to sit there as a blocker for now and tap your mana with Guy's Cradle, but
yeah.
Like, he
it's
has
just-
so many compact win conditions available to him right now. He can flash out a basalt.
yeah, as
He's got
you
less
said,
cards.
they're
So it looks like they didn't.
Dress
No.
Wild-
For sure,
Justice and
Elder's
Vile
going
could
here.
have
I'm trying to figure out the flyers.
so. They didn't copy?
all-
They didn't play it?
Yeah.
No,
If
they're
we're going to
not.
time
I
it,
thought
we
it's
can
just
turn them off.
okay.
Okay.
I will literally show you.
You've
That
already started.
maybe.
No, I thought he was talking about how
He just doesn't.
Justice
Yeah.
Vile
So
has so many
declare
reactions they can
attackers.
fly.
Okay.
Because
Times 2 target.
they still have a kid on board. If they
That
have
is
a small
true.
monolith in hand,
That is game.
that's
Depends,
game.
because it's gonna go up after.
There's all kinds of stuff they can have. Like again, they could have the basalt monolith is
So
a win con right now. The Retraction Hill is a win con right now.
5, 7,
There's
11.
a lot of things that could just break this wide open. Even copying like
Honorable breach.
So-
Also weird.
oh yeah, just flashing on overreach would win. I mean, I don't know if we saw an LED, but we definitely saw brain freeze,
Yeah.
which presumably
That's
gets to
half.
overreach. Like,
That's
and
half.
there's a
Yeah,
inhuman
so it's
graveyard as
five.
well. No, yeah, that's breach is very live.
Yeah.
Breach is you win.
2,
Breach is 1 card combo at this point, which
So
again,
there's that's at least 4 cards that Jurassic File can
yeah, you're gonna hold fire.
have. What do we see? Right now? Oh, they're looking at graveyard. Never mind.
this is great. That's a big graveyard, by the way.
Okay, so we see what's it called?
Like, we're at that
Artifact clone is in graveyard as well. Not really relevant
We're
anymore.
drawn, we're gonna
Unfortunately,
draw.
the red drew gone.
Oh, yeah.
Are they presenting a draw? Is Jason trying to?
Jason's doing the Jason
I
thing.
mean, it makes sense. This is
I know
probably
we're
where you push for a draw.
Yeah, like-
Five
I'm
minutes,
attempting to
6
pass
minutes.
Yeah,
For,
You have
not too
any?
much.
I'm assuming he does. I'm
Yeah.
assuming he
It looks
does.
like Jason will be the last turn before we got time, because I'm imagining he will take the.
The Jurassic File has stuff to do in one step.
Just like tries activations. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, why wouldn't you? You have so much mana and you have the Seaborn Muse.
Keep your mana open too, in case.
You're forcing them to do stuff, and you're basically just refreshed yourself completely. I mean, maybe they don't have a win hand. I don't know. I would be very surprised, but
You don't think they would? With all the cards they've seen?
no, I'm pretty certain they would have a win hand, and I don't know why they wouldn't go for it because worst case scenario, they're using time on the clock. As much as it's kind of a crappy thing to do, like you have priority, and like you can make it so that Jason's turn is the last turn. For sure.
Well, I think Jason is going to be the last turn.
Oh, I mean-
because there's like a zillion triggers that are going to happen. He's going to go to combat. He's going to do the thing.
You could, yeah, you can definitely say this to time.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Can we resolve the touches?
so yeah, there's one Jurassic activation. Was there a second as well?
Yeah, I just also realized
Let
you left the
me-
mics on. Sorry, folks. I thought they were going to be doing more talking because it is getting to the point where it's going to be a dynamite term, and
That's true. That's true.
so I apologize for the kind of the background noise on them. Floracle win the game. Okay, so we're still at
Okay, so-
end step here.
We see green up. Yeah, as Jason said, it's hard not to win with your deck in your hand.
That's a
And a flash enabler and mana to work with.
well. It's funny. Literally, as we started this cast, right, we were like, what's the meta right now, right? And here it is.
What is that? Oh yeah, okay. Okay. So there was I think that was a Thassa's Oracle, was it?
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, because they have the. Okay, yeah. Here's Born. We know about Born.
Okay, so it looks like he might just push the time here.
I mean, yeah. That just seems like the best thing to do in your situation because
Yeah.
we just hit official time in the round. But they have a 4-minute extension by the sound of it, so we'll go another 4 minutes, and see where this ends up.
Okay, let's go ahead and we're gonna turn them on a little bit so you guys can hear them since this is likely going to be the last set of actions this turn. So there's a Born Up on a win on the stack.
No,
And
we would
I
like
think
we would
saw
like one
co-op
stack.
hand.
Yeah, I would like to.
Yeah,
Can I
like-
just do this?
Awkward.
So
We should put it
this
back.
isn't part of the stack. I'm gonna go here, and then we're gonna have them facing the direction of the player. Okay. Yep. That's how we'll know whose they are.
Yeah.
So Born Upon a Win top of the stack.
Thanks, Evan.
Making the trigger pile.
Yeah, thanks, Evan.
Ristic under my Mystic.
Ristic tile or Ristic Mystic. Oh,
So Mystic more top of the stack. Do you want to pay for?
I don't know about you, but I'm happy I'm not playing this game. I would get
You cannot. It has not
overwhelmed
resolved.
so fast.
Correct. Oh,
We're
yeah.
getting, I'm
So
getting
we're
overwhelmed
asking
with
you
watching.
You guys.
What are folks that are watching? What do you guys think of this game so far?
Are you paying 5 or are you paying 1?
Hey,
You all feel dirty as we do
all
watching
right,
this.
if you're fighting,
So regardless, top of the stack.
how many Ristic studies do we have? And
Just
Mystic
one-
Remorse, you can draw on your Mystic Remorse.
Okay,
Do you
that's
pay
top
for
of the
things
stack.
at this
Now
point, or you just kind of let
there's-
everything just kind of drop parts and it is what it is?
Yes.
Me,
Okay,
I don't know. If I was dressed as well and I know that my win con is 3 mana,
Oh, you paid with
I
the what?
might pay for things. But I mean, you have to do a little bit of mental math to figure that out.
Sounds good.
Well, you're also facing somebody that has,
I
what
don't
is
think
that,
this is the fight.
12 plus 4, 16 mana.
Because
And
he's already got
the ability
No,
to
I
Born Up on a
don't
Win
think
with
tithe
that
is a consideration anymore. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
probably just Ristic Study.
So Born has resolved. You draw.
Just because, like,
All right, we have tied.
if you don't have cards, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
At the same time, everybody has cards and everybody has
I'm
mana.
gonna.
So
Sorry, these are the opposite.
So we're just putting some triggers here, throw some cards. We're making
this is where I would like. This is where I would wish I had like an instant speed Praetor's Grasp to grab someone's like Grand Abolisher or something. Well, actually, no, Grand Abolisher wouldn't work. But
yeah, you guys.
yeah,
Like
was
just
it Marshall?
Yeah. Yeah.
just like grabbing a silence effect from someone else's deck, it would be very profitable. I don't think it's the case
Yeah. Then
though.
there's the concentration.
I might just push through it.
Yeah, you will get a Ranger Captain of Eos, right? And that's when you.
Yeah, I mean that's the one that works.
Yeah.
Because I don't
Yeah,
think
you're
silence works very well here. I mean,
good.
silence
I'm
could
not getting
resolve, but
another
it's not going to be.
Yeah, we both have
It's a lot easier to interact with than Ranger Captain. I mean,
So that's just kind of where we're at.
Ranger Captain itself still has to
Everyone's a
resolve,
threat.
but once it's
Except
done,
for
it's
you.
like
No, it's fine.
Cast off the decon.
A fair assessment. So it looks like we're still. There's a Thoracle.
okay.
So Born Up on a Win resolves. Now here's the
Okay, so we got triggers
Do
and
you mind if I just
Thougcle.
keep building it as we go?
Ristic and Crawl.
Ristic and Chrome. Paying
Pay
for
for the
Ristic,
risk,
they
but
still
not
have
obviously.
Crawl trigger resolve.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Now I have
Floating,
Southern
floating
Country.
one here.
Make mana.
7 mana available. Yep.
Now you Freddy on Thassa. Well, you Freddy on Thassa.
Dothi Boardwalker is active too, folks.
Oh yeah, no, they're
That's
waiting for
any-
something.
Any counterspell is under the Dalphy.
Yeah, that's an extra counterspell that folks need to remember, as I'm sure people that are playing the game are aware of, because they're putting counters in the Excel
So
file.
he
It
has
looks like
his trigger on the sack, and he's holding priority on top of it. Not triggered. So under the cast. Okay. Well, you passed on Thassa then?
No.
So Thassa's on the stack. Okay. That's what I was just.
Shazza's in the stack, and now we're casting Dark Ritual on top of the Thoracle.
Interesting.
So 14th effect.
I guess is he just trying to be more mana efficient? I mean, you're giving them an extra trigger. I mean, if you're using the Dark Ritual to pay for the Ristic studies, you just gave them an extra
No,
Ristic
sorry,
study
and
trigger.
then you're paying.
Choose what card.
Yeah, so
Maybe they didn't have the pips to be that. Maybe they need some sort of interaction. Like they need Thoracle. Maybe they have
Just
decon.
be
things
aware
like
when you're
that.
feeding him and not paying that
I guess you could use a Soul Ring to pay for the Ristics instead.
Yeah. So we'll see. We don't know like the contents of the hands too much, but this is getting ready to. Cool.
What are we on
What
that?
did I say? Flash effect. They can't go to a flash effect after
So they
that.
announced.
Wow,
It just hit.
surprise
Oh, it
ticket
just hit. It? This is now final.
It's almost like I've been playing enough games. Yeah. Well, yeah,
I believe.
you've
I'm
been
just
playing
not
decks like this for
getting
a while. But it's been like a past couple months that things have devolved into this state where it's just like everybody's sitting there.
Locked. Yeah.
What is that?
Senses?
So I'll
No,
resolve
that's Dark Ritual.
first.
No, that's not Dark Ritual.
Correct.
I can't tell.
Hold up.
No, it's a different art.
Oh.
That's not a card. That's a proxy or something. An altar.
One way. I don't know if it's right.
So maybe they're doing Tainted Pack, and if Tainted Pack doesn't resolve, then they don't care about Oracle too much, right? So they won't defend that too much.
Yeah, they can just take it back for something else.
Yeah.
That's the power of having so many win lands.
Did he have a lot of counter magic?
Do
in hand? I feel
multiple
like
things.
maybe we have that much.
Maybe they don't have breach in hand
No,
and
no.
they
The
take
reason
it
I'm
back for
asking,
breach
the reason
instead.
I'm asking,
that could be
is
fun.
that like I'm just deciding if
So Mindbreak Trap is alive.
if he has a bunch of counter magic, he will
Like a
just win
zillion
the
cards
fight.
have been
because he's
casted
gonna
already.
fight
I'm just three.
I don't even have.
I don't know why you don't wait to see if the Thoracle is.
Well,
Is this
you
the
wanna
trigger
show?
on the stack?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a reason I'm asking.
So we're
But, like,
showing some cards.
If
Are
we're
we?
scared
I
of
wonder
like
if they're
the cards at the
maybe
end,
missing because we were kind of chatting
No,
back and
what
forth.
I'm really
I
trying to
wonder
do
if
is
they're
figure out how
looking
much
for a draw at this
information
point
about.
because
Oh,
it is
no, I'm sure-
it is
sure-
time at this
I'm
time.
sure I'm looking. They're
All I'm
waiting.
asking
They're not going to another turn.
I don't have
Like
much
Jason doesn't
information.
get a turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's what I was saying. Why would you like Jason to turn?
I don't have
Do
that
it.
much. I don't have that much, and so once he draws it, then I will.
So we just kind of figure it out. We just kind of blindly turn them up a little bit.
If I use it now, I don't want to die. I can, the Thornhill Soul is actually still passing that, and I can make it a problem. That's why I'm asking. Is that fair?
I think you should intend to stop the Thoracle if you can.
Okay, so you don't think we're gonna die? Like for sure, he draws it. I'll go first.
I think we played.
You see what I'm asking?
I think we played our outs, and our out is we have to
No,
answer
that's
a win
fine.
on
I just didn't want to lose because he's got everything and then draws the win. Does he have win if he finds his
No, not that I see.
Countering the maybe the
there's
attack or
triggers
recon,
in
which
the
one of the two it
Is
is.
that your first or
I
second?
thought it was one word. Maybe,
So yeah, you're just representing first. I'm not
We shall see what this stack develops. So figures.
Seems fierce, right?
And then
It turns into the kind of situation that either Remington has like 4 pieces of counter magic in hand, or they draw. Like,
But they come on, Remington, push through. What is this?
Fierce guardianship.
okay, this is Fierce Guardianship as well.
So these are all kind of different cards. So
Fierce and Fierce. Yeah.
can I make one?
and then I
I think we picked a good table to watch.
yeah, this is a great table. This is being at 3. Do not anticipate this from one. Need a little warm up.
I do feel bad for Marshall. The elevator didn't put his line in the way they
All right, well, I
thought.
use my first. It's gonna be
And it
All
was
those are
unfortunate because they were,
getting
they made the land drops that were making plays, right? Just when you're faced against,
so it's gonna be a
right? It is just so difficult to even keep up.
counter. I'm just not gonna use all my interactions. I'll throw you the game. I'd rather.
I understand.
Yeah, but I'm just making clear so you because you can priority.
I get it. I'm also trying not to lose to it.
No, I agree. I still get it.
Yeah.
I think we're both in the same spot. We don't want to
The
drop.
question is,
So this has been
are we
resolved.
going to
This
see
is
the
under
copy
dog.
of
There's a Tainted Pack
Flood
top of stack.
Color on top of all this?
Well, it's your
Maybe.
first.
I mean, I think he just gets responded to. That's the case.
So my big thing is I don't think we can get to a position where
Like
we
you let the
can
console,
counter draw
or you let the
unless
console
we
resolve,
get
and
I
then
get it,
historical
but
trigger
it's all
stack, and
passed.
then
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you think you're clear, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
So generally,
Still
the way
hasn't,
I approach instant
uh,
speed wins, and I don't know if this is the correct way, but you kind of just hang out, team with everybody. There's
I don't know if we just stop
Yeah, I
there
know.
and
That's
do what
when
I
you go.
gotta do.
Wait, you don't have mana. Oh, yeah, you
Like,
do.
you don't really need to
No, we're
force
not
anything,
going to,
right?
Yeah, we are not going to another turn.
And then just pop it, as you would.
yeah, I've been wondering if I need to include more instant speed options. I mean, it's really hard outside of.
No, we know it's time.
Yeah,
Time
yeah,
is
unfortunately. Like, it,
I don't know if I stop here.
you get the card draw, you get counter spells, you get flash effects, and it's like,
You get some removal, you get some
I'm not
removal
gonna
as
do
well.
anything now.
You have one shot.
the colors aren't balanced, folks.
The colors are not balanced. You heard it here first at MPG06 from me.
This is resolved. Now there's the top
It is what it is.
So I stick a drug.
Are you?
I'm being
I'm passing
backside. It
your
makes
So
me
are you passing your
playable.
go?
Actually, maybe not.
So Thoracle resolves need to be
No, I
triggered on
would
the
not
side.
ban Oracle. That would be game warping.
I said unban Duckside.
Oh, I would not have banned Darkseid. I'm sorry, folks. If you play Darkseid, that card was an error. Sir.
Now that there's a win off the stack, we can start talking about
Now you
whatever you
gotta
want to start
Yeah,
talking
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, for sure. And I think everyone's been doing the right politics. It's just we have to be like diligent about it because like
What's going on now?
it's
So
weird
now,
when you keep paying attention.
Remington's done.
Did it
which-
sound like the?
Everyone's a friend.
Okay, so
Every
it sounded
single
like
person.
Twitter
I'll put
our
them all.
time, yeah.
Thank God I didn't.
Now people need to
Yeah, well, This
Yeah,
is-
yeah.
This is
had a
the-
wicked
the-
comeback.
I just
Super
needed you
wicked
not to
comeback.
make a threat while we were one strong. He's got a fat stack. Any tutor now, he's probably got
And
remote.
also, now you can also copy a Oracle that's in the battlefield.
True.
Bro, I don't
Well,
play swords.
It's a little hard to,
You took it out.
resolve that.
I
with
took it
Arceus or something
I
like
never
that,
took
can
it out.
imagine.
So
It
tough
is-
stack
It
is
can
these.
draw a check. It's just that you don't have
So we're good on all.
easy access to
I'm
some
gonna just shortcut to treasure.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if you're playing like a non-blue black deck, copying Oracle and you have Tainted Pact, because Tainted Pact is just a very
Yeah, I'm not
decent
fighting
tool,
two
if you can
people in
just do
that whole
that,
entire
whether it's like reanimating it or whatever.
I mean,
No,
you
that's a
gotta
fair
try to win now.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
Well,
copying Oracle,
Well,
but
he could
definitely
pass priority,
copying
like
Flood
attempt to
Power
pass
would
the
be-
turn, and then have you
Right.
guys
You're-
start.
they-
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm doing nothing.
He's actually. Oh,
Are they
this
drawing?
is-
This is
Looks
more
like Jason
my
passed
slowest.
priority
Oh, God.
at end
Yeah, I'm
step.
passing
That's right.
Evan.
Drum roll.
You're
Evan
going to draw?
passed.
Because if you pass, it's a draw.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They're shaking hands. Let's see. Rankin's still like in the tank.
It's round one.
You might
Yeah,
have
it is
left
round
out.
one.
You get the easier turn ladder after this.
Do we draw or do we play?
Are you going to your upkeep yet or no?
no. I don't
no.
get a
No,
turn.
this is it.
Oh,
So
Yeah,
if you
Jason
pass,
said
because it's
he
on
was-
the-
oh,
there's
this
time.
is
Okay.
just-
yeah,
This
yeah.
is why-
That's why we were
Oh,
taught to.
If you have breach in hand, you might as well go for it.
Just throw out a big I'm gonna flood mod the
There's still an active board.
Yeah. Can we just use this as the stack?
Okay, so we're seeing a flood maw.
Into the Opal.
Sure.
There's
And
tutor from
your
breakthrough or something.
ballistic is first.
So we're seeing Jason attempt something at instant
With the
speed.
burn up on a win.
Okay.
Just gonna draw whatever card. Yep.
2 times.
Can I make mana?
Oh boy.
Yes.
And then I'll. Now I have drawn.
Can I make mana?
You guys thought this is over? Ha! Jokes on everybody.
Let's take another 10 minutes, please.
You're trying to go on the top.
So we're getting rid of the Opal. So that means a tutor,
trying to
one
think.
fairy tutor, right? And followed by upon when we'll draw you the card you need.
How was chat?
You can always
feeling
recast
about
it.
this? You having fun?
Yeah.
And chat is fine with us. They're all just amused
Well,
with
but if you still
whatever.
pass it, it's only 2.
This is that is happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine.
That's good.
So that's
Flood
resolved.
maw resolved.
Yes.
Is there mana to recast that though?
The opposite.
Did we not see Delphi Crack?
Don't
Interesting.
do
We did not see.
I still have flooding.
No.
Then not
Don't do that.
talk about it?
Sure.
The reason you need to wait till it tutors. Yeah. If you pass it first, you just respond.
Gotcha. So you're
So now we're priority for Evan. Does he
still
let
active
the game
player?
go?
Yeah. So
Okay.
anytime the stack is empty, if anyone
Yeah.
passes the game,
No, I'm just trying to understand whose turn it is right now.
Oh, dude, even though I have protection, I'm gonna put this trigger in the stack for 2
Sure,
crash,
so-
and then I'm gonna crack 3 treasures.
Okay, so he's tutoring now.
No.
Is that an emergency? What is that?
Well, I see City
I
right now.
hope so. Let's see if I hit
I
something
see it.
good.
Interesting.
Oh, he's putting an activation on the stack. Okay.
I mean, maybe you hit something.
Yeah, no,
If it
it's
hits
There's
any
plenty
flash
now.
enabler, we just die.
I still, I don't know. My hand is not as good as you.
Yeah, as Jason said, if he hits any flash enabler, he probably just loses.
No, that is true. Right?
I mean, is
not
that
gonna be
going
tapped
to
out.
high pay, or is it just
Why not?
Then
color?
I just lose, so
So it's 1 out of 100 if that's the case. But
I don't even have wins still. So
Draw.
are you?
Let's see. Let's see.
I don't understand why you're not pushing because
Well, I just feel like he's also got breach. So I don't want to lose.
no, him, right?
Are you
Why I'm
pushing?
not pushing?
Yeah, it doesn't make
Because
sense.
It's still 4 center dolphin.
Evan.
Yeah,
I saw what how I saw how
okay,
many
so they're
things you
acknowledging
have
that.
in your hand.
They realize that there
Yeah,
is a
so
counter
it's
spell
not
they're
like
going
I'm
to
gonna get through you.
I'm gonna spin again. Floating a blue.
They're just letting
Because
Evan
the thing
spin.
is, if you don't try to win on top of his flash enabler right now,
Right, I get it.
I can't even.
kill you.
I got it.
So, there has
It's
to
not-
be
Yeah, high pay.
I'm spinning.
Yep, there's one, and I
Okay.
presume value flow colors from here, Josh.
Full color.
There goes my saw.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so you have 2 flash enablers and they're kind of hit by Ken spins.
Try again.
And that's not the kind of thing you can respond to. So even though Drastic Vial has a Born and a Value Flow available, any kind of clone, any kind of flash enabler here is
Also, that you have, I guess, first and for preserving the battlefield. Oh, there's one. Oh, alone. That will do it.
okay. Well, here we go.
Oh, that's
Shapeshift or
Yeah, I can
something?
copy the flash.
Yep.
which I think is the mirror, but I just don't see it so well.
Okay, this is. We'll see. I presume this is
Let me
going
look
to
at my
be
hand.
valid for
I think I'm
color.
just copying.
I think that's what
Enters his body for color. Oh, jeez.
All right, I'm gonna copy.
And you can't respond to that.
Sure. I'm gonna have it enter his flavor.
Okay, so you have a second flicker.
That is good.
You see what I'm saying? Right now, if you cast the racial one on top.
I'm gonna go ahead and. I mean, you're gonna use the same plan, especially because now I think I'd rather try to win than just accept a draw. So I'm gonna cast a mirror mirror. So yeah, I have a blue floating.
It could enter as a first mirror, or as a mirror
So
without
that
it
makes
being a copy somewhere else.
and then we have.
What will you copy though at
This
this
is
point?
the stack. There's a
I mean, just have it as a mirror. Like, you can have assault in hands.
Oh,
It could just be a mirror, and then you get that
I'm gonna pass
to fix
on
the color filtration.
oh, sure. That's a good point.
now there's two
Remember
spelling
the
countries.
layer for
I think you
where
have
copy
to
comes in,
first,
where
right? You got what color?
He wants you
be
to
a
tap
copy
out, not
of the
be able
mirror
to.
without
That's
being a
actually
copy of the
that one's
mirror
not
is a
true.
copy.
That's
If the mirror, do you know the mirror's copy?
regardless. You need to not
So
tap.
no, the mirror is copying. So this isn't Marshall's turn. It's Modern Italia.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So he's kind of waiting to see if
You
he will
can't tap out.
resolve.
I'm not messing. I'm good on both.
Let's see how this is navigated.
Trigger.
So much card draw.
Okay, so we have a Ristic study.
How much mana do you have?
One might have 60
Yeah,
mana
as you-
available for
Omniscience, right here.
Evan.
Am I making it?
Omniscience. Yeah,
You're good to
yes. Makes sense.
I'm gonna make it.
I mean, whatever Jason draws, you can cast.
Okay.
That's
Friday on Mirror Mage.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
21 mana off of Spirit Type.
Goodness gracious. Card busted.
What is this mirror made? It's
Card is busted.
artifact or an
Does this study need to be banned?
it's
I mean, I would appreciate it.
As a non-blue player?
it's
I
probably
mean,
just
even I've been
another
dabbling playing Escalation. It's like, it's just the card is just.
Yeah.
or maybe another.
I think my
fish.
biggest issue is Ristic
we're
Study
gonna be
causes
fighting
the
over
game to
this.
twice as long
Correct.
because every spell includes a Ristic Study trigger.
Like this one?
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
like how much time have you just been spent resolving Ristic
I'll
Study
pass
triggers?
my counter
Yeah,
how you
whether it's
see how you.
I would imagine
Yeah.
quite a bit. Quite frankly, quite a bit.
Let's go.
Need to go a little quieter on the commentaries.
on the mirror made by Jason.
Resolve.
Make money.
I'm gonna make mine. And then my drawing.
Make money.
Yeah.
Make money.
I will
This is
respond
going
to
on.
the red blast with the card I just drew. I'll pass.
Is that a Ristic study?
Instant speed Ristic Study.
Also, I am gonna
Yeah.
declare my flood color triggers right now.
That's gross.
Oh yeah, we can untap birds. There are birds.
So you draw first. You're gonna draw.
There is a
These are my flood color triggers.
There's paralyzed?
Money.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Make money.
No, they might have forgotten about it, but it's
I made mine
underneath
first.
Always?
I thought there was one on Jurassic Files.
This is my
Am I misremembering?
case somehow.
See it.
Well, because there's something underneath the.
Oh,
outline.
you're right. There might be a bird.
Just
We
get it if you're
I
in
gotta fix it. Generally forgot about that too. Because that is relevant text maybe, right? When you just need extra mana, that's text too each time.
Is this even more of an effective flash enabler? Because they end up canceling each other out because you end up with the same issue of like, hey, am I gonna go for it? Or are they gonna go for it? And then like,
Nobody does anything.
yeah, it's like
It's a nuclear arms race, if you will.
everybody knows that each other have a flash enabler.
What are we
and you end up
advertising?
everybody
Because we're late.
holding on to
Oh,
it.
we're-
At the same time, everybody has an active flash
Yeah,
enabler,
way
then you
over.
actually have to figure
my
out what
color.
the heck is going on because
Oh man, this is a
you have
wild
to
game.
have more things to do than your opponent.
Yeah, I have to.
There's no way to fight over enough.
Good.
There's no way. And just for folks to know, this
Okay,
round
fine.
ended
I think you-
roughly 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Sick.
Oh no.
I mean, it's going by fast. There's a lot going on.
There is. They're doing the best to move through this delicate, very delicate turn right, and we have to appreciate that. So, this is a long game, and there's a lot of things to keep track of. So one tiny misstep, you lose the game. If you will.
Sorry. This is. Where's your force?
Right there. I fixed out
Yep.
And all these counter spells are all going into round. Is that? Is a will.
Okay.
I want mana. You're good. Well, actually, hold on.
Oh man, no, false.
So tied this.
Oh,
Crop
Crop Rod
rotation
4.
Additional cost.
I'm trying to think of what you get with Crop Rod here because the Gaia Fair is already in the battle, isn't it?
Does
I'm
can
gonna
play Talon Gate?
sacrifice Gemstone
Find out.
Caverns.
Well, Talon Gate doesn't even do that much yet, does it?
No,
There isn't anything.
Okay, whatever. I'm not using it.
But no, so it could be.
I'll try to resolve
There's no way
this.
it's an E zone.
Yeah,
already
we just
have,
use and euros,
what
and I'm good
color
on
is-
letting you drop.
What do you need to copy here?
My first ship.
And then
See what
my wrist thing
spicy man is.
What is Crop Rod? I don't.
Emerging Stones,
I don't think
Gas Cradle.
Does he already have an active cradle? I think so. I think cradle's already down. No.
I really had got. Maybe it's not. Maybe they do need a cradle. I thought they did because we mentioned something about
Yeah, I think they had it. They had a cradle for a second.
two lands or something.
Alpha comes back down. Do you eat the Crop Rod? Or is that
Nah. No, that's bait.
Yeah.
I do also have an alpha.
That's bait. Yeah. It's look at pairings and see how the rest of the matches are going.
He's got a bunch of stuff. I'll let him do it.
Resolve it.
So
Because,
Pod 2 is still going.
Oh, Pod 1
Well,
drew.
he's past part, I guess.
Pod 2
Like,
drew.
I think he's trying to make it
Pod
because he's
4
still.
1.
It's hard for you to
Yeah,
win
this
the
is
I'm just trying to
Pod
win.
13.
You've never seen something.
Pod 4.
Well, you passed. You passed it.
now that's your priority.
All right, so priority.
You can see Replicant winning their first game.
You passed priority. I passed priority.
Anybody like that stands out to you?
No, the French name again.
Oh yeah. Ari Monte.
Another
Sure, why not?
Well, I don't have creatures left. It's
Comes
relevant.
in, winning.
I'll use the green in second.
So
This is not mana floating if there's dice that's mana. Okay.
so there's the ability on
I'm
the
still kind of again figuring out this
A lot.
this pack.
This is gonna be a long day. I will say that.
This is going to be quite a day, folks.
So priority.
priority me.
Hope you're sticking with us through all of this.
Oh no.
On passing on my
Talking.
activate.
Not a whole lot of magic playing going on. It's a whole lot of
Yeah, no, it's
hand waving, but
I
they'll
feel
go
like
somewhere. I
this
mean,
is
it has
the
to end at
best
some point,
window
right?
Yep,
I have
at some point.
all.
The silence coming down from Elevators. That's
Yeah,
bad
I'm
card.
not paying.
Holding silence for this long is
You'll
definitely.
draw trigger.
Yep, that makes sense, right? They need to the white.
Wait.
They're holding silence with the 2 flash effects, so they're just gonna have to respond on top.
Yeah,
I mean, it does shut down
I
anything
know
that
that's
happened
scary,
before,
but
which
I need
I guess
to
it's
be
probably
able
correct,
to
but-
play at flash speed to beat double flash.
Like I'm very
like
obviously
silence is something.
so,
It just
if you guys are on top of
creates
this,
another
that
round
is
of
what I'm
conflict.
thinking.
The stuff that happened before the silence is not.
He is
gonna
not like the
matter
draw
necessarily.
No.
Yeah.
I said I am
I
playing.
agree
You
with
might
you.
this on top before. It's not drawn yet.
Yes.
But yeah,
So,
if they have
there's a-
more stuff to do in response to silence, then they will do it.
And that's the thing about it too, right? The
Okay,
silence
so
should be
he's
the
holding
last
priority on his
spell.
Imagine if silence had split second.
Yeah, there's 3 triggers.
No.
Okay.
Let's just do this.
I mean,
But you can win for any trace
yeah.
most of the time.
Draw
You
the
know,
3
play
draw
around
triggers.
it.
I mean,
Mystical Tutor. Now there's 2 draw triggers. I'm not going to do 1 for each.
So there's,
got
I guess,
So,
really,
draw
oh my god,
trigger.
look at that stack. Look at that stack, folks.
There's
I
like
just really have a judge on hand watching all this.
Yeah,
So,
if it's one of the
draw
last
trigger.
rounds going in, it is definitely.
Good draw. Now we have a 2 spelling cards. Good. Alright.
I'd imagine some of the
And
judges
then I have
probably standing over the table, like making sure nothing goes wrong. Because this is a place where, you know, there's always talk about like not
yeah.
cheating, but like
I
unintentional mistakes,
am
like missing tapping a mana or something like that, like
passing.
missing triggers that are like there's all kinds of things that could go wrong here that they really need to be careful. Because that could dictate the end of the game. Like, if, say, Restless Spell taps 1 mana for a 2 mana spell by accident, like they just forget to tap their land, or maybe they tap an extra land, like that could lose them the game.
Absolutely no. Yeah.
Or like, Evan has all this stuff going on. If something like
This is wild.
It's shitful. Like some of these guys just moved over, whatever, by accident. Not that he would do that, but I'm just looking at it.
yeah, like say like he touches something and the Wondering gets
Here,
untouched.
2
Like,
priorities so that you have a just turn.
I'd draw the back right. I mean, we're still past the point of like remembering this,
Yeah, and then now there's
You're starting first.
so it's kind of
triggers.
wild.
so we're just seeing triggers on the silence at this
You're making
point.
1, 2. You make it tied. And then we have my trigger. We're going to go off your silence.
We've put one
And
spell
then
distraction.
you're good to make
Pretty
a mana. And then are you paying 1 for missing?
Which is just it's
So
just
I have a trigger.
Evan and Jason asking each other for paying for this triggers because they have so much mana and Mystic Studies and all this stuff.
Okay. So priority.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fully confident this isn't resolving, but I think the window was before you got creature flash.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just
This has
forces more
been
things.
quite a treat, Ethan. I think this is your
I'm
first
gonna go
ever
ahead and
broadcasted game.
I'm gonna crack one.
It is.
That's not good.
This has been a lot of fun.
I'm gonna
I
cast
mean, I thought it'd be more
Silver
nervous, but I think
Key.
this has been really like, it's been cool to just hang out and like watch these
started-
games. I guess it's more that I'm glad that I'm not sitting at the table, like because
Or we could just assume we're always making
I don't know, I feel like
Yeah.
there's so many
Just
things that
say
go wrong, and
I'll let you know if you're
getting to like watch from the bird's eye view is actually really nice.
No, it's a different perspective. And after like
and then
the first
Moon
60
Silver
minutes,
Key
I
on the
think
stack
all
party.
Jeeters gets off by then. If
I
anything.
guess what color?
So have they put another spell on the stack? Is that that's the key that gets assault, right?
We're really
Yeah.
Noble Therapy. What's that?
Not very key.
Moon Silver Key has resolved priority.
The third key, Moonsilver key.
Moonsilver. So yeah, that
Okay.
It searches for a mana ability. That gets us, yeah, so we can grab this on wall. Yep. And we still see there is still
This is a real game.
Mirage
Transmute
in play. Transmute artifact as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
triggers. You're good.
also play there.
So Evan has all of the things that could possibly lead to affinity. The question is how many pieces of interaction does he have? Because I think we've seen like one or two.
Yeah, he's been not doing.
He's been very good. This is
priority.
like a prime
I think you
mind
just double off of him,
situation
please.
where
Right?
we know that Remington MVP is in the graveyard already, but say Jason had one, that would just eat everybody. But I would also not be surprised
I mean,
if
I
we
got
saw
to
like
try.
MVP. Like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
the other would be totally like
I am.
So priority, you're good. Priority, you're good.
Jurassic Files has mana. From just flash it in to do some things. Okay.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I
that's right. They
have
have a risk study too.
Yeah,
They've been
Right.
they also have a risk study, also have a valid flood card. So
Oh my goodness.
this will take a while.
So that we're not there. Yes.
So from what you probably
You're,
imprint cards, they are limited in mana, right? Unfortunately, they don't have a small type.
Yeah,
Am I good to make
that's
sense?
very true. So they have
Promox priority here.
Right now?
Good. You're good. That's resolved.
They do have a cannon.
They're bringing the Brewmaster underneath. Okay,
Alright.
makes sense.
Priority.
Yeah,
Transmute.
the
Pass.
Druids are gone.
Pass.
So now they have a Promox attack as well.
One saber.
Amber?
8 triggers.
Okay.
We'll resolve. Can I get a resolve one? I will draw.
Just adding to the stack.
Huge stack.
And then
Correct just to put those out there.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
I think this is a really good showcase for folks that are getting into CDH. This is the best way to represent because there, as you can see, there's so much going on that the I don't even know what the first spell that was cast was. That cost is like
So you have a
issue.
Kinnan.
And I wonder what the
what's
storm is too, either way.
The Mirror
What
Maid.
mana do you
Was the mirror?
Yeah, so you can
you're
see
right.
like, all the way over in like in the middle there. It's Mirror Maid, Red Black, Ristic Study,
You
like
have 2 minutes left. After casting
the
mana.
Yeah,
continues.
so
It's curling around. Okay, is that Metamorphose?
Red or green here.
Is that Metamorphose?
That looks like Metamorphose. Yeah, that's Metamorphose.
Metamorphose is a
Modern Star card. That's a modern card,
Yeah,
right?
uh,
Yeah, it's
Horror
a
first.
modern
Okay.
Rainstorm card. I've also seen it played in like green Farfetch, but like that's about it, I think.
I don't have.
Not normally a card you see
can
out of
I
just like
get
a
a-
mid-range deck.
He has to filter and draws the card.
True, it's instant, yeah. And I guess maybe why not?
Metamorphose priority is good. Good.
I don't know. I've been brewing Croc Gracias or something.
I'm good on Metamorphose.
Okay, Spice.
I'm good on mana.
Shout out to David Enderair. He's been kind of coaching me for a little bit. It looks pretty funny. I mean, I don't know. My experience with Teamer has been pretty mixed.
Yeah,
because
that was the
I
draw
tried
that you
Douglas Gracias. It was a little bit.
No, I haven't done that.
eh,
Croc.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, at least not my playstyle.
Yeah, Metamorphose
So
draw,
Clark
right?
just
That's where we're at.
No, I'm at my draw step.
Clark would win this.
Yeah,
fight.
that's
Yeah, so you're resolving the spell. That's what I was
Clark
trying to
would,
do.
if you had a lot of copy
Hold on,
cards.
making me
Clark, if you had like 2 or 3 copies,
What
Clark
mana
would
are
just
you
obliterate
I'll
this.
be
Yeah, like a Fierce Garnet chip is always gonna result.
Oh yeah, you just use it
Back in your hand.
every single spell that comes out.
Yeah, and you get it back in your hand every time.
Sounds good.
So kind of spells for that because you can always
And
respond
then
to
we
that
have
Fierce,
2
but
25 triggers.
This
Are
has
you
it.
good on that?
For like Infinity Marcus reversal.
oh my goodness.
Which I mean,
Well, that
yes,
has
we
resolved.
will
Okay,
upper
we've
stats, but when it
resolved
works, it's really funny.
Priority
You
entry.
bounce your own spell back to your hand,
That's fair. That is
You need
glorious.
off of them.
and then copy it and it's still there. Or you copy someone else's spell.
Okay, well, that's funny. That's clever. Okay, we're putting some mana. There's the upper half.
Makes sense. I mean, there's charters on the stack. Oppo is probably correct right now.
Man, or do you want to keep it there? Whatever. It's fine. Okay, opposition agent top of the stack. There's a risk 60 trigger. Are you paying?
Oh my goodness gracious.
No response.
Are we at half an hour yet?
I only work with one.
Turkish Bowmasters right now. I get the feeling that like Jason's probably gentleman, and
We have.
I
I know it's good though. It's fun. This is fine. You have a resistant trader, and then
like
minus
if
one.
Jason had an Orcish Bowmaster and just like
Am I-
wiped
are you
everything
making a
out right now, that would
Okay, I'm gonna
probably
make a
clear
treasure.
up a lot
I'm
of
gonna draw a card.
No, I think it would. It's just so hard because I guess how big is this fireball?
What is that on top? Is that an enlightened trigger?
No, it's vampiric trigger.
Yeah.
I don't think you fight over this. You just fight.
He's also not just as much as me. He's yeah. Go ahead.
Lose to like.
Everyone's trying to win.
I mean, this is
But
the
yeah,
kind of
again,
game
just to
that
be clear, he's drawn everything. He has born in hand. He's as much.
I mean, particularly knowing Evan and Jason, I don't know Remington, but Jason has put up an incredibly good fight and like, was in control for a while.
Yeah,
Like, but yeah, knowing Evan and Jason, like this is their environment.
this is where they
played
peak.
against both, I think, right?
Yeah, I played against Evan once in my life. Vegas, and then I played
And he's
against.
played against Jason. And this is just his thing. He's willing to go into this environment like, absolutely strapped.
For those that don't know, Evan
Yeah, we're in the spot where it's
Tony
elevation.
Waffle
This is how
Online,
it goes past
big
the-
Tony Grinder.
Yeah,
Fresh
he-
and humble win.
Check out his learn CD.
We're trying,
It's
Okay,
very
now there is a
helpful
resistant
for
trigger.
people trying to get like a general overview of how decks work and just like not quite coaching, but just like an intro to a lot of different deck
Yeah,
strategies
yeah,
and timer lists and all kinds of things. Yeah, so
Uh,
it's been really cool.
opposition agent on the stack front.
And then
Okay, I'm gonna respond by cracking moon
like
silver.
a local player to us, but a
Floating
very
a
strong player. And then do you already back on the other two?
so moon silver key
I
activation.
played against Marshall a couple times for local people from Colorado and just familiar with Remington. I honestly feel.
Oh wait, I remember them. Oh, yeah. I think
I guess
if I'm
with
thinking of the right
activation,
person,
sorry.
I think I got
With activation,
just
with
absolutely
activation,
destroyed by some of the early stack
yeah,
people.
first and second.
It's actually gonna be strong. It's just unfortunate for this game if you
So right here,
It's totally a tempo thing. Like,
Yeah.
if you can
Sorry,
hit
I
a
just
stack piece
didn't
turn
want
1, turn 2, like you're probably doing okay. But if you're waiting on turn, like this is turn 5, it's like you got Olivier out and started doing things. It's really hard to get anything impactful going.
No, 100%. So we're kind of just developing this board on their side.
Opera is the top of the stack. Like I said, the resolve.
They cracked the key, so that result. It was on
I thought it was underneath.
No, that had
Oh, I
result.
can't get
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah,
So we're gonna see
there's gonna be a result now.
of the
You would have seen
on the
this
stack,
coming.
yeah.
What? I'll pass.
And then this is when Jason would go on top.
yeah, true.
Are you passing priority?
Are you casting? Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
don't have priority.
I'm gonna pass for.
Great. I'm gonna pass my salt water.
Okay, there's 6 of it.
Yes. You're gonna go first. No, hold on.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my goodness gracious. So we have assault mono on the stack. I think this is, if you're Jason, this is when you go for
Oh yeah,
it.
no, for sure. There's like 3 or 4 win attempts on the stack. There's an Oppo on the stack, which you probably need to respond to. Is the bench to resolve, correct?
They've been very good at result, yes.
Okay, so
10 minutes
that's
ago.
probably what we're looking out for. That might just be the one to go on top of everything else. The issue is
All right.
there are 2 players that
Triggers
are
have
playing at
resolved.
speed. So
Priority.
if you try and flash in, like they
You gotta
will
let him
just
start
keep
doing stuff. I
fighting.
know you have a lot of
It's
interaction,
one thing
but
to
he has
flash in a win when everybody
I
touches
know.
it, so especially if it's
I know.
another
He will
win,
counter.
you just
I know
Everyone
you
has
will.
flash.
get
Just
to
go.
it.
Go.
Like,
Yeah, I know. I'll trap the full.
Sniper trap. Yep, that's what we thought.
Yeah.
And then
Oppo?
the Sniper trap, for people that don't know, you can cast for free if the opponent is
Great. So
casting
now
their
there
spells
is
this
a
turn.
trigger.
And it doesn't
He wants
actually
up
counter
above
spells, it exiles them from the stack.
And he's counter right.
So
risk
it can
is good
exile
for
any
me.
number of target spells for the stack.
Great.
So
Am I
that
good to
will
make mana?
probably include
Am I good
Assault
to
Monolith,
drop?
Transmute Artifact, maybe Opposition Agent, like all of it that it can hit.
I'll respond. Am I good to respond? Yes. Okay. Great. I'm gonna cast a high fate trickster.
High Fate Trickster.
His is first.
Now we're gonna flashing creatures.
Yep, now the Flash effects will
Am
be
I making
another layer
mana? We're
of...
both making mana. Yeah.
Layer of simplicity. Alright,
Am I making mana?
this is a game, folks.
How many, wait, so we just
Priority.
count how many
Priority.
things? 1, 2, 3, 4,
I'll
5,
cast
6,
the
7,
pyro
8,
on
9, 10, 11, 12.
Triggers.
Which
You're
is
good.
14, and then the trigger's 15.
Now we have Fire Blast as
trigger.
well. I don't know if you counted that, Fire Blast.
Yeah.
High
wait,
creatures,
mana.
there's 15 things in the stack. And
Did you
things
draw?
have results from the
I just
stack.
drew
There's
it.
one
Can I
step.
make money?
And this is all in
Okay, great. And
Muscles
then, am I
and
good to
steps.
drop?
Yeah.
for this.
For the
This is
third.
after Remington attempts to win on his turn.
So I'm
Pass
going
the
to
turn,
respond by
instant speed
activating
win in
and
the step.
including
Okay.
go down to
Candy flip, sure.
Force, go down to
Sure.
floating in.
This could
Am I
just
good
be
to
all
activate?
like they just.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
Yes, I. Look.
Which you would hope
Pass priority
Evan
on it.
has that at some point too,
I
right?
mean, if it's in hand, it's already too late.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you're right.
Water,
You need to-
and you're in there.
Because you need to MBT though.
Just for
There's no
whatever.
like,
No,
coming back to
yeah,
different
I'll put
directions.
Emrakul. There's no extra turn, so why not?
Emrakul?
I'm gonna go ahead
The
and
promise?
spin again.
The 30 mana?
Okay, yeah. The one that gets a turn, sure.
Look at my hand.
It's not gonna do much, but it's big.
I guess can I have
guess. Is that in there?
Do I have 30?
I'm passing.
Big old Drowsy?
There's no.
yeah.
Yeah,
spin
that's
one.
oh
my
my
gosh.
gosh. Oh, this is very.
I actually wait. That's not the first time I've seen it in CEDH. It's not a very.
It's generally played in
It's not Shuriken.
Shuriken. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's an event card.
Well, because I know
Or maybe
I was
we
playing
just
it
draw
and it got
say
bounced to his
brain
hand.
power.
And he recast
Yeah, I
it.
think so. Like, this is getting
Oh my
wild.
goodness gracious.
I mean, I do have a Dolphy, but
Actually, I'll cast the
Yeah,
final
for those that
fortune,
are
guys.
joining us, welcome to Snowy Summit.
Jason's
I'm
showing
gonna put a
Final
second
Fortune
for
during the game. Yeah, Final Fortune. Unfortunately, the CDH rules work. You cannot take an extra turn with turn. Making pivot, like that is definitely a barrier for pivot to be successful.
Is the way to unfortunately end it.
What else takes infinite turns?
Narset.
Narset,
I'm
yeah.
just
I
worried
know.
about
Is Jacob
having a
Hagen?
Wandering Architect.
Yeah, I think so. I guess I haven't seen him yet. But yeah,
Oh, Wandering Architect.
Jacob Min is
I think we'll be alright.
a strong player. Big Narset, not even like new Narset. We're talking like OG
6 mana Narset. Attack, go to
Takes a
combat.
lot of turns and
High spout.
Tire
So that will help.
that is going to make things even more gross. Okay, so we're gonna have when a spell is cast, we're gonna
That's a
have
big
Ristic,
danger, actually.
Ristic,
I
Tide Spout.
would like to go ahead and respond to Pyroblast.
Goodness gracious, this board, folks. Take a look at the Evans board right now.
We have a Fellwar Stone.
There are
Trigger Tide
triggers.
Spout.
I have triggers. I'm going to target my.
So this is you can just make infinite mana right now.
You could, yeah.
So do they have responses to the triggers here?
They need to play Tide
Ristic
Spout.
Tide Spout needs
I
to
don't
die
think
immediately.
there's
Immediately,
enough,
because otherwise it
for
doesn't
me to
bounce
win
spells
anymore.
with
We have to
but
fight
they're still just
like a bunch of Flash
Yeah.
Towers and Tide Spout Tower.
So Tide Spout, if they're, they need to kill it, unfortunately.
There's triggers. He's his first. So yeah, I'll drop it. Triggers.
Money.
Yeah, you
Oh my goodness. Also, Jason has half his deck in the and a gazillion mana.
yeah, I'm seeing 30 mana right now. What are your treasures?
My
Yeah,
bounce
goodness
player
gracious,
is on the stack.
Problem is, I need all
there's
this
the
stuff.
Tide Spout
Priority
trigger
on
on the
that.
Fellwar.
Priority on your wrist.
What is the target? I don't see it.
I don't
Well, I think you let him.
Another spell.
Let me just let him deal with his over 600 because that's the thing that he wants. He's gonna fight over it, and he has infinite mana.
and hopefully the idea helps folks follow along
Yeah, but
because
let him stop
this
those
is too much for anybody.
Just let him protect his own risks.
I mean, I can keep talking. He's just
No,
not gonna.
this is going back to hand regardless of what's happening.
Yes, and not if you board on top.
Okay, so he's not
You
gonna
need
risk
to,
it.
you need to give me some cards so we can stop this.
Tide Spout is targeting risk.
I think he's gonna be able to stop this. Maybe. I'll throw it.
Monster Storm is big. I don't know what
This
it's
is a
hurting.
trigger that's returning it. He just cast the Fellwar.
We'll go back to the basalt.
Cluster Storm though, what do you even hit here?
I think you hold that,
This
but
is an
it's
artifact that
not.
targets you.
I mean, it can just eat a lot of the stack, but it only hits like half of the things on there.
Yeah, that's like a good way to.
No. This Pyro is countering this high feature.
I think Jason is talking through like
Yeah,
that
So,
cluster.
you have a better answer.
We announced it as
Oh,
Then
you're
it's
so
not-
right. I'm so
I
sorry.
mean, this stuff doesn't affect anything here. I mean, it could if he wants to
Technically, we have a GRD, but I sure feel like you kind of all were involved with this. Quote
Or was it
unquote.
more than that? I don't
Oh,
know.
I don't even.
You
That's
shouldn't have
wrong. At
gotten
this
your
point,
I hope the judges can keep track of
I
this,
sure
because
don't
this-
want to rewind this because oh my
Okay,
god,
so
there's
still
so
thinking
much
it's
going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're all just
so,
moving forward, yeah?
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because that was.
okay,
Yeah,
so
my bad.
Sylvan is putting
If we
putting their
can
foot
just
down
pay a little
and
bit more attention to
saying
triggers,
that like
but also
they're going to resolve things
Right.
because
Yes.
otherwise
Yeah,
they're
right.
gonna have to
I'm
reroute
so much
that round, and that would be nice.
thank you so much.
Okay, so we're just gonna let
That
you
would
draw.
not even get a repair. Oh, no, I'll rebound it.
Are we just gonna drop this?
No.
No, I want to try to win.
He's gonna try to win.
As are you.
As has
We're both
everybody.
Wait, no.
Let him do
Oh
it.
my goodness.
He's the one who's going to have.
I'm gonna pass on it, and then this goes back to my hand.
Epitome of what's going on now. I'm gonna cast a cluster. No,
He's already got plenty of
that's a plus.
Put it back in your hand right now.
Pick it up.
Okay, great. Now what
Okay,
about
so this is
stack?
how you found it. Fellwar Stone in the stack.
Power Stone has. Okay, fantastic. Yes, absolutely.
They're resolving things down.
Okay, so it looks like Ristic Study has been balanced, and that is a really strong card, right? Because now Blue Farm can not be doing as many cards.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jason had some way to flash it back in.
I guaranteed, but
it's
too many.
matter of will that actually happen. I mean, I would expect to see at least 4 and 5 colors.
Joining us, we are time. We're 40 minutes at time.
This game has been ridiculous.
Are you able to kill? I have
So we're currently still in round 1. This is probably third game.
I have
so we're at time.
High
It
spot
is
power trigger. I'd like to target
the
my.
end step on. So the Elevir and Trax's round name tags are flipped. We'll get that
I'll target
for round 2. Elevir's
I
end
would
step,
target your Ristics.
and so
No, I'm going to target
Trax's
my.
round has never resolved born. Kinnan also has a
Study activation.
and
So this is not
they
this.
have
Your study is on
put Ties About Tire into play. They have
These are about
Assault and
tricks.
Transmute
So
Artifact
your
on
study's
stack,
before
as well as a Ristic Study and a bunch of other things.
You're going to study.
Study Timocrom and
Study trick is
Kinnan
first.
both
Before my
have
time.
Flowing Tides, and then Timocrom's Ristic Study just got balanced.
And then this is
Or you can still trade.
Ooh, decent speed?
Yeah. Because it says you can cast it this turn. It's better you can specify you have to follow time restrictions, but there's
I
still
know. It's kind of funky.
If you flash in that
But
So
yeah,
priorities
but
is
that's-
Yeah, correct.
That's another consideration because there is still
I'm
You're
not
right,
allowed to find
they
it.
went for win. Yeah,
Well, you stop
We do have a
it.
copy
When
of
he's basically
Kinnan with their
making
Mockingbird.
everything, and then he
you're
hits.
right.
He's not interacting. You
I
have
think that's a good one. Because the Mockingbird is the Kinnan, and then the Bolt.
Again, the issue is that Thresh's Vial is so constrained in mana, which is like bizarre looking at where they were at the beginning of the turn. They had probably 20 mana. It's just that Spartan Tide is
No,
just
this
a
is targeting
ridiculous card.
I'll
What is
cast.
cast now? Is that a Polo card?
Okay, Chromox is returned to hand. Are you passing on this? Yeah, okay, great.
Okay, so
And then
you
now
present
there is
that
a Hull Breaker Horror on the stand.
Fullbreaker.
This is an
dear.
exile knocked off the zone. I'm going to put it
Okay, so Hullbreaker ties back with 4 BGBs, and like, I'm sure they could find a way to interact with it, but Hullbreaker is just silence is pretty good.
Okay, so tributes.
You can drop this. Let it.
Yep. Alright, that's good.
I
Alright,
don't
so
know, like, I
good.
don't even know
Make
what
your
to say
mana,
anymore.
and
These guys,
then
like, they have it, they have it. If they don't, well, we're 40 minutes in, like,
silence is stack. I would like to
Lucas are there.
respond.
Approximately 30 plus spells on the stack. Or this turn.
Oh, that's interesting. Right.
So we are. I think the silence here makes sense.
yeah, silence is
The Hullbreaker.
like, it shuts down a lot. I mean, they're, so if things resolve as
Veil of Summer,
Veil of
floating
Summer,
AQ.
it does not stop Mindbreak Trap, but it does not stop
Or the
silence,
silence
but
cut
it
off
would mean that
Counter the silence
We're not
counter. So this is something you would kind of
So
have
you have a
to
Ristic Study trigger. I have a ties by fire
was
trigger.
that
I'd like
from
to
that was
target.
from
I'm going to declare target on my screen.
That was from
was it from Trust as well?
Which will resolve
the
after.
Veil of Summer.
Because the silence
I
is
have a
invasive.
trigger.
You're gonna need it.
I think the
And then I have a
silence
trigger
from
on my
Jason
screen.
is like the Veil of Summer from
He's got so much.
Correct.
He's
But
got the
if
win more.
Veil of Summer gets through,
I think he's
that
big.
means Evan can
Like, why
bounce
can't
or can counter the silence with any counter spell.
I have.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So Mindbreak Trap has already been used from multiple players.
Return this. Okay, great. Now there's Veil of Summer. I think he's got left hand.
You foster the veil.
And the silence. He will win under it. I promise.
You cannot look like
100% will win.
You have to counter Veil of Summer with time.
Use your
I
flush.
will.
there's no
Yeah.
way to,
Also, if you put more on the silence than the veil, I will.
I mean,
Hey, no matter what.
Flusterstone should deal
So that he doesn't.
How
Flusterstone
many?
Veil makes
How
sense
many?
because King
Yeah,
is
right last
constrained,
spell.
like,
No, not this one.
okay, they're not really constrained, but they're constrained relative to Flusterstone. Because they have
Other than the stack,
12 treasures and
So
still
I
any other
pass.
mana available? I can't tell.
Let's all counter ourselves.
That's kind of the kind of
So,
stuff for us. Let's see
do
what
the
it's
spells
kind
that
of.
I cast the Metamorphose, mutated
The kind of let's count how many spells have been casted this turn.
So I have plus right here.
And this 42 plus.
I would not be surprised if it was more than the amount of
That's what I'm
mana
trying
King has.
That's what I'm trying to understand. If this is last year.
This is all.
This is all this turn.
So
The
definitely.
minimum
No, all the
was
pierces.
The Metamorphosis was
Yeah,
just
yeah. Where's Tears Free?
This turn itself has gone on for probably half an hour.
Yep.
Well, I cast 3 more.
Because they hit time at the beginning of the turn.
Mine's in mine's in
Storm is 20.
Or no, they hit time at almost the end of the turn.
Yeah, they hit time at the end. We saw the first minute there happen 40 minutes ago. Game 1, folks. Game 1. Round 1.
I will say, I do feel bad for the players.
If you even put one on
This is
it,
really
I will
mentally
take
draining.
I
Like,
just don't want to use enough.
like
I will
trying
take
to play well going into round 2 when you've gone 40 minutes over, like this
So,
messes up the
what?
tournament structure a little bit. It
You have to sign.
You're countering this no matter what you put on it. I'm just saying
everybody else
the
has to hang out
rest
before
is
they
the
can do
I imagine they're kind of hungry, tired.
I'm gonna
I
let
guess
go. I'm
It's
not
only round 1. They're
I
five.
just don't.
Marshall's probably just chilling, right?
Oh,
So-
Really, he's just kind of watching, which is
Alright, so Storm
unfortunate.
Trigger's
Marshall
good.
still has a silence in the stack, I think.
Okay, great. Now you.
That's about
declare
it.
targets.
We do have to keep in mind that I don't know
So one here and the rest on here.
the-
Yes. Okay.
the god
So
that Marshall has
that'll
does
get
anything
countered
at this
with
point. I mean,
counter.
maybe. I mean, it probably won't because he has so much mana. That's like 2 mana attacks.
The 5 mana.
It should have impacted the MBT. I don't know if they noticed that, but
Wait, is
No,
the
it's
Delph
not.
live
Maybe
right
that's a
now?
good point.
I think Jason could pay for
That's
it.
why I
so
needed
I
to
don't
care.
know.
I'm like, all right, you can
I don't know if
silence.
it's that or if it's-
Yeah.
silence.
Okay,
It's
so-
also a good reminder for folks to play tax strategies, right? You are
I use
responsible
my
for your
trap
effects,
already.
right?
So I
Yeah.
can't.
Obviously,
And if
everybody
this
is
goes off,
responsible, but
have
you
to
are
play
playing those
plan.
cards, so you
Yeah,
should
that I
know,
agree with. I
and
just don't want to
you know,
That's all.
just kind of be
Yeah, I've
making it
already
happen.
used my trap, so.
That's the one thing that gets me with like upkeep triggers. Is like,
How much mana you got?
I don't know, like keeping track of your own
I think,
upkeep
well,
triggers
I
on
need
other
to count
people's
25,
turns.
25,
It's kind of hard
yes.
sometimes to just go untap draw. And it's like, no, wait, I had a thing to do with it, and like
Sure,
have to take a damage.
sure.
And like sometimes you'd be like, oh yeah, take a damage next
Make
turn,
sure
you
he
take
wants
like,
to do draw.
did you do whatever in your upkeep?
You want to do a draw? Get on the draw?
Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
there's silence.
So you're agreeing
It's
to
up
draw
there,
the
and you can
passage.
declare your trigger, and they're going to be really
Then next, yeah.
I don't know.
No, it is a thing about
That's the
missed
whole time.
triggers,
He's trying to-
unfortunately.
I am the
Some
threat,
people are
but he's also-
nice about it,
that's all I
some will
know.
not be
We're
nice
all
about it.
Yeah, this is
Um,
insane.
Him and I more because I'm
Delphi,
in.
We're
I will
cracking
agree to a
Delphi
draw
at this
right now.
point.
What is there in the
I'm not,
Delphi
but
trigger?
I'm just.
Can we just assume the Bellstorm will get countered? Is that what happened?
Probably. I mean, I think yeah. The
Great, there's triggers.
We're
I
back
have
in silence.
Actually, she's
okay,
fine.
so we're seeing Delphi.
Am I good to draw?
Delphi could get the silence after this. Could also be impactful.
Okay, great.
Well,
I'm
giving
gonna go
silence doesn't
ahead
matter.
and
Oh,
respond.
true. Silence is both sides.
I'm gonna cast a mana.
Maybe they
I have a
hit. Maybe
trigger.
they're
I would
supposed to
like
hit
to
the
target
other
my-
silence, like other silence, with their fluster storm for one. Tell them not to pay for it, and then cast it from Delphi.
And just end it in the draw. This is just how these games turn out.
I have a
Like,
trigger.
They could have thrown another
Yeah.
silence on the stack.
And mind
It's
you,
just really awkward now.
Jason has 3-something cards in his hand, as you can see, and a gazillion mana, so they're just waiting too. We're still in it for a little bit more, folks. We're still in for a little more.
This definitely could be Jason resolves the silence just to win. Like,
Yeah,
easily, it would be wild.
yeah.
We don't target it.
And, you know, kudos to them that they multi-score us an hour, 2 hours ago.
No. What is this?
It's a copy of
Oh, that's
No, this is Flood Call.
This is flood
This
color.
is-
So, yeah, if you guys are just tuning in,
This is-
I am Raul. I run the MTUSX YouTube channel. I'm joined by Ethan from the channel.
It might actually be
We're here,
beneficial.
we're here
Well,
in
for
snowy
us, we
summer,
stopped
Colorado.
scoring.
The second 5K that's happened so far here. We're happy to be here and excited to bring you guys a lot of fun news. Hopefully, we'll get to see some variety today. Maybe we'll be here until 5 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm not.
Guys in the same game.
I have to get
I know what you
volunteer
mean. Yeah, I just put this here for
volunteering
the sake of
like race thing tomorrow afternoon. So hopefully I can sleep before that.
Nice, Rod.
It's Old Man Winter up in like Lions. Oh, it's north of Boulder.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll call when we're not. When we're
putting,
yeah, we've been doing that. Like we haven't been calling for
we'll
treasure.
stage you.
What is the stage?
I have.
It's a mana vault from the stack.
What is this?
Oh god.
An explanation?
Oh.
Cool.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Kinnan now has.
Is there green mana on the battlefield yet?
No. I don't think so. If Evan has it, then that's also really bad.
Looks like we are
Right as the
taking a
Sage
break.
is gone. Let's go.
Who says I'm not holding?
Jason's like just.
Have to step out for a second. Maybe a judge question here for folks.
Probably.
Guys, we're almost an hour.
Sorry, we're trying.
We're almost
Um,
over an hour overtime.
Yeah.
I think I asked you.
You just assume that.
Yeah, like this is round one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's usually just what happens.
These stacks is so familiar, and now we have to
Yeah,
like
right?
think
Like,
about math here. We
no,
all
it's
the
over an
pressures
hour.
are 4 mana, is that right, or 3 mana?
It should,
is his fault.
it should be.
Yes, I'm trying to win.
I'm gonna win.
So if you apply Kinning first, it goes to 2, and then multiply by 3, it goes to 6.
We've already called for a draw.
So and that's just a matter of stacking. It's the same kind of like damage multiplication effects where you can apply the person with the
I have no, I'm not. I have priority. I'm gonna go
in
ahead
this case,
and
Kinning can choose to apply Kinning first and then multiply by 3. I mean, I might be misunderstanding. I don't remember if Kinning.
And I would like to spin Kinning. I'm gonna go. Let's see. Let's go all the green and then 3. We'll have.
I mean, if Kinning's a trigger,
You can respond absolutely. I'm just putting an activation to stack. That's my priority. So this will be an activation.
Cool. You have a way to get rid of the tide too.
Pass, force a bigger.
Okay, Kinning's a trigger, so they multiply by 3 and then add.
And it costs 2.
So it's 4.
Okay, so he's 4. Okay, that's what I thought, but I don't. Because I played Kinning once in a while.
Yeah, not creature mana value for more.
No,
No, that makes sense. It's so double ones and then 2 more.
Yeah.
So now we have a Force Bigger, probably targeting Midgame Ancient, and
You
God
cannot
knows what else.
It is without pay. You have not paid all the costs. You're fine.
Yeah. You've got a floating and that, right?
Midgame Ancient is in 7.
Yeah,
So he gets
wait.
Trample.
Okay,
you can
you're saying no?
for mana.
I'm going to tell you right now, you've been missing all of your flood call triggers
I've heard
because
about
untap your
that,
birds,
Okay,
which
so
makes
this is
mana.
replacement.
True.
So
Okay,
that is very true.
I need you to start doing that, right? So,
I mean, technically, it's a follow Kinning trigger.
None of them have
Don't
results.
add mana.
yeah.
It's
So,
still tapped because of
just
that.
start casting
I think
instant
4 mana
triggers
makes sense
on
to me.
mana.
I think that's what I've seen
Costs
before.
have not been paid.
You can maybe ask
Put
suggestions
that back
in
in
rounds.
your hand.
You can cast it.
I
It
mean,
costs
I-
not.
Start casting stuff.
This is
There's
that what
enough
you're trying to
Gender is
mana
also in hand.
for folks.
Yeah, this back.
So Force
I
Bigger
need
on the
you
stacks,
to
I
start
think targeting
ritualing with the birds up
potentially,
there,
I would
right? So we
assume
don't
Midgame
lose the
Ancient
evidence.
and something else.
Probably.
So,
What is that?
Let's do some stuff. So I have triggers.
I don't know. That's
Let
a
me just
that a
set
cast
weird
trigger,
proxy.
right?
Oh, now
Yeah.
we remember about the birds. There you
So
go.
okay, so first off, there's triggers. You can untap trigger first, and then I have my
That's
trigger.
actually
So
nice.
I am
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
casting.
a
I
lot
would
of
find
mana,
it
too.
Yeah, I didn't want you to have healing. So I didn't.
Look at that stack, folks. It's going across
yeah.
play mat.
I'm passing.
It is going.
I mean, Jason's just sitting there with a
birds is on
where'd this
top.
glowing cat go?
Okay,
Is it
great.
still
Now I
over?
have a risk. I have a
It's still in the battlefield. I think all the treasures are on top.
I mean, kind of hard to miss. It's
That
just-
would be say like for
Just keep
Comment
casting
section
spells,
is
make
hilarious.
mana, right?
Appreciate it. They've been saying round 2 coming in 2026.
Justice will. You're
round
targeting.
2 is snowy something
You're
for you guys.
guessing you cannot target me.
Can we play the
Fantastic. So there's an untapped trigger first. Fantastic. Are you tapped out?
Will round 2 they do start?
How far are we over now?
That is
Have we
not
hit an
resolved.
hour?
That you
Not
just
quite
tapped.
yet, right?
yeah for
That
that.
is not resolved. That is on the scale.
21.
I'm going to
15 minutes.
Then the timer has to stop.
So this would be
Right, folks, we are here,
I
and
am
obviously the
going to
judge is just
respond by
standing
casting
on top of them
a-
because,
It's not even drawing that long. It's just like,
well, then the game needs to end because the next round needs to start. Like, I think that the launch round was supposed to be starting here soon.
I would like to
If you
target
will.
my Felwar Stone again, and then
we're definitely in
you
the
have a
we should get in the middle of round 2.
I'm good on
Very,
this.
I'm
Just
kind
keep
of
playing
middle.
on top.
I don't know
If
if
you
the
let
launch
any of
round,
this
launch round is
So I have
round
a
2 or
Southern
round
Type.
3. Do you know? For folks that are tuning in.
Yeah, like I said, please shorten that time.
Well, it matters for responding. Yeah. Do you want to respond? Okay, yeah. It's weird.
You get
Okay, great. And then I have a. Yeah, now my tight spot tire trigger is targeting my focus. Right? You respond. Okay. This will return to hand. I have a Springleaf Drum on the stack. Is that okay to resolve? All right.
No,
then-
no. Just kidding, that's fine.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and tap one of my float colors, and I'm going to float 4 blue. And I would like to go ahead and cast a Felwar Stone. I have float color triggers. I have a Ties My Tyrant trigger. I'll have the float color triggers resolve first, and I'd like to target Springleaf Drum with the
I'm
Ties My
sorry to
Tyrant.
respond to all of it.
Yeah, it's all.
I think we have to offer the Felwar Stone, right?
yeah, because I don't have any.
So I have
right
2
now.
triggers that are relevant here, and there's a Ristic Study.
Trigger on.
3 triggers. So hold on. No. Priorities.
You have nothing left.
Are you responding to Ristic?
Nothing that's usable right
So,
now.
well, he hasn't drawn, so you're putting him in the stack now, so you are responding to Ristic.
What?
He hasn't drawn from Ristic, so you're putting some.
Oh, no. You can draw off for 6 study.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mana,
Alright, so
and
that
then
leaves 2 triggers. I'm going to resolve my type, and then sure.
nothing left. Right? Only this is the top. This
No,
is
I have a blood color trigger and a type type.
Gotcha. I'll offer the.
Okay, fantastic. There's triggers here and here.
Alrighty.
Whatever.
Looks like Yeah, the stack keeps developing. Sorry, we went to grab water.
Alright, I'm gonna resolve. Okay. I am drawing from this one. Alright. I am.
There's a lot of blur to go.
I can't see it.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 treasures from that.
Yeah, that's the
And then I
judge
have a
is playing with
trigger
them.
and a trigger. Am I good to resolve? To untap this one.
And I will give kudos to Price. This is a very difficult game to navigate.
So this will untap. Now I have a tie
Yeah,
to resolve. Fantastic.
They don't want to do it. I mean, they did their job. They put a silence on the stack. Like,
They didn't make it. It's just unfortunate.
I'm going to respond to that
But just
by
like playing this,
I mean, it's a good outcome for them if they get the game.
yeah.
I think.
I don't think you
Spring
can.
Leaf I'm going to target. I have a untap. I have a
Exclamations on the stack still, right? So that everything's gonna be
No, exclamations on the board. You got
on the board. Sorry.
Hold on. Actually, 1 second.
Evan has his own flood collar.
Let's do the one. No. It'll be your flood collar. I'm going to target your flood collar.
What goes on back to him?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a board. There's already a board effect.
You're right.
It just turns off the birds getting attacked.
Which is relevant for mana.
Yeah.
Just so much mana.
Everything is all.
Just wait till he tries to win. Oh my god. Okay, so flood collar
If they
drops.
figure it out, I mean, from what it looks like, Evan is
now
probably
we
going
have
to
a
get
spring leaf
there.
on
It
the stack.
really depends on what Jason's doing, but like there's basically an actual tie trap loop in effect.
Yeah. I think they're navigating very carefully, right? Because Jason does have a gazillion cards in hand, right? And he's waiting to put out.
Okay, there's a
Okay,
one.
I'd like to respond. I'm going to go ahead and attack for 4 here, and then I'll tell you what in a second. So I'm going to attack for 8. I'm just going to use all but 1 inactivation. Good? Yeah.
Yeah, so Jason put a board on the stack, I think, right? That's what it looks like.
Activation. Bring her up.
I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 more treasure, and I'm going to make 4 activate cannon using all my mana.
Another
Spare master.
activation.
Fantastic. I would like to go ahead and spend 1 treasure here, and I'm going to activate Fair Master.
Was that?
I mean, yeah.
So you're fading.
So there's a trigger on the stack.
I mean, yeah, the turns make so much mana. I think it is, actually.
We're dead, so.
Yeah, you won't be able to beat this. So I'll just explain to the table quickly what's going to happen. You're welcome to respond as much as you want.
I want to draw a card and see what I get.
Hold on. Yeah, so just respond.
Kevin's gonna explain
So I'm
for
going to
us.
be able, every single treasure is an activation, and every single one gives me 3 more treasures. And so I will be able to draw out the deck, find everything, and then I think I can beat everything you have for 2 hours. And I'll bounce your time. It doesn't matter. I can explain the win if we get there, if you want to play it out, but he can tell you. Okay, fantastic. Let's do it.
So we're wrapping up right at the.
So
We've done this
hour
on
overtime.
Are we resolving?
activation.
Yes, good.
And
Are you good? All right, we all draw a card. I have. Oh, that's your one. Sorry. I have 3 type triggers before your type triggers. Fantastic. Am I good to resolve those? All right, I'm going to make 3 treasures. All right, I would like to go ahead and respond to your type triggers every single time.
So 1 treasure
That's
is an
fine.
activation.
I'm going to go ahead and activate Fairy Mastermind again. Are we good to drop it? Good. All right, sounds good. Am I good to
I don't
resolve
think
my
he can
type?
deck them, but he can definitely find.
I'll respond. I cast a enlightened shooter.
Okay. I have there's a Ristic Study in the single line here. Cool. I'm passing it.
I'm good for both drawings.
What's the cannon instant speed?
So can we put this?
Yeah.
Let's just build it back.
I think it has endurance loops.
Endurance is in the graveyard.
Sorry,
so
underneath
that's
is
how
the
it
top. These are my types.
So you can
Now we have triggers. You can
call
draw.
it endurance is a
I
style
would
of
like to make
exhaustion.
3.
You
And
can
then am I going to draw?
at instant
You're
speed.
going to make
Fairy Mastermind
You
is.
can do the wrong reasons in it.
No, I understand
I don't
that.
know, does it say?
No,
Because that
power
was the other one. essentially.
2-1.
Reasons in it will just melee what is at you.
I'm going to do it on my computer. What's happening? Sorry, he's casting light.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
Yep, with Reasons in it. So Reasons in it will shuffle itself every time you cast it. Put a card there, and then I'll just draw it, recast it, draw it, recast it. We'll have to counter it essentially.
So what is it doing? Then? He can bounce every permanence.
he's gonna outdraw everybody.
Sure.
With Fairy Mastermind.
But what's the so he's just gonna
Force draw. He's gonna force him to draw, and he's always gonna have vision as in the last draw.
he's not like yeah.
There's a couple of fantastic. All right, we're back to my 3 tribes. You respond.
Yeah, and then we'll just fight over green suns.
Yeah.
So that's on top. Still, are we good? Passing mid 3.
What's on top?
Okay, fantastic. I would like to activate Fairy Master.
Sure.
All right, we all join.
I have a
So
response.
Jason's gonna instant speed.
So I'm gonna tap Finhorn Elves, cast Legolas's quick reflexes on the Finhorn Elves.
Okay. Can't respond to that one.
Yep. So this one's out.
Carl is gonna
So
kill
yeah, we'll just trigger.
Fairy Master.
Yeah.
Draw here. Yeah.
They're
I'll resolve.
They can respond.
That was really good.
They can't respond.
And then I'm going
They will
to
get
draw.
triggers.
They will get
Split
sorry,
second
yeah,
is a very, very powerful.
I
more. There's only
cannot respond to that, so that's fine.
Trick Bind, Angel's
So it
Grace.
untaps.
There's only a couple of playable split seconds. Like I know.
And then I'm going to put
Angel's Grace.
And someone was talking about playing Extirpate, which is this one mana, like
We're-
one black mana.
we're
split
pretty
second,
much
like
dead
circle
here,
extraction
but-
effect.
Ooh,
Um,
that's card.
But it doesn't really do that.
I don't think
Can you win
It's
through
very, very
an angle?
Elevator player, you have priority. You're
Guys,
gonna game after.
I would, I know D&D
You show me
players,
interesting.
Elizabeth Cajun,
going to
known here
respond
as
if there's
Joseph,
other.
is trying a couple of
I'm
split-second cards as well.
I pass.
Give introducing deck.
So
I mean,
what
that's-
does
you don't have to tell me,
Elfjord
but-
do?
Then we can
He'll
do it.
tap an elf that could tap some mana,
All right,
and
sounds
now
good.
he can
In that case,
do
let's
damage
see,
triggered by tapping it, right? It fights or it
yeah,
bites or something
so
like
you're
that.
not
Yeah,
doing
but would it do,
Not yet.
do
Okay.
anything?
It's gonna
Well,
kill
you
the
give me
Fairy
more
Mastermind.
information, so we just
Okay.
think if I
But
can eat
I
that.
think Evan can respond on top of that.
What's the mana? Oh, this is a trigger. Yeah.
Hold on. What's on? Let's see a ton of things in the stack. Just. This just might make it take a long time, but I still can wait. But
Oh, this is gonna take a
That's
long
why
time.
I'm gonna say.
yeah, absolutely. But now I'm just gonna do something different. Sure.
Okay, so Jason's prototype is in the graveyard.
You're welcome. Now
I don't think you run it though.
Now you
I'm pretty sure you don't run it. And I don't think anyone else can have it, so I think we're fine anyway. It just needs to
So
ever.
we're just kind of in the tanks right now, see what we can figure out.
One moment. No, we're just gonna keep activating for now. Okay.
So we have a way to untap this.
Okay, I'm going to respond to the activation.
Okay. Yeah. Let's put that on the stack,
Blow up
and then I'm gonna respond to that.
Yep.
With, so there's my activation. Can you put something? Do you have anything? And then just so it's different. And then I'd like to
I don't
activate.
think this does anything. I think it's just like
You
something
can
to
respond
do.
on top. Yeah.
Well, because you can't keep presenting your removal.
No, this is still on the stack. That's my activation.
That's right on
This
top.
is.
Yeah.
All right. Now, are we good to just resolve the activation? Yep. We'll all draw. I'll make 3 treasures, and then I would like to do it again.
Okay.
Cool. I'm gonna try to go quick. Draw. 3 treasures. Good. Do it
This is
again.
what happens when Kane gets
Draw.
a
3 treasures.
Yeah.
And then I am going to do it again. All right, let me look if I can.
I'm gonna assume this is just gonna be very.
Yeah. Let me just see if I can make infinite real quick.
It would be funny if there's Elder run.
Yeah, I can. Okay, great. I'm gonna go ahead and just try to make this a little bit quicker.
I think
I'm gonna do
Yeah, but in
a
cleanup,
Simic
still lose if you don't
Signet.
have a card. I guess.
I'll
No,
float.
you can actually, if Angel's Grace isn't out.
And I will.
So there's 2
have
decks
a-
with range. Okay.
Let's see. Time trigger. I'd like to target.
There's also a risk.
There's
I know, but I need to
the
try.
stacks on Angel's Grace. I'm sorry, folks, if we've gotten quieter. It has
None
been
of
a
that
long
matters.
round for us.
I-
Hope you
I'm
can
gonna
stick with
target
us.
your grass.
We're just like thinking because as you can see, the stack starts next to the
we're gonna
line
go
3. The stack is running all
Make
the way
it-
across. It's like a playmot and a half, like long.
Okay.
let's
And
see,
then
Marshall has
are you good on the
anything.
bounce spot?
The Prax is getting bounced.
All right. Civic Signet good?
Do some Angel's Grace.
All right. I'm gonna spend 1, and then I'm gonna float.
Okay, so
is there any
let's see,
difference?
4 green, 3 blue.
They might have tapped out
Going up to 4 each.
because that is a situation where if he plays Angel's Grace,
I'm gonna
they
cast
have
this
to
phone
lose
up.
because
I have a
Kane
type of
can't
time
respond to
trigger,
it,
like
it can't
Civic
cause
Signet,
them
you
to
can
win. It
draw.
can't cause them to lose the game this turn. It'll go to time, or it'll go to the end of the
Make
turn,
treasures.
and then big draw, right?
And then there is a Chromox. There's a type of time trigger.
Because you can
That
like
makes sense.
force people to draw cards, but you won't lose the game like you were saying.
I haven't taken
So
no
So you
taking
get death this turn, and
I
you
can
have to
So is this good to return again?
Yeah,
I'll return
it's
this
not like you can
to
act
hand.
in response to
And then is Chromox go to resolve?
I
Don't look like
I think I will
Wait,
simply
you want to tap?
I think they tap
I'll
those.
imprint Llanowar Elves and I'll tap it for 4.
All right, chat. CDH is not just like this. You can
And
hear
then
us.
we're
I
going to
can
go
see
ahead
you.
and just
CDH
cast
is
the Simic Signet.
unfortunately.
I'll spend.
It is some of this, but it's not all this. If that makes any sense. This is two high school players playing each other at a very high caliber pods, if you will. And there's, I think, what was it, 2 Mystic Societies, 1 Mystic Remora, 6 Modern Ties.
It's
Afraid.
like when people say murdering hell, like
This is it.
yeah.
This is what they mean. I wouldn't feel too smart. CDH is quite a fun
There's a trigger
format.
here
Just
first.
right now, this is just.
Your draw. Yes. And then I will draw. Okay. I would like to go ahead and just
So this is all.
cast a hydroelectric specimen.
Okay.
I will. Yeah, so that's 1, 3. I have a Typhon Tyrant trigger. I'd like to target.
There's some more in there. Are we starting another line on the
I
stack?
don't know.
I mean,
Hold on.
if you can
Let's target your
the
birth
chain of
house.
vapor to whatever,
You're good
change up the
to draw.
pick up the hydroelectric specimen, tap your hands,
Trigger.
start tide spout looping. Like,
All right, hydroelectric specimen. Good. Yeah. All right, I'll change the target to hydroelectric
You
specimen.
want to continue the change?
I'm going to pass now on Chromox. Resolve. Now Chromox resolve, sorry, chain vapor resolves. I'll bounce this to hand. I will not. Actually, yeah, I will sack a land, and I'm going to target my One Ring.
Ooh, okay. Protection.
I mean, Wondering is essentially infinite draw as well.
Yeah, because he paid for itself.
Yeah, well, so which rocks?
I'm not gonna. I don't think I need to continue.
Because the Soul Ring and the Wondering
Okay,
is
so this
just
is resolved. Good.
draw your.
Now I have a trigger targeting
The
Chromox.
Soul Ring, which is for 6, 7.
3.
Someone taps for 7, but I guess he doesn't have. Does he have a Soul Ring? I think he has a Metamorph. Still.
It doesn't matter.
You don't have anything at all. Not with your 3 mana now.
This is the
I
game.
only have the first.
We're joined.
They've been overtime per hour.
We're joined by the TO of the event. Hi, Sam.
No, that's
You
fine.
want to come say hi to
Chromox returns to hand.
Thanks to YouTube.
I'm gonna go ahead and I have a Civic Signet on the stack. Okay, this resolves. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and float.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for
Mana?
checking in with us.
I just think it's funny that they're like they've taken turns attempting instant speed wins
4 blue
in
again,
a different player's
so go
turn.
up
Like,
to
this is what we predicted
this much
at the
blue,
beginning,
and then
like,
3
yeah,
green.
this is gonna come
this,
down to flash effects, and
and then I'm gonna
this
cast
is what we have.
Chromox, and I'll target Civic Signet you can draw.
Looks like the stack is somewhat resolving. It looks like
Great,
Well,
so you're gonna draw, I'll make a
exactly
treasure,
it's
and
that
then
they're
I will
starting a test up on turn.
we're
Stop.
starting to resolve a win line with this mess.
Okay,
It looks like.
fantastic. For shortcutting a little bit, so I would like to try to start presenting a loop, not paying for Ristic Study, getting a treasure every time. Obviously, you decline, whatever, but that's what I'm
It
gonna
is
start trying to do.
limited times, 8 minutes per
Correct.
turn, however you are in
So,
time, and then right now
So hold on.
currently
Sorry, correct.
the
Don't drag it.
you
I
have
haven't
to
done
end the
it.
turn.
I'm making sure
You don't get an extra
that we're
turn,
good to
but
do this.
there is only
So I'm
quite a-
casting.
Well, you have a caster to do so. That's
Yeah,
the
I'm
reason.
casting this, targeting
They're-
Chromox, and I'm gonna try to present a loop to make infinite mana.
Once it hits
Well,
time, you're
start
allowed
drawing you
to
out.
as long as
Can I make
you need
mana
to
based on
during
what
that
Yeah,
last
yeah.
turn.
Okay, so how many?
I mean, allows for some things to happen. At the same time, we end up with this kind of situation.
And this net's hard. So hold on. This taps for 7, 6. This net's 4 every time because I tap 1. So 4 every time. So how many cards are you drawing? Hold on.
I'm drawing all the way.
How many?
6 cards.
Great. Okay, so then I'm gonna have
I think this is barely wrapped up. I would be
bunch of mana.
surprised if they had much more.
So I'll have
Yeah,
24.
this one's gonna have all the mana he needs and all the cards he needs to win for this at this point.
Like I said, I think the only item I can think of is the Angel's Grace. But
An additional 12
probably
each.
somewhere in the deck.
Can I use those next And then I'm gonna make another 6 treasures. Alright, are we good to go to that point? So I'll have another 6 treasures. Great. And then I'll have this on the stack, I guess. Or no, I guess I'll cross my hand and then I'll cast it. And I'll try to present a loop and make it Am I good to do that? Yeah. Fantastic. All right, awesome.
Hold on.
What? No? Okay, let's go ahead. Here you go.
Which spells are yours on this stack?
My spells or his spells?
Your spells.
My spells are the Dolphin
Figuring out. So yeah, once a player dies, for folks that are joining, all their spells and permanents are exiled or taken out of the stack, if you will, and
Okay, never mind. It's fine.
cease to exist, if you
Great.
will.
You know where I'm at.
Okay, so you're gonna stop that drawing from Mystic, and I'm gonna make it to the Every color, yeah. Ending with Chromox in hand, is that good to go to that state? Okay, fantastic. I'd like to activate Fairy Mastermind.
Go for it.
Good? We all draw a card? Yep. Okay. Fine. We'll draw a card.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Whatever, I've been I guess, and then I'd like to, I guess, more than that. I'm going to activate Fairy Mastermind. Okay.
So
you're dying?
Justice Fire.
Great. Now, I can't play around Angel's Grace
Try to draw from the
anyway.
library and lose the game. Their spells will leave the stack.
Let's see. So your spells are gone from the stack.
No, we're going super.
I'm
negative.
gonna actually just do something now. I'm gonna go ahead and so
No,
Storm is
we
infinite.
didn't.
What do you have on the stack still? I'm gonna just cluster targeting.
We're getting somewhere, folks. We are getting
ton
somewhere.
on
Angel's Grace is the
Horn.
only out, and we know that Marshall's the only one that has that. Unfortunately, he looks tapped out. I don't know if there's a way
Horn.
to untap your creatures.
On 2. Silence.
So it's just a weird space.
He controlled it. Let's hit silence. So silence is gone too. Right.
No, I still exist in the game, and I
But
own
he
this
cast
card.
it. So it's gone. It's his control.
I use a Dolphin for that. Yes.
So that's
it is exiled from
Right.
the stack.
And then so I'll
It
target
is-
Pyroblast, Mindbreak Trap, and then your silence. And is this your red blast? Yeah. All your spells with a million each. Whatever. Great. Well, assuming Storm is on.
I'll just flare my board. Attacking prom.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and respond to that. I'll just go ahead and cast a. You know what? I'm gonna cast Commandeer.
Commandeer. Okay.
What a card. I've been seeing Commandeer more often in Kinnan unless I think at least
Okay.
I first saw it
And I guess I
when
I
Jen was
missed
playing it,
it.
but I know other people have been trying it out.
I'm
Okay,
going
it's
to
Evan card as well.
And probably makes sense. He's already started doing
Short
it.
high, and it's a strong card.
I mean, yeah, it's
I guess
really
dispel
card
targeting
design.
the fierce. I'll target my.
Kind of stuff for free. But it's
Actually,
still
I'll
not
target Cigar.
Worth it?
I mean, it can
Cigar
still
too?
add nothing.
Other
It can
other
steal,
permanents you still have
buy
extra?
they can steal all these things.
Oh no, I'm thinking Shalot. Yeah, you're correct. Great.
Oh, there's white. Is there an Angel
Okay,
Grace?
so targeting.
I'll test the flowers.
I'm gonna. I guess I have a trick.
Please tell me there's an Angel's Grace. That would be the funniest resolution. I'm just drawing this.
Drawing.
I mean, I'm like, no ill will, but like, that would be
Funniest.
And also, just because they're all waiting, like, I'm just gonna ask you again.
Your player to have the
If you have Angel's Grace, I can't win this draw. If you don't, I don't
Yeah,
think there's a
he's
single way to
kicking
beat
out of the game,
I'm
unfortunately, right?
good to shortcut that. If you got it, just show me, and we're
But the
good.
fact that they have the
I have
one
Angel's
out,
Grace. I
Yeah,
don't have
that
Blaze.
is
Yeah.
also speaks all
Like
right.
it's in the.
Yeah, I
Like,
figured.
he's technically the only hero
So,
that can
like,
draw the table.
How do you
You got it, and I just,
feel like
I
it's
can't.
it's kind of like Endurance is one of the cards that people either really like or they don't like.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, we'll play.
Oh my god.
Like,
Figure out a way to
No, I think-
You go because he activates on top.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, that was on, guys. Let's put our
tried,
faces on.
If I do cast the silence,
Call
For
it anymore
clarification,
and
this is being recorded as a draw or a win.
wait,
No, they drew. Oh, they drew.
No!
Did he say he had Angel's Grace?
What?
Or what happened?
There are players who are assaulting you.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. We all.
Luke,
It was not a
what
draw.
happened? Luke, what happened?
I won.
Someone, I think Evan won. It sounds like.
yeah,
There was no way.
all
Angel's
cheers.
Grace is in the deck, but we just unfortunately they were tapped out. So
You
we
had it. I was like,
but hey guys,
So-
I'm rolling.
yeah.
No, I was watching.
Next player.
Oh my god, that's fine. Okay.
I'm not sure.
that's
We'll
his.
let you guys know. Sorry,
That's
I'm
yours.
pretty sure Evan.
We'll see it in top deck in just a second.
Yeah.
That was just, I don't know. I kind of lost track of what was going on after a certain point.
Yeah. So
That either went to an Evan win on the stack or
Evan, Angel's Grace would win.
it looks like Elevator's looking for their Angel's Grace. So they probably didn't find it.
So yeah, folks, Raul joined by Ethan.
Yeah.
That was a game.
That was a game. Like as you said, this is not the norm for CDH, but it's certainly the way things have been trending as of recent.
Yeah,
So-
we're going to get ready for round 2.
Yep.
Got a lot of things to set up, so we'll jump right into it, guys. We'll be back almost immediately. Bye. You okay.
Testing.
The separate timer for
Test. Lua? Ubu?
No, I don't hear you. You shouldn't hear. You guys shouldn't hear each other. Okay, you ready? Cool. Okay, so this is gonna be good. Freddie, spacebar. Introduce yourself. Cool. Sounds like they're already going. Current round. All right, cool. Sounds good. And we're back. We're live here with Louis Sardist.
Hey, that's me, Louis Sardis.
After a grueling 2.5-hour game that I'm pretty sure everyone saw.
Yeah, we were sitting behind it. It was wild to watch. So now we're on to round 2.
On to round 2. Let's get it going.
So in first seat, is this correct?
Awesome.
Pop back over. Yeah. So first seat is it TNT on first seat? Or T&K? T&K in first seat.
I believe, yeah, T&K.
There we go. So we got T&K first seat. Then we also have which is Jacob. I thought Levi was in first seat.
I believe Levi
Oh,
is.
so Levi's in first seat.
Yes.
So Essica is in first seat. Okay. And then we have Jacob on T&K. We have Charles on Sisse. And then Ian is on Tavesh and Thrasios. So I'm pretty excited to see how all these decks fare with each other.
Oh, yeah.
It's besides T&K, I think it's some pretty odd commander choices. Sisse's still doing pretty good after the bans. I think some people were really like sleeping on her. And yeah, let's just take a look at the board state.
Yeah, Essica's the wild card here that I'm not really entirely sure of, but gets to go first, really put that on display. Looks like there's just a Ragavan here.
Yeah,
some
I'm
early
assuming
ramp.
probably early Ragavan, which is pretty good. We got a Soul Ring on board for T&K, Mana Vault for Sisse. Ian has, what is the green card? Elvish? Something else? Probably a Dork?
Possibly, yeah.
With a Mystic
5-color decks are hard.
Yeah, 5-color decks are hard. Is it 5? It's 4? It's 3. Oh, Eska's the 5-color deck. My brain is like, it's like, what are you talking about? Cool. Okay.
All right, active player going to T&K.
Oh, another Mystic Remora.
Oh, and then this is how it starts.
This is how the last game went. If y'all were watching, there was 2 Ristics and a Mystic and a bunch of other stuff. So that game went incredibly long. We're hoping for a pretty solid game here. Hopefully not one that extends over 30 cards on just the stack. So.
I know. Use every single mat to represent the stack.
Yeah. Okay, more ramp, more mana. That's good.
Exactly what Sisse wants.
And 2 draws for everybody else. That's what they want too. Wow.
Now, I'm not entirely sure if this is a clam chowder variant.
I'm not sure. You know what? I've seen quite a different variation. I've seen like a clam chowder evolution of like high spice with people playing a lot of weird different cards for Sisse. So I'm excited to see what this one is exactly.
Yeah, I'm pumped. Looks pretty standard so far. Everyone's just kind of setting up on the early turns. Nothing too explosive.
You know what? After that last game, I'll take it. I'll take a nice, easy intro from us coming off from that one.
We have a little band Ristic, please, in the chat. Maybe coming soon. I don't know. We'll show the committee this. Oh, you are?
I am on the committee, so I am definitely taking information and feedback today very seriously. And then if somebody asks about a card, I'm like, it wasn't me.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Don't hate me online.
So Charles and Levi are swapped. Essica has the Mana Vault. Is that true? Are they swapped again? Oh yeah, because on the board. Yeah.
Oh, they are swapped.
Right. So Levi's on Sisse. Is that correct?
No, I believe Levi's on Essica.
No, because look right there, that's a Sisse right in the corner. Or unless the names are wrong. Maybe the names are wrong.
I think the names.
But the bottom right is yes. Okay, so Sisse with a Ragavan, much better.
Yeah, way better actually.
Way better. Okay, and then there's something green on the stack there too. Okay. Got it. Thank you for the update.
Yeah, much appreciated. Sorry, it was a rush to get it all done, and we were just 2.5-hour round.
Yeah, I can't imagine the previous casters. All right, so I'm making a note of that.
Yeah, going through right now. Looks like it's just Worldly Tutor. Now, Worldly Tutor and Essica, I really don't see a lot of Essica. I don't even know which side you utilize more, if you utilize the bridge or if you utilize the mana dork.
I honestly feel I have seen a little bit of Essica recently, and I feel like some people are either doing it as like a good commander that people aren't familiar with. So it's like a really great strategy to go into a format where people aren't familiar with commanders as much. But I've seen it pull up. I think it either won a tournament recently or topped a tournament a few months ago. So some spice.
Yeah, you have that variant.
Yes.
Having all 5 colors, you can really just do whatever you want.
Yeah, we have 2 5-color decks between Sisay and Essica too. So lots of things will be happening. And a Kinnan on the board.
Oh, we love to see it.
I missed that. Kinnan on the board too for Ian on TNT. Different TNT.
Yeah, there's
different.
Thrasios.
Thrasios, yeah.
Tevesh, yeah.
Ooh.
So you have Kinnan here. What exactly is the difference, do you think, between running Tevesh or Timna?
I was asking E about this myself because a lot of people were asking when he was playing this week, and I said, truthfully, I have no idea. And what I've gathered is Tevesh has like some weird loopy stuff that I hope we're going to see that can just get to the ult really quickly. And if you get to that ult on Tevesh where you could just take everybody's everything, I think that's really strong. And I think it's a different way of playing those 3 colors versus other commanders, right? So, I'm going to just assume Thrasios is good for another color. I mean, Thrasios is one of the best partners in my opinion. So,
oh yeah, one of the best consistent
Yeah.
partners to get you into the game.
yeah, I know for a while he was on Tevesh and Crom, so it's a little bit different of a play style. So I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, red being less favored at the moment.
Yeah. Maybe not less than green, but
Probably
still not.
not,
Yeah, yeah. They're definitely doing work. All right. Is that Derevi?
Coming down.
Oh, I think it's
No.
on the tutor. I mean, I would, yeah, and that's pretty. Oh, it's under. He took the Derevi
Oh.
out. That's a pretty good thing taking from. Is that it took it from the Sisay player, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hit to put under an op agent. I think that's pretty solid.
Damn, Derevi's crazy, especially now that you don't have Dockside. You can't really move
Yeah, I mean,
explosively win.
and besides that too, I think Sisay's in a really rough position with that op agent out, right? Like you're not gonna be able to go for those tutor chains. I'm not sure what Essica is gonna be doing as far as Essica in general, right?
Yeah.
But hard position for a Sisay player right now for sure.
No, that is terrible.
I
I mean,
would say though, these players are having a good time. You just seen all their heads kind of pop forward. They're laughing about everything. So I think after all of us watching such an intense last round, it's really fun to watch these players being as excited as they are about this.
oh yeah, I think everyone's just excited to play.
Yeah. And we have what, 5 rounds today?
I believe so, yeah.
5 rounds today. So it's a long day, but I also feel like I like a quick 5-round tournament. So excited to see what else we get to see. The Ian is comedian, yes. And you can tell by the Kiki tat. That is correct, chat.
Chat.
Yeah, we're gonna try and fix the player names for next round too. All right, Sisay tapping their Gaia's Cradle for what? Oh,
Yeah, unfortunate Derevi's gone though. That was probably the play line that Charles wanted to take.
I mean, yeah, I would be very stressed out with that. What? Oh, Savala.
Oh.
Pretty good for Sisay. I'm never gonna complain about seeing Savala on my board state.
Yeah, actually
Okay.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, get as many colors as you need, whatever
Yeah.
combination.
That's a pretty good. I would be a little less upset about my Derevi now, knowing that there's a Savala there.
And it seems like this fish isn't really doing as well. A lot of creature-based strategies at the moment.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Sisay's now on the sack too. Little discussion about the Sisay.
Sounds like players are debating.
You are right, though. There's been a lot of creature-based things versus.
Okay, just resolve and draw triggers.
Okay. All right. Looks like they're passing the turn. A little scary. Oh, seems like Ian's thinking on upkeep.
With 1 mana, is that a gemstone that's live, or was it just a one that was played after.
You know what? I'm not positive because we hopped in here, but if chat knows, they can let us know.
Mhm.
We did a quick, like, the two of us were just sitting, watching that last run, ran over for casting, and we tried to get everything set up quickly. So thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you for your patience in the last game as well. I know that was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, another crate.
Cradles all around. I guess all these decks could have cradles, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, all these decks have green.
Yeah. And Enduring Vitality is pretty nice. Vitality.
Was Remora paid for actually? No, there's not a counter on it.
I don't think they represented their Remora.
Hmm.
I did hear some talk about waiting and upkeep, and I thought it was Ian, but it might have been Jacob saying that he was gonna pay for it. But
Oh, okay. All right. That makes a lot more
I'm
sense now.
hoping.
Okay, my question was answered. Looks like we're getting the front side of Essica.
Exactly that, yes. Hmm. Interesting discussion to not lose to Ragavan is why they're playing their commander.
Oh, you are a free hit.
Yeah, you are
point, yeah.
exactly a free hit with the Ragavan. Yeah.
Good awareness coming out from Levi.
And Sisei does not need more colors. I guess they're kind of off right now with that op agent, but who knows what they have. Looks like Ian's keeping his Mystic Remora, which is hopefully good.
We saw it work wonders last time. It went up to 6, so.
Yeah. Card draw pretty good in CDH, I think. What is he doing?
Looks like he's just debating. Does have a Kinnan on board, so Basalt is always an option into Thrasios, but it's kind of risky to slam it on a
That's
board
so
like
early. Is that a clone?
that. That looks like an Abolisher. A Grand Abolisher. Or no, that can't be a Grand Abolisher. What am I talking about? Yeah.
That would be white. Well, I thought it would be like a clone effect. I'm not positive.
Here, we can tune in and see. So.
Yeah. I have no I draw first. I'm going to tap.
All right, we're back. Looks like there's a Pact of Negation
Mm-hmm.
after a little bit of a discussion. Awesome. We're getting a talisman. Just keeping it safe, ramping more.
Yeah. And just for clarification for our players, seat 1 is actually Sisei, and then we have Timna Krom in seat 2, followed by Essica, and then Ian is on Tevesh and Thrasios. Now there's a little confusion. We'll fix it for Dranith Magistrate.
Oh.
Ooh, as a stacks girly is one of my favorite cards to see. Yeah. We have a lot of commander focused decks here, so I think that's a very good play. And also, obviously, Graveyard.
Yeah, most commanders are out. It looks like it just affects T and K at the moment.
Affects T and K. If Sissy goes away, then that's a better position for that too. Not sure what Essica does still.
Yeah.
We'll look that up.
That's the brewer's advantage, though. A lot of the times you get that, other players will be focused on the more known threats, and you're able to go underneath. So looks like there's a little bit of debate over the Dranith.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
It's a very powerful card. I think people forget how just one single stacks card can really change the entire scape of a game. And it's still pretty early where stacks card is a lot more relevant, even if those commanders are out.
That's true. And especially asymmetrical stacks, where you're able to play yours.
Yes. A lot of thinking going on. And a lot of debate about not swinging a Ragavan over an Esco player.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's scared of the Ragavan at the moment. 1/4.
I guess losing your cards is always bad, and treasure advantage is also good, but
true.
In a game where life totals tend to matter, I'm going to assume for a few of these players too.
Yeah, I assume a lot of the debate coming out from Levi at the moment, or from Charles, is just because of the opposition agent. Looks like there is enough mana to activate Sisei, but
yeah, with that op agent, kind of cooked. What do we got our players looking at? Oh, we're tapping some mana. Wooberg. Prismatic Bridge.
Oh, no way.
What?
Yeah, just as we say we don't see this often, we're seeing both sides.
Whoa. Prismatic Bridge. I'm gonna look this up again. What it's like.
Oh, that could actually be spicy. I don't know if it works this way, but if you search with Sisse, could you put the bridge into play?
Not sure, says at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature or planeswalker card. Put that card onto the bottom of your onto the battlefield, and then the rest gets shuffled. Okay. I think that's pretty cool in Sensei.
Yeah, spinning the wheel.
Yeah. But it's at your upkeep. And you're revealing, so that's nice. That helps a lot, I guess, with the game plan. Get some of those other creatures out there.
Especially in this mid-range meta, just
Right.
getting incremental value over time. But turns have shifted over to T&K. Looks like there's a little bit of debate on whether to pay for the fish or not. Fish is dead.
Yeah, fish is gone. I guess it is a lot of creature-focused stuff right now, so.
Ian, though, choosing to stick with his fish.
Yeah, it seems like Ian didn't have too much on his turn, unfortunately, with the... Oh, what is that? Chad, I wish I could tell you what this card is.
Me too, yeah. Should say tutors the front face. You can't. Okay.
Yeah, the tutor doesn't work the way we would love it to.
Oh, that is a good. It is every color.
Yep. Seems very good for a Sissa deck, especially when you're not able to tutor. Okay, so it was a land tutor creature, the Eldrazi. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit of banter between.
Oh, is it the Sony Microspawn? I've only seen the full art, which seems weird to know for that one. Cool. All right, T&K has been doing pretty good with, having that op agent out to stop some stuff, a little enduring vitality. The guy's Cradle, which is not doing too much. So I'm wondering what they're going to cook up now.
Not a ton, but and unable to cast Thrasios to really utilize this Gaia's Cradle, which is unfortunate. What is this, green? Green man? Okay.
Yeah, Thrasios Crom. I think we said Tymnocrom earlier, but definitely Thrasios. We see it right there. Making some green. Hmm.
Oh, choosing to actually use Derevi here.
That seems pretty cool to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what's happening?
Yes, I believe Derevi was cast off the opposition.
So I heard about the ETB untap. That's pretty interesting. Okay.
Yep. Chooses to get the Gaia's Cradle. Oh, there's a Dranith out on the board.
We might have to call that in if they don't look. Yeah. There is a Dranith Magistrate. We have our great judges checking on the rules call that we call for. So thank you for assisting chat. Thank you for looking out for us here.
I know Talon Gates is one of those things where you don't ever really put it on the stack. It just looks like you play a land.
But it's such a good versatile card, and especially because it's just a land, so you have the ability to get it like that. So nice.
It is amazing, especially because it'll come back. There's a lot of value in things keeping certain stacks pieces around.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like that was a pretty quick turn from our Essica player. Just moving along. And I don't know if that's their only card in hand right now. I'm very curious to see what they do next.
This is pretty tough, yeah. The bridge does get underneath, though.
The bridge is pretty spicy. Oh, Carpet of Flowers from Ian. Okay. Ian said, I have so much mana, we're going to make so much more. I guess that's good with Kinnan. Maybe something fun will come out.
That's true. Still hasn't played Thrasios as well.
Yeah. He's got a couple artifacts and things, I believe, down there to help with that Kinnan. And he could be playing, yeah. Wow, okay, passing.
Playing it safe.
Maybe he's got some spicy interaction.
Maybe we're going to see some flash speed interaction.
Yeah. And I guess there was the pack trigger on Essica, so that does make sense. Thank you. I have such a hard time playing Pact in my deck because I'm always worried about like that situation and not having anything else to do for my turn if I put myself behind to stop something. But it's part of the game.
Oh, especially in tournament. I just forget sometimes and you can't take it back. You just lose.
Yep.
It's the worst feeling. Well, the board state has progressed a good amount. Who do you think has the most commanding at the moment?
I honestly, despite like Op Agent being out right now, I feel like the Sisei's in a pretty good position. I mean, that Prismatic Bridge is like really helping them with all of the weird stuff we have going on with Op Agent, potentially with, Drain's Magistrate working if Sisei goes away or anything else. So that's really fun for the deck. I can see maybe Jacob also sneaking up into this too. Got a little Thrasios Derevi actually. I thought that was pretty cool, but I'm not sure. What about you? What are you thinking?
I would actually agree with you, yeah. That where Sisei right now is just one bounce spell away, one Talon Gates away from getting rid of the opposition agent. And the Derevi is actually not just stuck in exile. It's back in play. So there is a way to get it back and go infinite with Zavala.
I will say Ian did get rid of his Mystic Remora and does have quite a few cards that he drew. Not a crazy amount like we've seen previously, but quite a few cards. So he might be cooking something as well. I'm rooting for our Esca player, though. I do want to see what's going to go on with this deck.
I do. Yeah, I'm rooting for her as well. But it's looking pretty dire. I would say that's the least developed board state where it's going to be hard to come back.
Yeah, looks like Sissy has like an Ignoble Hierarch, maybe? Is that what's on the board? Or a Noble Hierarch?
An Ignoble, yeah.
Yeah,
it looks like the little Gruul Goblin. Yeah, Exalted.
Yep. Might as well, right? Exalted right now, pretty good.
Ooh, jumping up in life.
Trying to figure out which way was the correct way. I think sometimes these apps can be a little hard to figure out which way it's supposed to go, but
I know some make you do it on the bottom, some make you do it on the top.
Yeah. That looks like it keeps track of your previous life total, though. That's nice in case something happens.
Yep. Yeah, Sisei doesn't need Derevi, but having the option of it being available to you on the board rather than being in exile, I think just gives more room. Well, that's a shiny card.
Mm-hmm. What are these?
Oh, they're mana symbols.
Oh, cute. Okay, so it's for the channel.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I saw them on the logos for the in-between screen, but I didn't know they were for mana. That's so cute.
Yeah, no, I love them, and they're not basic, so they get around a lot of the rules sometimes when you're going to tournaments. So.
Yeah. Well, Sisei's got a lot of mana here.
I think we were right on calling out who's ahead.
Yeah.
But Ian still really hasn't done much. Has a lot of mana available.
Yeah.
Looking at the hand at the moment, so.
Ooh, Emil. I'm gonna assume these players have interaction. And Ian literally, as soon as the meal's on stack, is like, if we don't do anything, we're dead.
Yeah.
You're correct there.
You got to jump on it before people pass priority. Sometimes people let things go through and you just need to remind them.
I think it's good to have those conversations. I'm always very open to being like, if I have interaction, it's our interaction for moments like this in the game, or like, if you're not sure of the right time to interact, let's talk through it together.
Yeah. You losing means I lose too.
Exactly. And with a tournament with only 5 rounds too, every win, I think, really matters here. Sise ETB.
Oh, through the Savala trigger?
I'm assuming.
I believed it was the Derevi activation on Sisse to draw a card.
The meal.
Yeah, nothing really bigger than 6 power at the moment.
Yeah. This is pretty scary though. If I was sitting at this table, I would definitely be very nervous about what's going to happen next.
Oh yeah, especially if I'm tapped out like Essica is at the moment. Really not a
Absolutely.
lot of mana outside of Ian, so it does come down to him.
Yeah, Eska did put in the work on helping everybody with that pack, so feeling like they did their part, but it's really hard to be tapped out right now. Oh, Jacob looking like they might be doing something.
Looking to respond. Looks like it's a Cradle and an Exotic Orchard untapped. Oh, actually, no, there's more mana. I forgot there was an Enduring Vitality.
Yes. They were also saying looking maybe at digging to find something. And all players are agreeing to not argue with the board state, which I think is very, very fair.
Have to see. I guess limiting stacks pieces. Dranith is still on the board.
They showed a consultation in his hand to showcase to everybody. Interesting. Maybe talking about digging, but
Oh, that's how you know you're in a dire situation.
yeah.
That's how you really know people don't have anything when they start demonic consultation.
We could cut to them politicking if you want.
Yeah.
Because they're doing a lot more talking than playing, and that's less for us to do.
Sometimes it's great, but often I think we played Catacombs of Strange. Yeah, man.
Until that Derevi comes up, then the creator.
Well, or any of the haste enablers just wins right now. That's the problem, right? Like,
Okay. Walk me through it. I don't know that much.
they rotate for 5.
Got it.
I'm gonna respect him enough to assume you knew it. Don't lay him up, don't tell your opponent's lines, but that was pretty obvious.
Yeah, so it's one of the good ones.
Threes, the last one.
Whoa, Relic of Legends versus say, oh no.
Oh, this is starting to look even more game over.
Yeah, if they don't have a way to get out of this now, I think Sisse might just have it. Ian asking how many cards in hand from our Sisse player.
Heard 2, and then I heard 3 from Jacob.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh. Doing something at end step. Let's see. Tainted Pact at end step.
Making a black as well. Okay, that's pretty great.
Clarifying to the table that they're not reverse oraling and that they are looking for something else, which I think is very good to do right now. You know, a lot of other players seem to be kind of out of stuff, so hopefully find something to either save you from what's to come from Sisse or maybe help you with your turn. Oh, one of my favorite cards.
As a Kinnan player, I hate to see this one, but this is going to be
If that goes
insane.
through, it's going to totally reset this game. Oh.
Oh, actually.
Keep him going, okay.
There's Basalt. Mindbreak, okay.
So this is actually Ian in this corner, looking at his sleeves. I think we had our corners messed up. Because that's a Tim Thrassi. The whole thing's messed up.
Yeah,
Hold on.
hold
we-
on. Hold on.
Sometimes Ian's at the bottom here. Okay. So on our bottom right is our Sisse player, which is Charles. Next to that, right now, is Ian. Well, we've been so off this whole game. I super apologize for that.
Yeah, actually, this is this is great. Everything's mixed up.
Yeah, but I think you definitely need that Psych Rift. I think you have to just get everything off the board, and that's the correct play.
Mm-hmm.
We've been so off. I didn't even see his arm. I didn't even look. So yeah, that's our Tavesh and Thrasios player. That's our Tim Thrasios player on the top. Got it. We're all jumbled up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was a crazy rush to get it all through, but
Chat will get it settled for round 3.
I know we said that in round 1, but we'll get it settled round 3.
Yeah. Okay, so Ian with the Tainted Pact at the end step. Getting a Psych Rift. Untapping with a lot of advantage right now, which might put him in a really good position between having this Derevi and having access to all this mana.
Yeah, Ian with the great card and arm sleeves.
Yeah. Well, I would have loved a culling ritual. I'm pretty happy about seeing this too. Is that bad of me? I didn't even know my own fiance's hands on the screen for half this game.
Oh, there's a lot of cards to focus on.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Psych Rift. And I think our other players are going to kind of understand that this might have to be the way to go with Sisse having as much advantage as they do.
Yeah, and you really don't lose too much when you're Essica.
Yeah.
You even get your mana vault untapped, so
Yeah.
pretty good.
I will say that the Dranith will go away. So maybe that opens up other opportunities, but
That is true, but Ian controlling the
oh yeah,
the opposition agent does
good position for him to be in after the Psych Rift, I think. Trying to figure out what to do with our remaining mana before the board state tends to go away. Maybe digging to see if there's anything we can do with this.
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to go down without a fight. At least everyone using up their mana.
Yeah. Once again, digging with the remaining mana they have. How much mana will he have after this? Access to 1, 2.
Ian?
And then the Enduring Vitality as well. Yeah, because I'm just wondering what's going to come next, if anything. Something big, maybe.
I think this was a pretty big play on its own.
Yeah.
Just having this. I'm wondering if the Dranith will get redeployed.
Okay.
Just don't want to take.
Yeah, that Psych Rift goes through. So it's leaving him with 1, 2, 3 untapped lands and 5 creatures for Enduring Vitality. 6.
Yeah, actually a good amount of mana. If this is a Seedborn Muse or something, I think the game's over. This huge swing in tempo.
I really want to see Tavesh come out to do its thing, and I'm not sure if we'll get there, but whoa, Ristic Study.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all the players went ooh at the same time. Wait,
I think they went boo.
oh, they said boo.
Yeah, I think
We
it was
went
boo.
ooh, they went boo. Yeah. Yeah, big Psych Rift into a Ristic Study. I mean, that's a great position to be in.
Mm-hmm. See, that's the value of being able to politic and really show that someone's a threat, and then get underneath and present it.
I will say the guy's Cradle does have to feel really bad now for that Sisse player.
Oh,
kind of low on lands outside of that. I got like 3 or 4, so we'll see how this rebuild goes. But
yeah, and being choked on mana, you're really just gonna have to feed Ian cards.
Yeah, not to mention there's literally a Derevi with a Cradle on his board state right now, where he'll be able to just do so much with that on top of the additional mana. And another bird, a different bird, but another bird. All right, passing. Okay, I still listen. Psych Rifting into a Ristic Study, 2 really big plays for the game.
Oh yeah.
And I definitely have to say he's in a good position now. All right, let's go our Eska player.
2 lands. We know there's a mana vault.
Yeah.
And this is where you get to a difficult challenge, because you're just like, do I pay for this Ristic and get myself farther back, or it looks like he.
What is that?
Man, these alt arts.
I know these alt arts are hard. If anybody knows what Esca player played, I'm gonna leave I got.
We'll go to the audio.
It's pretty
Like, yeah.
I will say he still does have like 14 cards.
Yeah, no, like, I'm not making that
I'm
argument.
probably gonna end up in here.
It's more of an like, we're not feeding this Ristic, is what we decided. All right, I'll discard the hand system. I'll discard the
All right, looks like the table is agreeing to not put themselves too far behind in exchange for a little bit of tempo, but like you said, Derevi with a Gaia's Cradle and you have a Thrasios,
Yeah.
I feel like you're just gonna get overrun anyway.
It is a soul ring. I was looking at it like they paid 2 mana and they're like, they paid for Ristic Study, which yes, thank you, chat. That was part of the discussion. We cut over that to make sure we could hear them. So I appreciate it. I love all the fun art we get, but casting, it is so hard to tell, especially with how blurry it could be for us. So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
No, I'm surprised the Mana Vault didn't come down. I'm pretty sure that
They didn't want to continue to cast things with giving more advantage to Ian on the Ristic Study because they can only pay for one thing. I guess they found out that was a better way. But I guess you could have played Mana Vault into something else and still had more mana.
Can't you
pay
play
for
Soul Ring in the Mana Vault?
Yeah, you could. Well, you could if you do that. And I guess you have one left, but I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, honestly. There's a lot of things going on. It's hard when your whole hand goes back to your hand or your whole board state goes back to your hand and then you have to rebuild, trying to figure out the best way to do it without giving somebody who's already in a better position more advantage.
I know, it's already hard enough to keep track of your turns, and now you gotta just replay like the past 3 turns that you've had.
Yeah.
Mana producing lands is what we hear. Most of them.
These players are having a lot of conversations about this Ristic Study right now.
Let's tune in.
It's a bad scene. Hurt? Wounded?
We'll need some sort of
Yeah. Something keep us going.
Oh no, yeah. Really do not like
As we're deciding after this very strong Ristic Study play, what we're going to do as a team. Well, carpet. Okay, carpet spots. That's good. Looks like we'll cast another stick. They're targeting to make how much mana?
Target you. All I see is a cradle, but
Yeah. Paying again for Ristic.
Cool.
Okay.
So it looks like that generated 2 white.
Not sure. It's a green card, right?
Oh, the Carpet of Flowers. You use the Mana Confluence to
Yes.
pay, but
Yeah, and then they use that mana for that. I hear you. Okay.
yeah.
We're
No,
good.
but I'm confused as well. I'm surprised there wasn't 2 green and just use the carpet and pay.
Who knows? Maybe they're cooking something else. I think this is a complex position to be in as a player right now, too.
Oh yeah.
Are we using the mana to cast something else, or are we passing?
It looks like there's a debate going on right now between, how conservative you really have to be. This is a decision where, do I put myself too far behind? Do I go with the table and agree and, just try to take it slow?
Yeah. And just as a recap, because I know it's a little confusing for our players right now, in first seat on the top left, this is actually our Esca player. This is Levi. In our second seat from the top, we do have a Timna Thrasios. Underneath that, we have our Sisse player, and to the left is a Tavesh and Thrasios. If you did miss a big Psycho Captain, we have a Ristic Study out, and now our players are slowly rebuilding their board state while also being cautious of that Ristic Study.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I apologize for the technical difficulties. I mean, it tossed us up for like the first 3 turns.
Yeah. I know we sat there and I was like not even realizing that it was Ian on the bottom after seeing his like tattoos, which were prominent enough to know what a player is, right? All right, so we're tapping down some mana. Sisse was in a really great position now, so I think it's going to be a hard spot to get back to where they were. We know what's in hand is the Prismatic Bridge, Sisse itself, Emil. What else did we have out there? Ragavan.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a Fairy Burrow Elder on that one. What is it?
It does look Selesnya.
Yeah, I think it might be. Unless they're not paying. Did Ian draw a card? Okay, they're paying. Okay, they're paying on it. So I think that is a Fairy Burrow Elder.
Awesome.
Which I think is maybe the right play. I don't really know. It gives you 1 mana for your Gaia's Cradle, though.
It does, yeah. Looks like there could be a possibility to maybe play that Ignoble Hierarch.
Yeah.
earlier.
There we go.
Looks like it's gonna happen.
Look at you. Mind reader. Now I wonder what Ian's going to be able to do on this turn. The Derevi with a Gaia's Cradle with this many creatures, not to mention the Enduring Vitality and the land's pretty good.
Oh yeah, this is insane mana. I mean, the Cradle on its own is producing. Well, we'll see right now.
Yeah, they have been having a lot of conversation of moving through. He's going to use some Thrasios activations with the Gaia's Cradle, which I think is great. Good position right now.
Even more mana.
Yeah, because for some reason he definitely needs it. Let's see what he gets with this.
Yeah, no.
We love you guys, chat, and we love that you help us read cards that we can't see. All right.
Looks like that was a mnemonic trail.
A little spicy,
Pretty spicy, but I think that's one of the worst draws, especially considering how far ahead you are. There just isn't much to use from your opponents.
I guess you could also be surprised about like no Drannith, but I guess maybe people didn't feel like they had interaction and you would need it to be gone, right? I don't know. I really don't know what Ian's gonna cook up with this.
I have a feeling he's gonna draw a lot of cards.
Yeah. Going through that graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it's just a couple more mana dorks.
And some tutors, Vamp Tutor in there too, which could be really good right now. Yeah, an Ultivesh Rip is what I'm waiting for. We have Phoenix in the chat saying they want to see Deep Glow Skate so bad. I haven't seen this card. What is that?
Oh, I remember I played it back in casual. It's a fish. It's a creature, and when it enters, it doubles all counters.
Whoa. Okay, that seems pretty cool. I know Phoenix is always cooking with some interesting stuff, so... Yeah, I'm waiting for an Ultivesh. This is what I've been promised. I don't know if we're going to get it with what's going on right now, but...
Mm-hmm. Lotus Petal being played.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He's checking all the graveyards right now.
Well, Pact of Negation as well. If you do have the line here, I'm pretty sure this is GG.
Yeah.
Would you happen to know if Ian's deck runs a Displacer Kitten? Sounds like a great one.
Based on who Ian is, I would assume he would do anything to put a Displacer Kitten in a deck. I don't know if it is in this one, though. I think that man tries to figure out wherever he could put Displacer Kitten, he's going to do it.
It's his pet card.
Yeah. Yeah, he might just be able to pull this out, though. There's a lot of cards in hand. We're going to make some mana. Let's see.
Is that colorless?
Phoenix says it does run Displacer Kitten. All right.
Ooh.
He said, y'all know what's coming, and played the meme bet. All right.
Meme Betrayal.
They all just, here's the graveyards. All right, we're gonna nicely play this so we don't mix up players' cards. Very nice, very nice. All right, Chad, this could be it. Let's see where we're going with this. So we got a spicy meme bet.
Yep.
Tons of cards in the yard.
A lot of protection, a lot of interaction. We did see a Vampiric Tutor, but is there another tutor?
I'm not positive if there's another tutor. There's an Enlightened Tutor over there as well, but Grand Abolisher on the stack.
Oh.
So Grand Abolisher.
It was, but we had the names.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Players are saying, just show us. Do you want to cut to him?
Yep.
Devoted Druid, minus 6 life, Hazel's Brewmasters, implement it.
That is my
This is
That
what
was ridiculous.
Machine got after the devoted druid in the hand.
I have so much mana.
I'm
so
so
much
much. If it makes you feel any better about the push.
Yeah,
win
I had a
as
pack,
PhD,
but I
and
couldn't
that
pay
was
for it, so I was just like, I
the
can kill myself
Cyclops was
and maybe stop you.
time.
Make sure you all get your cards.
Going into the Ristic set,
ready, you
even though
got?
our players
Yes,
were very
sir.
careful, he
Grumble,
just
grumble.
had
I
an
didn't format
amazing
yet. I
flex.
should
He
have
could
gone
have
for
the direct underneath his off agent, that Cradle was out too. Oh my goodness, what a great game.
Balestred Spy. I was not
Good
happy
round
when I
one.
put 5 and 7.
Yeah, great call. Took
That's
me
actually good.
really
Yeah, I was
just
going to
taking
ask
his
you what
time
the
to
decision
choose.
point
All right, I with this
It's a
team,
lot of
I need to
mulliganing.
get this,
Your hand
put
has to
far
have a
ahead,
plan.
and
I will reveal it to make sure.
Yeah, we didn't
Sorry,
spend much time
with,
as
whether
the
you
player,
go
but we definitely held
for
around and helped us
extra
the table with
mana
the things they were
into
doing.
Val's
I did
fight,
get
or
in deep
play the one
interviews
that has
this
the
time.
Oh, so the activator requires you to sack a creature. In order to dread return, you need to have 3 creatures. And so with Poxwalkers
So
and
have
Ball,
the interviews,
if something
the
happens to your
storyline, you get
Ritual
an
Ball,
interview, Ian.
it becomes short on creatures. I've gone for it and been short on creatures
Because
before.
if you don't, I'm gonna
So
have
if I think I'm going to be short on creatures, I usually
so
go
I'm
for the
happy with
Valshred.
you on this one.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
I
overall,
have
just
like
very
extra mana
impressive
crystalling around,
game
City
state
Fortress
from
good.
our
Yeah, because I
players.
can also
I
pop
think
it if I'm in
our Timna and Tim Nebraska's players definitely holding their own and
You're
all
welcome.
did pretty well.
I told you.
I tried.
Some very scary systems despite that opportunity was pretty impressive. I kind of like the prismatic.
I mean,
I like the
a
bridge too.
top 10
I
player
do
on Blue Farm and
think that it
Waffle
would
on
make
Kinnan is
this
just
a
going to
all
be.
like
I love them all.
That was
That verbal ping pong is going to be happening
All right,
the whole
so
time.
we're gonna give it a couple minutes.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Ian over here for an
Honestly,
interview.
like potting Masika
And
and
then
Balashred is one of my favorite
round
lines.
3 after that.
It's like Masika, and then I do something and like Neoform it, life is all good. It becomes very hard to interact with that ETB unless you have like deflecting sort of.
Well, that's the crazy part about that. That like sort of tickled me with it. It's just like the dread return is kind of loose, right? But like the creature part of it is
Super strong.
and it's also super redundant. Right? You got multiple.
The card that I've lost to a few times is Baleful Mastery.
Oh,
With the Narcomoeba.
force draw?
Yeah, the 4 straws got me like 4 or 5 times. And Hawaii just
Ready for an interview for you. We're ready for an interview.
Do you mind if I just count the 99? Okay.
there's a guy in Hawaii who plays Crick all the time. He's got me hit like 4 or 5 times.
Oh yeah.
I should stop playing into it.
Like 2 black men now. Wait a minute, I've fallen for this before.
Don't happen every single time.
Was there any point going forward if we're ahead in 2?
Yeah, I think 3 and 2 is very much there.
Just don't get dunked on the next 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it hasn't gone well the first 2.
You are the dunk master in this.
I was trying, but yeah, no, somebody had enough of them.
I should have tried to present the win just to see if I could squeak it out.
I know, yeah, with that many cards in hand, I wouldn't. I mean,
I could have put the Quinlan back out and the Talisman and the Signet had a ton of mana. And then I could have survived my own act trigger.
did you have any interaction? I didn't.
One pact of negation.
I had
Part
a
about
beast
playing
one.
crazy sleeves like
That
this.
was it.
It's super easy
I had a
not
beast
to mix
one,
them up.
and I was like, I don't think this does anything.
Yeah.
Seriously, all those times I was flickering,
Oh really? Yeah.
just trash.
Yeah, I drew into the machine gun. I had the Eldritch Evolution and the Enlightened Tutor in my hand, so I was like, okay, I've got the Devoted Druid. I've got the mana to go get a Swift Reconfiguration or maybe a Master.
Jesus, this is
Fucking opposition.
Alpha's always the killer.
Poor Sysages.
Is the table silent, chat? I know we're on the BRB screen, but I'm just asking if this is helping. You tell me.
Is our worst matchups are other system clouds not playing system.
exactly. Oh yeah.
And so
brother.
like when you can verbally dissect the entire line to the table, it's mortifying. Like it's
on
hard.
spell table, whatever.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah. Oh,
Good game.
yeah.
I gotta run over
Yes,
there.
sir. Go get
A little bit of that.
Yeah. When I went to my turn, I had like 20 cards in hand. I did it.
Thank you. Woo! I told me how to win. Okay, so they were saying that the sound was still on from the table, and I didn't know how to change it. It wasn't my job. And so and it was interfering with us talking at the end. So I'm gonna give okay.
Am I staying? Or is my mic gonna be on? Oh, it's on now.
Yeah, it should be on. All right. I don't even need these headphones anymore. It's not listening to people talk. We're gonna be talking. Okay. All right, my mic's on. And we're back. So we have Ian here. We're gonna interview him in just a second, but I know there were some overlaps of chatting at the end of that. So we're gonna like really let you get into how you won because that was kind of where some of the mic feed got a little bit messed up. But yeah, we just finished round 2. As y'all know, round 1 was extensive and long. This one we finished with about like 22 minutes into or left of the round, which is really amazing.
Yeah, we'll take it.
And we were a little bit confused about our player positions. Again, apologies about that. So we thought you were actually in a different seat, and then we saw your tattoo, and we're like, wait a minute, that's Ian. So we're gonna let you talk about yourself today. Ian from Philadelphia here, playing in Colorado. This is your second event with them, right? Second Snowy Summit.
I've been to each Snowy Summit, and I loved it so much the first time. I was like, I got to come back for round 2. So
Absolutely. Before we get into that amazing win that you had, tell us about the deck you're playing today, because it was kind of a spicy one.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we didn't really get to see a lot of the deep spice in the deck, but I'm playing a Tevesh Thrasios list, and the idea is to turn Tevesh up to the maximum, which is so funny because Tevesh didn't even hit the board during that. But that's actually one of the benefits of playing a deck like this, is that you can really heavily rely on the Thrasios plan, but have this sort of haymaker Tevesh plan as a backup plan, which is really nice because it flirts with that line of like when your deck is Simic, and then really quickly when it turns into a Sultai deck out of nowhere.
Yeah, and Tevesh was kind of locked out for a bit by Drannith, but I mean, you did a very spicy play with the Talon Gates. Oh my gosh, that was fun. And we didn't realize at first because the way that it was laid out, we couldn't tell. We thought that there was a mistake with the Drannith, but blinking it out to get out your Derevi that was underneath your own opposition agent, and then you grabbed also, what else after that?
I played my Thrasios.
Thrasios.
I debated on playing Tevesh there like quite a lot because I had 2 forces in hand, but I only had 1 blue card, so it was gonna be a whole thing. But I was just trying to play a very conservative game plan, as we saw from like the Tainted Pact. I had Hazels in my hand the whole time. I could have gone for the Devoted Druid, and I said, you know what, let me take a chill plan, overload this Rift, and then obviously having the study to like, either tempo them out or have them draw me a bunch of cards was big there too.
I mean, the pot itself was really interesting because we had a Timna and Thrasios, right? And then we also had the Essica and the Sisay. And the Sisay from out the gates was just dominating the board. I mean, they just kept getting into one thing after one thing. And we really thought you were in a great position with your op agent. And then we saw the Prismatic Bridge. We were like, oh no, who's like actually in control of the game? So we also thought you were going to take that Culling Ritual. But pulling for the Psych Rift, I think, was the correct call. Immediately slamming down a Rhystic Study
Yeah.
after was just mind blowing.
Yeah, I mean the main phase Psych Rift into the old Ristic is like the classic one too. And I didn't expect it. They were very conservative with their Ristic play. They had
Very
a whole
great.
conversation as a table. They were like, we're not feeding into this. We know that he basically just wins. And I've obviously haven't pushed for a win in a while, so it wasn't until I hit that meme bet that I even really had a chance to do so.
Yeah, the meme bet before that too, you also had an Enduring Vitality out with like tons of mana advantage.
Yeah.
You had a Drevi out with a Gaia's Cradle.
Right.
Like so many creatures on the board. So your mana advantage was like amazing. Then drawing all these cards, even if it was like a little more conservative, the ability to draw those cards, you had an early Mystic Remora as well, which while it was very creature focused, was still getting you some advantage. Pulling out that meme bet though,
Yeah.
and telling everybody, I got it, and just going with the graveyards was really amazing. If you want to talk about that, because that's kind of where we got cut off a little bit. So
Okay, yeah. So at that point, to be honest, I was expecting a huge fight because I had the Dispel, I had the Force of Will, and that cleaned up my line a whole lot, not having to really go crazy there. But yeah, as soon as the meme bet resolved, I was like, all right, cool, we're in the clear. So yeah, meme bet resolved. I threw out the Grand Abolisher. They were all like, yeah, we would have definitely hit the meme bet. And I was like, you never know, just in case.
Grand Abolisher in the graveyard, pretty good hit for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was funny because they were all like discarding to hand size too, and I was like, I could mine this a lot more for sure.
Right.
Yeah. So the Grand Abolisher played that out right away, and everyone was like, "Yeah, like you got it. We don't have anything. We would have interacted." And I was like, "Oh, okay. So if everyone's like, just to be clear, like if everyone's good on everything, I'm just gonna Eldritch my bird into Devoted Druid. I'm gonna use Devoted Druid's ability to put 2/2 counters on it, throw it in my own graveyard, and I had the Hazel's Brewmasters in the game for quite some time. So
I know. I was looking at the Hazel's lines earlier, not even from your deck, because I was researching for another game. I was like, I want to be clear about this, and then you pulled it out, which was really exciting for us. I know. As we were casting, there was a lot of talk asking about a Displacer Kitten, and I was like, if it's Ian, he probably has a Displacer Kitten, but I'm not positive. You had one in there too. Okay. And some spice. We don't have to get too much into it because I know the tournament's still going. But I will say, your friend Phoenix in the chat was pushing for the Tavesh and a skate. What was the card? A fish.
The Deep Glow Skate. Yeah.
we're gonna see hopefully in the finals, semifinals, maybe we'll see the spicy Tavesh tech.
Yeah.
But is there anything else you're looking forward to today at the tournament?
Honestly, I want to do the thing. I haven't done the Deep Glow and or Casmina lines yet, which are just they're really cool. I'm super excited about them. They just haven't shown up in my hands. I super beefed the first game by keeping a bad hand, so my hope is that this will get sort of my juju back and I can jump on in and just do my best. That's all I'm asking for.
That's the interesting thing, especially as like a player who wants to try a lot of diverse decks and try new brews and play new things instead of just, you're very well known for playing Kinnan. You could easily come here with Kinnan today, but you're trying something else. And I think that's really exciting. Even if it's a bad hand, going into your next round, okay, I have to be better about this. So 1 win and 1 loss today?
1 win, 1 loss so
okay.
far. Yep.
3 more rounds?
3 more rounds, yeah. I'm hoping to get 2 wins because I don't think 11 points gets there with 128 players. So I'm definitely really going to be pushing hard for wins because draws are a nightmare.
I mean, it's a 1-day tournament, 5 rounds, right? I think every win truly matters. So
yeah, and there's going to be a lot of really good players that hit that bubble, and it's not going to be due to their own capabilities. So I'm excited to see a lot of decks. This feels like one of those tournaments where you're going to want to like talk about like up to the 30 place for deck lists.
It's definitely a lot of that, and also just like a really great environment. Everybody's been so friendly.
Oh, so
fun.
friendly.
So we've been having a good time. But all right, well, everybody, that's Ian. Hopefully, we'll see him again at some point, either top 16, top 4, whatever goes on today.
I'm hoping
for that spicy Chavesh.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Joined by Joseph,
That is me.
the myth, the man, the legend. We got another episode of Nameless Podcast. We're still workshopping the name.
We'll figure it out at some point. We're only on episode 3.
Yeah. Someone told us like Basics and Beyond, which is a cool name, but still workshopping. It's like Bed Bath and Beyond kind of thing. Yeah,
I like the play with the bees.
we have the basic name to just play around with.
Yeah.
Anyways, Killing Air. We are going to start doing a bunch of this here in the future, so hopefully you guys are enjoying them so far to listen to Joseph and I talk about our opinions in the format and what's going on with CDH. But today's episode is about flash speed and what's going on with flash speed and the impact of instant speed wins. So Joseph, want to give us a little recap of what's going on here?
Yes, I think, and what I have seen personally, the last like few, I'd say like month or two, has been very, very heavily on when instant speed, don't ever push until someone else pushes. You basically wait until someone presents their win, all the counter spells get used, and you're like, okay, just kidding, now I'm gonna win on top. And it's very good because it's so impossible to stop a lot of time. Everyone just uses all their interaction to stop a Necro or a Nas or a Thoracle, whatever. And then you just have all your resources because you didn't use anything. And you win. The real issue is when all 4 people do this. So no one ever pushes first because they all want to push later and on top. And the only time someone actually pushes, like, okay, I'll put a Grand Abolisher on this deck, and then everyone freaks out, and they're like, I'll cast a board. Here's a Valley Flood Caller. And it's getting to be a lot, especially with how mid-range the meta is right now, with all the Ristics and the Tides and the Fish. I just see it as a big issue, and everything together combined is becoming way too slow. I like mid-range, I like balancing, like playing fast and ramping or a draw engine and chilling, but I think we're at a point right now where it's like no one starts a push unless they're a specific turbo deck, and that's an issue.
Okay, that was a lot.
Yes, sorry.
Let's break that down kind of piece by piece. So flash speed, for those of you who don't know, is any cards that will allow you to play at instant speed. So there's a few of them. There's a bunch of them, but there's only 4 or so that get used in CEDH.
The best ones.
The best, in our opinion, I guess. There's a few if you're playing a mono green deck. Yeva can be good, right, or whatever. Sure. But typically the ones that get used are Emergent Zone, Hi-Fi Trickster, Valley Flood Caller, and
Born Upon a Wind.
Born Upon a Wind. So there's 4: 2 creatures, 1 land, and an instant. I guess from your perspective, just real quick, which one do you think is the strongest out of all 4 of them? Do you rank them differently? Is there one that you're more scared of, or is there one that you would use more if you could?
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small.
I think right now in the meta, Valley Flood Caller is the best of the 4. Because it's 3 mana and a creature, it's so much harder to counter. Obviously, you can kill it, but once you kill it, its effects are on board and they have flash. I think right behind it is Born Upon a Wind. Born Upon a Wind being 2 mana instant is very under the radar. You can just hold up 2 mana, look like you're holding a counterspell, go off to the races, right? Behind it, I see Hi-Fi Trickster, and I think this is controversial because I think everyone likes E-Zone for their wins, and especially with crop rotation, right? But right now, I think being able to cast everything Born speed, including creatures, is like very strong. It's just a little more mana intensive for 4 mana, so it's a little harder. And then E-Zone's right behind. Still amazing, but just harder to set up, I think. Or like, oh, my land is colorless for the first 2 turns. It kind of sucked, but later it's really good. That's how I ranked it in my mind.
Okay, interesting. Because I completely like, I guess I view it differently. I would actually put Emergent Zones on top.
Really?
Because you can't interact with it on the stack.
True. You'd have to like stifle, which isn't happening.
Yeah. Like, and it's also less mana than any of the other ones.
It's just 1 to crack. You're
using a land.
It's a 2, but it's the same thing.
And it's colorless. So I feel like that one's easier to cast. Granted, it has a lot of negative before it because it's a colorless land.
Yeah.
And we're in a color, pips are very important for CDH.
In the meta right now.
But, like, I feel like that one is, like, you can't interact with it, right? And the other ones, you can interact with it on the stack.
The only thing you can do is go on top of it, which is just
you will do that for the other
harder
ones.
to do. Yeah, exactly.
So they're like, if you're like grading them on the same scale, you could do that for any of them, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I would put Emergent Sword on top, and then I would put Valley Flood Caller, followed by Hi-Fi Trickster, followed by Born Upon a Wind being the last one.
Okay.
Because Born Upon a Wind is an instant.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of non-creature
counters
counter
right now.
spells flying around. So I think that's my perspective. Disagree with us if you like.
Yeah, please comment down below.
Yeah, I think ranking them. I feel like reasonable people can disagree, but I think reasonable people can disagree.
And they're all just so good. It's hard to like say for. I don't think there's a definitive like this one is better than this one, but I think for sure like we both put Flood Caller like 1 and 2 is like it's just so good because it's so cheap and again hard to deal with, hard to counter.
And you can combo with cards too. That was
it
like
has
the only
its own
one.
combos too.
Yeah.
The real issue with the combos is that it has to be not summoning sick, or you need a bird that's not summoning sick, which is like possible, just very hard. Still, very good card.
Yeah. So those are the 4 cards that are getting used, and now like we said at the beginning of the episode here, we're seeing a lot of like people play these cards, right, if you will, and it's leading to this format to just like no one's doing anything. It sounds like we're making land drops, maybe developing our boards a little bit. And passing the turn.
Oh, I'm playing a birds because if I drew a birds, then I'm holding up my other 8 mana. Like, you're not doing anything because you're waiting to win. That's basically all it is.
So it sounds like these are very blue-heavy decks, though, right?
Yes.
So if you're not playing blue, unless you're playing Emergent Zones, like you then are only playing at sorcery speed, or you're unable to win on instant speed.
It'd be greatly harder, but yes.
Yeah. So because that narrows those colors down. So it sounds like the problems that we were seeing then are tournament, a lot of the CDH tournaments that might have happened here. I think we saw the Rumble.
The real Rumble, yep.
The real Rumble happened not too long ago, and it sounds like there were a lot of flash speed tournaments or games.
Lots of flash speed, win on top of each other, lots of it.
Yeah. So I guess from my perspective, is flash speed the problem? I think flash speed is the cause of another problem that might be bigger, and I think that's heuristic study still being in the format along with Mystic Remora. I think because of those two, and Smothering Tide, because of those 2 cards.
I don't think Tide is an issue if you don't have the Ristic and the Fish, though.
Sure, yeah, I agree. Because it's only 2 per turn and you can only make 4.
You can just pay 2.
Yeah, so I think, good point. I think the Heuristic Study and the Mythic Remora are the issue, and those cards are the ones that are causing the flash speed to be the problem. So it's like, would flash speed be an issue if those 2 cards were not in the format?
I think it'd be way less of an issue. I think the cards existing would still be problematic, but not nearly to the extent they are right now. You can sit behind a Heuristic after your turn 1 and just not need to push, because again, you can win whenever. So you just chill, and then you gain value, you gain more cards than everybody else because they probably don't have their own Heuristics out, and you prosper. I don't know. I think, like I said, if they're not in the format that's Fish and Remora, or Fish and Heuristic, the Flash Enables are much worse, but still very good. But I think that's a lot of cards right now. Like a lot of the mid-range styles we're playing, or that we're seeing a lot of each other play, just like feed off of draw engines because they're just so good. Drawing cards will always be good, I think, in every format of Magic, and they're the most efficient ones.
Yeah, no, I think if you're drawing cards, like, you're always gonna be ahead of your opponents, right? If you're playing against a mono green deck and they're only drawing a single card or maybe 2 per turn rotation, and you draw 8 cards and your card quality is better, then you're very likely going to win that game.
Then you have a greatly larger advantage than them. Their cards might be better than they've top decked, but like, you've seen way more, so in theory you should have better quality.
Yeah. So we know Wizards, the new committee, they're probably not going to ban Mystic Study or Mystic Remora anytime soon.
No.
Unless the CDH makes their own sort of like offset committee. So how do we fight flash speed? Because this is the hand we're dealt with, right? We have to play in this format. How do we play from here?
So I've talked a lot to Duncan, who's TurtlePod in the community, a great clam chowder pilot. We talked a lot this last weekend at Royal Rumble, and we're trying to brainstorm like what beats flash speed, right? Once they have it in play, I can't do anything else. What beats them? And what we came up with was split second, which might seem crazy. This is fine. I'll come back around to this. But split second, you can't respond to unless like mana abilities, which stops what flash speed does. It like stops the whole conversation. Like, oh, I'll respond on top. You can't. The only thing you can really do is like a counterbalance, trigger counter it. Not that many people play counterbalance, and it'd have to be the exact CMC. But that's how I've thought of combating it, and how I think is really the only option, unless you still are pushing Win on top. But at that point, you're also part of the problem, right? I don't know. That's what we came up with. What do you think?
I think, and I was kind of thinking about this as we kind of decided to talk about this topic. I think one of the few ways to beat instant speed is stacks or stacks strategies, rule of law effects.
Yeah.
But I don't know if those decks are viable at this time. Or maybe they have to become viable because
they might need to.
Like a rule of law effect, which is you can only cast a singular spell per turn, or sometimes you can only cast like a non-artifact spell or like
deafening sounds.
Yeah.
One non-creature spell.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah.
Like that stops it on its track off the bat, right? Like no one's gonna be able to play the game or have fun.
Except maybe you, because your deck might be built around it.
So
right?
that's like a Winota deck, but I don't know if Winota gets played as much now after the Jewel
Lotus
ban and Dockside ban, right?
And Dockside, yeah.
So that deck's not as play. Shulane used to be a very stacksy deck, but I don't know if they're playing that because they're usually a creature combo deck. So maybe they've seen silence.
Recently do well, and it didn't seem to be on very much stacks. It looked more like good stuff combo. What's green, white, blue?
Green, white, blue. The fairy kitten?
No, like colors. What's the color identity called? I'm terrible.
Bant?
Bant, yeah, Bant. Good
Magic players.
Bant stuff. Oh, I'm terrible with it. It looked more like good stuff list than a stacksy one. But again, that might need to be what is transitioned to, because all of the flash speed went on tops. And again, draw engines. Though even if you've drawn 10 cards a cycle, you get one.
Yeah,
if you want to bounce a thing, then I'll use my one spell and counter it, or whatever, you know what I mean?
There's a couple cards that can only allow you to draw a singular card, right? Like we have Notion Thief.
Yep.
We have Narsep Bardo Bells.
Bardo Bells, yep.
It's a Planeswalker from World of the Sparks. There's a couple stacks pieces that are white that only allow you to draw a singular card per turn.
Mask, I want to say.
There's an enchantment.
There's some really bad ones, but like there's not that many.
I'll put them on the screen as we kind of talk about this because we didn't talk about those.
We can talk about Arcane Laboratory. That's actual rule of law.
There you go.
It's really bad.
So that's kind of what I was thinking. Just honestly, like staxes are known for you're able to shut down a singular player, but then the other players are going to win. Or once all the stacks pieces are off the battlefield,
you're in the same predicament where everyone just wins on top.
And everything's gonna blow up essentially, right? Like I used to play like Tinatrash stacks. I was going through a stacks phase. It was really bad. Let me tell you.
Who was this guy?
It was bad. I was going through my edgy phase.
I won't let anyone resolve any spells this game.
And you get into this holding pattern of like you're holding the board hostage, but as soon as your one stacks piece come off the battlefield, the game is over just like that.
Yeah.
And you don't have time to like
someone can abuse it or take advantage because they've been waiting the whole game to do so.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's waiting for somebody, right?
Yeah.
And then we're on top. It's interesting that you think about the split second cards. I know there's three. I know two of them because of your decks. But I know generally like one of the only split second cards we see here in CDH is Angel's Grace, right?
Yes.
Which can like prevent somebody from winning the game. It's force a draw kind of card.
I don't think that card's very good because
I don't think it's good at all.
You can win around it very easily.
Yep.
Basically, you just get them below 1. They don't die right away, but in cleanup they still die. So it doesn't change anything. Even if you're on time in a tournament round, they still can die if you know how to do it. That is a bad spell. I don't like it. But then also people talk about Trick Bind sometimes.
4 cards. Trick Bind's a good one.
That one I don't actually dislike very much. It's just that it's very specific. Hitting only triggered or activated abilities is like not really what I want. Especially if I'm looking at my hand, I need a counter spell. I'm like, oh crap, I can't do anything now.
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. This is sick.
Because I have to only hit abilities, like, oh no.
You only kind of see Trick Bind in a heavy control deck, right? Like Talion, maybe some Tivid list, maybe. Mainly Talion is the only card that...
Pretty Dimir heavy decks.
Yeah, plays it. But I know you came up with 2 split cards that are not very known.
No. The first one costs 2 and 2 blue. It's called Sudden Substitution. It has split second, obviously, and then it reads, you exchange target non-creature spell on the stack with target creature someone else controls. So basically, you're giving your creature for someone's spell, uncounterably because it's split second, or you're changing your spell in the stack for their creature, which has a lot of good what's the word I'm looking for?
Scenarios.
Yeah, scenarios,
floors.
uses. Because especially in a creature deck, I might want your creature to combo with because it works just as well, or I want your spell that's game winning because it's game winning and I'll win with it now. Both things again can't really be responded to or stopped. Sure, you can morph, whatever, but everything else just happens, and you immediately have it either in play or the spell in the stack. I've actually had it happen also where it was just a counter war, and I wanted my silencers off. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna swap my random token I got because someone swan-songed with your counter spell. Now I have 4 counter spells on my thing because I have extra backup. Your thing was targeting mine, now my thing's targeting yours, and I have the 2 other pieces I used earlier. There's a ton of cool situations. That's the first one, and then the second one is VATS. VATS is 2 and 2 black, also instant speed, split second, and it says destroy any number of target creatures with the same toughness. Now, I think it's really interesting because all of the flash-enabled creatures, unless Valley Flood color is larger, are 2 base toughness. This works with most cards in the format. Most are either 3 or 2 toughness right now because Omashas exist and it's harder to have a 1 toughness. You can just board wipe as many 2 toughness creatures as you want at instant speed, and no one can really do anything. And I think that's actually pretty good. I have not been able to use that one yet, but I'm excited to see it in testing and how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point that it kills the 2 flash-enabled creatures, right? It kills Battlefield Caller and High Freight Trickster if they have the same toughness, right?
Yeah.
And if
Trickster's almost always just a 4/2, but Flood Caller can get bigger with its pump.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good way to end it, right? Like, you can no longer play at instant speed.
Exactly.
We are done here.
I steal your instant speed creature, and you can have this Veil of Samurai put in the stack. Oh no. Damn. It's still good. I'm just saying, but like I now have your flash, so you can't do anything.
Yeah, and we'll discuss this more in more detail as we kind of keep talking about this. But those are good ways to think about it. Another way to think about it is like playing cards that only allows other people to play at sorcery speed.
Yeah.
And these cards feel really bad to play. Like there's
pass.
Oh, I've seen that happen
Specifically like 3 Fairy, which is the Planeswalker, or Teferi Mage of Zalafir.
The 5-drop. Yep.
Yes. These things just say like your opponent's basically can only play at sorcery speed, which is really good if you're winning, but really bad if you're not winning.
Oh, dude, the amount of times I've seen someone play that card and just pause the turn, you're like, no.
Or like Dosin the Fallen Leaf or Defense Grid. All of these are the same in theory, right? Very bad if you're not winning.
Yeah, really good if you're trying to win, right? If you flash in at the Fairy, 5 Fairy, at somebody else's end step before your turn, very hard for you to lose the game. It's essentially having a ground abolish from the battlefield at someone else's end step.
Yeah.
So
they'd have to push for their own win on top, in which you can probably still stop it because they're sorcery speed. So, oh well.
So those are kind of the cards that we've kind of thought about our strategies. I think flash speed isn't going anywhere.
No.
I think due to Rhystic Study, Smothering Tide, Mystic Remora, those guys are kind of here to stay, unfortunately. There's possibilities like, Wizards likes to always print broken stuff. And
maybe Rhystic Study for 2 mana, but they have to pay 2 mana. I don't know. They print crazy cards all the time. Again, they just printed these 2 flash creatures
back to back.
And I think we're already seeing the effects very quickly.
Yeah.
I think more as time goes on, obviously, but again, I don't think Rhystic's getting banned anytime soon, which is probably for the worst.
Yeah. And I understand there's like some expensive Rhystic Study cards, and there's like, foils, Smothering Tides are really good. Sorry, I keep bringing Smothering. I think that card's also an issue, but not as big of an issue.
Again, very good, just worse without the other draws.
Exactly. It's like Orcish Bowmaster is really good right now because of Rhystic Study, right? If you're a green deck, you cry every time you see Orcish Bowmaster because someone's drawing off cards and your board's just getting wiped.
Yeah.
And you're like, bro.
What did I do?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just chilling. What the heck?
My elves, no.
I'm not the problem.
So, right, like Orcish Bowmaster is going way worst if there's no Rhystic Study on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And you can be like, well, Raul, why aren't you guys talking about Esper Sentinel? Esper Sentinel is a good card. I agree. It's a good card. Is it same as Rhystic Study? No. Is it same as Mystic Remora? Absolutely not.
Nope. It's also a creature. So I think The fact that it's a creature is its own downside.
Yeah.
It doesn't get to draw as many cards as it wants because it's once per turn per player. But also, you can just swing it or get swung at it or kill spell it, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to interact with it once it's on the battlefield. And people generally are more responsible for an Esper Sentinel than they are a Rhystic Study.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that it's just once per turn.
Like,
right?
oh, once I pay once, I don't have to think about it.
Yeah, it's like, whoop, out
I'll
of
just
mind.
storm off.
Yeah, exactly, right? And you're like, bang. So with Rhystic Study being gone out of the format, that makes turbo decks much better.
Yes.
Because I think something that unfortunately for some of us that play mid-range holds turbo decks back is the fact that we can turn 1, turn 2 Rhystic Study.
Yeah.
And when they're trying to pop off, we can get answers.
Multiple
right?
answers.
But I guess I would trade that off of like being okay. It's okay for us to lose this matchup for the card to not be in the format.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Again, it would change pretty much everything we see again after the last ban
The
wave.
dog side?
So like, I don't necessarily think it's bad to try multiple things. Or like we were saying, if another committee came and was like, hey, why don't we try this for 2 months, see how it goes? I'm not opposed. I want to like play at the highest level we can without having bad games.
Which is like, was Flash Speed really the problem? We just like clickbaited everybody into like, it's like actually a Rhystic Study episode.
They're both the problem. They're both problems.
I would put one much higher than the other one, in my opinion.
I think it's all a problem.
Everything's a problem.
Everything's a problem except me. I'm not a problem. I'm just sitting here with Thrasios.
I mean, it is cool to sometimes win on top of somebody, right?
It's very cool.
It's like the coolest thing you can do.
Yes. It's just that now everybody's doing it.
Yeah, it's like, well, now everybody's playing Team Thrasios.
Boo! Oh no.
So because back when Dockside was a thing, right? Like it was actually really cool to be able to like flash in born upon a win up on somebody, right?
Oh, your ETB is on the stack. Haha, I have a clone.
Yeah.
And now my clone copies your dog.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens. Let us know what you think about Flash Speed. Let us know if you think Flash Speed is the issue or if you think it's a root cause based on draw engines being a problem, right? And if you think draw engines should be axed, right? Because let me tell you, there's some people that will die for Rhystic Study.
Yeah.
They will be like, I am playing this card in every deck, otherwise CDH is dead. And I stand by that.
I think I play Fish in every blue deck, but I don't know. It's just 1 mana. It's so cheap.
We're going to be talking to some special guests here in the soon that do a lot of like CDH coaching and a lot of CDH teaching. Hint, hint, winky face. Check out upcoming episodes. And I'm actually going to be interested in to see like in their coaching sessions, like how often do they tell their people
to mulligan for
Rhystic Study, get tutors for Rhystic Study or engines, right? I imagine that's like thing number 1 that they go about.
I mean, it's the best game plan right now.
Yeah.
Because again, drawing cards will always be broken in every format.
Yeah.
There's never going to be a world where drawing cards is bad, I believe. Maybe when Magic changes in 20 years, but like I doubt it.
So I guess to recap our opinions, what do you think, Joseph?
Flash is broken. Drawing cards is broken, and both together is really, really good.
A miserable time for anybody.
Yeah.
Every game's going to time now, which is unfortunate. There's a lot of smothering ties. It's like you can actually one of our previous gameplays was a 2-hour long game where literally it was like a 50+ minute turn of just Rhystic Studies, Smothering Tide, and Flash Upon a Win.
Because they're all triggers, so you have to go one at a time, and then the Tithe, and then another Rhystic, and then the Tithe, and then the Fish, and then the Tithe, and then the Esper, and then the Tithe. You have to keep going back and forth.
And when there's 3 Rhystic Studies in the battlefield, you can't possibly play for everything.
No, because you're gonna get blown up.
Exactly.
There's just no world.
You're right. Yeah, it's like. Anyways, I had to like shower after playing that game because it was like, ugh,
sweaty.
it was sweaty and I feel gross. And it was only like turn 4, which is wild. Turn 5.
That was a very fast game. Like not in terms of speed, in terms of turns. Like it was very quick. Everyone had everything set up.
And it was like a 2-hour long game.
Yeah.
And tournaments right now are 80 minutes.
Yeah.
With some time. But that last turn, let me tell you, that's when you see all the born opponent wins go.
Because everyone wants to wait. There's like, oh, now I have 40 men, nothing to do. I'll just wait for you guys to push.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
So that's Flash Speed / I guess drawing cards.
Yeah.
Very, very strong right now in the format. We'll see what it changes to. Every time you see something, a strong strategy pop up, you see the negative effect of it, right? In like maybe we'll start seeing more stacks pieces.
The opposite, right? Because they're trying to adjust to the meta.
Yeah. So we'll see maybe the adjust in the large tournaments that are coming up. Which, speaking of which, any large tournaments coming up here, Joseph, that you're participating in?
Very soon here, we have Snowy Summit. Large 5K in Colorado. And after that, also Fishbowl in, I want to say Orange County, California. Somewhere in California. I'm bad with regions. Both large and very soon, and I'm very excited. And I just came back from Royal Rumble.
How was that?
Very nice. I started great. Started 2-0. Had a very good win. Actually, my game won real quick. I cast a Grand Vulture, and they cracked a Ranger Captain, and I was like, okay. And I cast a Hazel, and I ate someone else's Devoted Druid, and it was really cool. It was really good.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, it was great. Sorry, TJ. We've talked about this a lot after. I'm so sorry. But it was a great game. And then afterwards, I started to decline. I got 2 more draws, but couldn't make it to top 16. Still ended, I think, 39th out of 256. So pretty good.
Pretty impressive. Yeah.
I was very happy with it. Event was awesome. Steve is the owner of the store. It wasn't at a store, but it was at a convention center.
Sure.
Really cool dude. Everyone always like sings praises about him. He's great. Event went pretty well. No real complaints, and I was happy with TNT and made some changes after, including those 2 split-second cards I talked about,
which we'll talk about here soon.
Yes,
I've got opinions. Are you playing TNT for the upcoming Snowy Summit?
Yes.
Which I think by the time this video comes out, it will be the week.
I think when it comes out next week,
it will come out. Yes.
Yes.
It will be coming out the week of Snowy Summit. So
yeah,
you're playing TNT for that one.
Yes, sir.
Spicing it up.
Spiced. Sufficiently spiced.
It is some spice. Let me tell you, it is some spice. Unfortunately for me, I haven't really participated in much of any tournaments as of late. I think I've only done the casual like FNMs at our local
Saturdays.
Yeah, which we're starting to see a lot of 23 people or so, which has grown for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've like back-to-back top 4, but I've learned if you draw in the format, you don't get any points. So I've been drawing like back-to-back, so my profile doesn't show any of the top 4s. And of course, the one time that I didn't make top card, they actually ended up playing. I was like, oh my god, you guys!
Really? What the heck?
So that's something I learned. I didn't know that. If you draw as a top 4 in your bronze event, you won't even show in your profile.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because you know, I was thinking until now.
There should always be a declared winner, though. Was there not?
No, I think the TO can just click draw.
Oh,
and that's it.
That's interesting.
The event will count for nothing.
I don't know.
And so I've learned.
I would just say randomized winner or something.
Flip for
you can't technically do that, but you can be like, okay, he'll win. We'll just split all the money.
We all conceded.
Yeah, just split all the money. It's generally what happens at tournaments anyways, right? Like
yeah, you split your comment, you play for the points.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't particularly care too much about the points, but I know some of the other people that we drew with care about the points, and I'm sure they had a rude awakening when they checked their profile. Like,
what happened? It's not even on there.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
That's nice. TNT also.
I was playing TNT. Yeah, they were pretty good, efficient games, and I think I like how TNT is performing right now. Obviously, we're getting a lot of hate on the format because of how strong the deck is right now.
Yeah, especially in the mid range, right?
Yeah, everybody knows what you're playing, everybody knows exactly what you're doing, everybody knows to target you, which is, like I said on one of our previous podcasts, TNT's biggest weakness is being the arch enemy as many use it down. But we have the tools to prevail.
Overcome, yeah. Super good deck right now. I see people talk about everything else, and I'm like, cool. I'm gonna keep playing TNT because
I truly enjoy TNT. Something before we go into the list. Oh man, I just had it and I lost it. Bummer.
Oh no.
On our previous episode, we were talking about the state of CDH, right?
Yes.
And how it is. One of the things I said was I was going to be very interested to see how the Snowy Summit performed, right? Player count.
Yep.
I think at the time of the recording, we have like 95 people sign up for the Snowy Summit.
I think it might be more. Hold that thought. You keep going. I'm gonna look it up.
Which
it's a lot right now.
Yeah, I mean it's 128 person tournament. So I said then that if we were struggling to get 64 players, that would tell me the CDH scene was not doing too hot here in Colorado.
98.
So now we have 98, which is pretty decent.
Yeah.
We've got a couple weeks before the tournament is official, and people are the worst procrastinators in the world, so they'll sign up this next week.
They're very bad, and they'll run out of spots, so that people are like, whoa, I thought I was gonna have a spot.
Bruh.
What the heck? Bruh. You could buy it the whole time.
Joseph will be playing, like he mentioned.
Yes.
We're also going to have Joanna, the newest member of our team, playing. Vu might drop by. Freddie and I are going to be doing commentary, so we won't be playing, but we'll be hanging out and streaming. Check out the video or the live stream on February 1st. We'll start sharp at 8 a.m. and finish who knows when.
Supposedly 8 a.m. I'm good to go with it, but
We'll see.
It's a tournament, and can't blame anybody, but it always starts a little bit later.
Bro, that's like magic.
Little bit later.
Magic players on the spot are always like,
wait, he's almost here. He's coming.
please no.
It's 8:15.
It's okay. I know that Theo rolls a pretty tight ship, so I'm sure they're gonna do
everything in their power.
Yeah, everything in their power to make sure we're out of there by like 9 or so. Which will be interesting. I'm really excited to see it. I'm watching a lot of Magic videos, which is not something I do often. I just like familiarize myself with the meta, the decks that are being played, and so I can not sound like a buffoon. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like Plagon. Not a weird thing, but
some other weird space.
Excellent. As we start to wind this up, I think we have a tradition now to talk about Tinatrasios and the TNT corner.
TNT
All right,
corner,
Joseph,
baby.
Talk about the wild cards you put in your deck.
All right. I added those 2 split-second cards. I talked about them a little bit, but so far, sudden substitution has been very good. I've even done the cool thing I wanted to do, which was an opponent has an Oppo out. I cast like a Vamp Tutor, and then I swap them. So now I have the Oppo, and they have a Tutor. So then I get to look at their hand and tutor a card from their deck. Seems pretty good. Okay, cool. It also means my my tutors are open up in the future because now I have the Oppo.
Sure.
It's just been very good to, again, need to steal a Flash Enabler when on top. I have yours now. Or whatever else.
Are you looking for a new fence or gate for your home or property? Type in your address and drop the red pins to create the...
I added back in Dark Ritual because casting VATS and also like larger CMC spells wasn't really hard, but it's good to just like look like you have 2 mana and you actually have 4. I think I took out like Elves of Deep Shadow and added... I don't remember. Oh, I think I did take out Grim Monolith briefly. It might still be out right now, but just because it's a bit harder to do the line with Delny. It's still really good.
People already cut onto it.
Yeah. Once they realize like, oh, that's infinite colorless, we have to counter it. Like, ah, oh, dang it, you caught me.
Shucks.
Yeah. I want to add back in Wish Claw though, especially with the Dark Ritual edition.
That makes sense.
But
you can cast it and you can activate it.
Exactly. And then I can still tutor an Oppo with it. Anyways, how about you?
So I took out, I think last time I was adding Ref back in the deck, which I've tested and I love that card. That card's amazing. I know you don't play it, but I know literally like there's only so many cards you can play.
Did test it and it felt pretty good. It's just expensive.
Yeah, it is 4 mana, 3/3. It makes your Timna attackers better. You're making I always make a gazillion treasures with it. I'm always attacking with Timna anyways.
Something's Death Touch too.
Yeah,
like really
makes
good.
your Trashes unblockable or like no one's gonna block it. So I think that card's absolute gas. Takes cards from your opponents. I liked it. People kill it on site, so it eats removal spells, which
they know to kill it now. What is Rev? Who is this?
Who's Rev? This is just Valley card, bro.
It's like what's it called? Ragavan? Oh, it is fine.
So I've had a Rev that was in the previous iteration, and I think I like how it played. I started testing Deep Gnome Terramancer. I like that it gets lands straight from your deck into the battlefield, which made me update my mana base a lot now. So I run like 5 planes that are searchable. So it's like Tundra, Hierophant, Scrubland, and 2 more Temple Garden and something else. Savannah. So that's 5.
Is it only 5? What about the duels?
Yeah.
Is that all the duels also?
Scrubland, Savannah, Tundra, that's 3.
Because you have 4 white, 3 white duels.
Yeah.
It's just 3 white duels.
And then
I'm losing my mind. Yep.
Hierophant and the other one.
So I'm losing my mind.
So it has 5 fetchable targets, which is really strong. One of the strongest things in Magic you can do is to put anything from your deck straight into the battlefield and spending no resources on it.
Yep. Like thanking your opponents for the resource. Like they're just playing their land.
Yeah, and this is something that most decks run fetches.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get at least 1 or 2.
Or like again, Thrasios activating hits it. Crop rotation hits it. A bunch of other things also do, but notably most is fetches.
Yeah. So I've liked that card. I might take it out to test something else right now because I know Kinnen's making a comeback.
Yeah.
And I don't like Tinatrastos struggles with Kinnen unless you have like Orcish Bowmaster out.
Yeah.
And like you kill on the spot. But like Calling Ritual is a good answer to Kinnen. Because just like
demolishes their board.
It's like, you have no board, sir. Thank you very much. Get out of here.
You now have a 1 ring and no other permanents except lands. Good luck.
And only 2 lands at most, or 3 lands.
Yeah, because it's like most
they
of
have
the brand,
dorks.
like Soul
Yeah,
Ring,
yeah, exactly.
Mox Opal, yeah.
So I'm thinking about calling Ritual right now. We'll see if I ended up putting it in. So those are kind of the cards I'm thinking about, and Enduring Vitality.
Yeah.
Cards
It's
of gas.
super good.
I put it once, and I was like, bruh.
There's also win lines with it, which I've talked about briefly with Raul. I'm not gonna go over too deep, but basically, if you have like a clone Enduring Vitality and it dies, it can come back because it has a die trigger. So that clone can come back as anything, but it's an enchantment. So it can come back as a, you guessed it, Devoted Druid, and then it's not a creature, so you can do the Devoted Druid thing. It's really cool, but also just the card is insane, making all of your creatures mana
Birds
dorks.
Paralyze.
Yeah,
and it also it's a Billions 3/3, right? And it makes your trashes that never attacking a mana dork, right?
Super good.
Makes any sometimes when the board gets so cluttered up, it makes them mana dorks, and I think that card's absolute gas. So I'm kind of in between thinking about playing those cards. We'll see if they make it into the list before this deck gets published. I'll always upload Joseph's and I's TNT's list in the description for the TNT corner.
The best corner.
The best corner. The best corner. So yeah, I'm testing those cards. Unfortunately, I don't get to play in a lot of tournaments, just due to some commentary and just life happening and whatnot. But I'm excited to kind of play those the smaller Saturday tournaments that we have here in Colorado.
And we've got a few coming up, so
we do. Maybe
it's
you'll
good.
see me when you see me play. It's like a blue moon.
Our two mugs, you
know. Excellent. Anything else before we wrap this off?
No, feeling good. Just not liking everybody winning on top of each other. That's all.
Joseph woke up and chose violence.
I chose violence, and not the kill your creatures kind.
Win on top of somebody's win kind.
Yes. Even though I don't like it. Like obviously it feels really good, but it's like, oh, I won on top again.
Woo.
Cool.
Thanks everybody for watching. As always, if you have any comments or thoughts, let us know in the description down below.
Please.
We actually engage with our comment sections quite a bit. Unless short of you telling me to go F off, I will engage with you.
I'll engage if you tell them to F off.
Joseph will be like, yeah,
that'll be the first comment I'll respond to. I'll be like, I'm gonna ban you. I'll find you. I will hurt you. No.
But we usually engage. I do take the time to read most of the comments and do like engage with people. You're taking time out of your day to tell me what you think, so I want to take time out of my day to give your response on our thoughts. And sometimes I'll be like, hey, Joseph, you have a fan club. You should go answer them.
I should probably answer them more than just threats to you.
But yeah, we hope to keep doing this more often. Currently, we only release once a month at the last week of the month. We'll hope to update that soon.
Yeah. These have been great and well received, so we're planning on doing more for sure.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. Have a wonderful day, and we'll stay in touch.
Bye.
Hello, everybody.
What's
We're
up?
sort of back, slightly back. Raul, do you remember Freddy? I remember MTG Basics. So we're currently round 2. We will be starting round 3 here soon in 20-ish minutes. However, YouTube only allows you to stream for 12 hours before the stream fully shuts down. So in order for us to be able to proceed with non-stop streaming, we're probably going to end this stream here soon, and then we'll start it up again here in a second. So that way, hopefully, the tournament can be done before 2 a.m. I guess I would hope.
If it's not, man, then I guess if you're still here after all of that.
So that's what is going to be happening here soon. So we're just kind of letting folks know that the stream will end and then we'll start up soon. So it is going to start up again in 20-ish minutes, which it's when round 3 will begin. So after round 3 will be round 4, round 5, top 16, top COD. Yeah, what do you think so far, Freddie, of everything that we've been seeing / happening today?
I mean, like outside of the time, but that also comes with CEDH. I think the game's been great. That very first one, even though it's stuff that we've all talked about before, of like Ristic Study, Fish, Tithe, Flash. It was this whole last episode that you probably saw. But yeah, no, it was still nice to see it executed at like the highest level.
Yeah, it was a pretty good plan. It might be actually showcase, I presume, because it is like a textbook as an area of the meta right now, to be quite honest with you.
I think it covered every base.
It literally, like, it is, if you wanted to define January 2020, February 2025 meta, you basically sum that up in that game, because like you said, it covered everything. So like we said, folks, we'll be ending this broadcast here soon. We'll send the next broadcast will be in this channel as this one. It'll just be in 20-ish minutes from now, and we'll obviously hope to see you guys come back for that. I'm sorry about the having to like end and restart. It's just kind of the nature of YouTube, and that's not Ethan, that's Freddy. But our names are just kind of shown as they are.
Yeah.
Anyways, thanks everybody for watching the first part of the Snowy Summit 2K here in Denver, Colorado. Shout out to the guys from Fable Events that are hosting these events, and Level 7 for kind of providing a lot of the equipment and allowing me to kind of help out here as part of the channel. So yeah, guys, we'll be back here shortly. Our faces are still showing. Yay. Anyways, bye guys.
All right, later.